Chapter 1560. Elder Lu. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. Willow Tree slowly walked out of the crowd. At this moment, he had regained his true appearance. He stood tall and had a gentle smile on his face, giving off an inexplicable sense of intimacy. However, no one knew that he was the one who killed Mu He with Yu Huang. Elder, where did you go? Did you know? Mu He of the Heavenly Sun Empire was killed by Qin Feiyang. This Qin Feiyang is the descendant of the Qin Emperor. A group of people from the Nether Hall immediately ran to Willow Tree and whispered, "The descendant of the Qin Emperor?" Willow Tree pretended to be surprised and walked to Qin Feiyang. He cupped his hands and smiled, "I'm Willow Tree from the Nether Hall. Greetings, little brother Qin." This human pet is good at acting. Yu Huang mumbled. Qin Feiyang smiled and returned the greeting to Willow Tree. Willow Tree pretended not to know and asked, "Little brother, I heard that you're the descendant of the Qin Emperor?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "I didn't expect the descendant of the Qin Emperor to appear here. Nice to meet you. Little brother, would you give me the honor of coming to the Nether Hall?" Willow Tree smiled. Wang Yuanshan raised his eyebrows and said, "Willow Tree, what do you mean? Do you think I don't exist?" Willow Tree laughed and said, "Everyone in the Black Tortoise world knows about Elder Wang's hot temper. How would I dare to ignore your existence?" "Stop being sarcastic." Wang Yuanshan snorted coldly. "I wouldn't dare. After all, you have the support of the Vangu League. My Nether Hall can't afford to offend you." Willow Tree said with a smile, but anyone who wasn't an idiot could tell that he was mocking Wang Yuanshan. How could Wang Yuanshan not understand? His eyes flickered with cold light. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them. The smell of gunpowder was too strong. "Ha!" Willow Tree suddenly laughed out loud. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Little brother, the future is long. Let's meet again if there's a chance." After saying that, then he led the Nether Pavilion's people away. Of course, he didn't really want to invite Qin Feiyang. It was just for show. After Willow Tree left, Wang Yuanshan finally withdrew his gaze. Looking at Qin Feiyang and Wang Yuer, he regained his amiable look and said with a smile, "Let's go." Wang Yuer followed him obediently. Yu Huang glanced at Wang Yuanshan's back view and secretly sighed, "Looks like there are quite a few disputes here too." Qin Feiyang nodded. Putting everything else aside, just the main tower and the Nether Pavilion had an irreconcilable enmity between them. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he secretly muttered a few words to Yu Huang. Yu Huang's eyes lit up, and he immediately merged into the night sky and disappeared without a trace. In a magnificent hall, Wang Yuanshan sat on the main seat, and Wang Yuer sat beside him. As for Qin Feiyang, he sat opposite Wang Yuanshan. Two young women dressed as maids walked in with a teapot and brewed tea for the three of them one by one. Then they silently retreated to the side. However, whether it was the two maids or the guards outside, they would occasionally glance at Qin Feiyang, their eyes filled with curiosity. Wang Yuanshan picked up the teacup and took a sip. He looked at Qin Feiyang very seriously and said, "Feiyang, in the future, you'd better stay away from that Willow Tree." Qin Feiyang was drinking tea. When he heard this, he was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, "Senior, why do you say that? This Willow Tree is an elder of the Nether Pavilion, and the Nether Pavilion is even older than our main tower. Its strength is extremely terrifying. As for this Willow Tree, although he seems polite, he's actually a sanctimonious villain," Wang Yuanshan said. Wang Yuer smiled and said, "Grandfather, you're thinking too much. In fact, we already know what kind of person Willow Tree is because it was Willow Tree who brought us here. The person who killed Mu He with Yu Huang was also Willow Tree in disguise." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. He never expected that Wang Yuer would actually tell Wang Yuanshan about this matter. It happened too suddenly and he couldn't stop it in time. "What? Willow Tree brought you here?" Wang Yuanshan was surprised. "This?" Qin Feiyang glanced at Wang Yuer and nodded at Wang Yuanshan. "That's right." Since he had already exposed it, there was nothing to hide. "How do you know Willow Tree? Why did he help you kill Mu He?" Wang Yuanshan was suspicious. "This is a long story. Didn't Miss Yuer want to say it? You can ask her when you have time." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Wang Yuanshan looked at Wang Yuer. When Wang Yuer heard Qin Feiyang's words, her delicate body stiffened slightly. This was because she realized that whether it was Qin Feiyang's expression or the way he spoke earlier, they were somewhat different from before. There seemed to be a trace of coldness. "Senior Wang, Miss Yuer knows what you want to know. You can ask her if you have any questions." I still have something to deal with, so I won't disturb you. When I have time in the future, I'll come and visit again. Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up and smiled. This. Wang Yuanshan was stunned. He had not even warmed his seat. Why was he leaving already? A trace of panic appeared on Wang Yuer's face. Goodbye. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands at Wang Yuanshan and smiled at Wang Yuer. Then he turned and walked out of the hall without looking back. Wang Yuanshan was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Seeing this, Wang Yuer hurriedly got up and chased after him. She pulled Qin Feiyang's arm and asked, "Where are you going?" "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "If you don't know, why are you leaving? Is it because I told you about Willow Tree?" Wang Yuer said anxiously. Qin Feiyang said, "Since you know it in your heart, why did you still say it?" "Indeed, this is the case." Wang Yuer muttered. "Do you know why I changed Willow Tree's appearance? I don't want others to know that he has already followed me. But you didn't even ask me and directly told your grandfather. Do you know what the people of the Nether Hall will do to Willow Tree if the fact that he has followed me is exposed? They will definitely kill him." Qin Feiyang said, trying his best to control his emotions so that his tone did not sound so aggressive. Wang Yuer said, "What's wrong with telling my grandfather? If your grandfather is not from the main tower, it won't be a problem. But the problem is that your grandfather is from the main tower, and his status is not low. The main tower and the Nether Hall have always been at odds. Can you be sure that he won't use this matter to make a big fuss?" Qin Feiyang said. Wang Yuer's face turned slightly pale. "I can understand. You didn't hide anything because you trust your grandfather. But you have to understand me. One must always be on guard against others. I, Qin Feiyang, have never trusted anyone easily, let alone someone I just met. Stay here and have a good chat with your grandfather. When I leave, I will come and pick you up. If you don't want to leave, it's best to send me a message in advance and let me know." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he opened a teleportation door and walked in. "Am I more important, or is Willow Tree more important? Are you going to abandon me for Willow Tree?" Wang Yuer said angrily. "I can't answer this question." Qin Feiyang's footsteps paused slightly, then he said without looking back and quickly disappeared. Wang Yuer was burning with anxiety and was about to chase after him. But at this moment, Wang Yuanshan walked out and looked at the teleportation door. He said in surprise, "Your little boyfriend really left?" Wang Yuer glanced at Wang Yuanshan and then at the disappearing teleportation door. She turned around and ran into the hall, lying on the table and crying bitterly. What's wrong? Did he bully you? Tell grandfather will go and settle the score with him." Wang Yuanshan hurried in and said anxiously. Wang Yuer said, "It's none of your business. Let me be alone for a while." Wang Yuanshan's face stiffened. He turned to look at the disappearing teleportation door and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't know what was going on, he vaguely heard Wang Yuer mention Willow Tree when he was inside. It seemed that Yuer had told him about the Willow Tree, which made Qin Feiyang angry. "How dare you bully my descendant? Even if you are the descendant of Emperor Qin, I won't let you go." He muttered to himself, walked out of the hall and shouted, "Men!" Whoosh! A middle-aged man cut through the night sky and landed in front of Wang Yuanshan like lightning. He bowed and said, "Greetings, sir." This man was about 1.9 meters tall and had a finger-long scar on the corner of his mouth. He looked a little scary. Wang Yuanshan whispered a few words in the middle-aged man's ear. "Yes, sir." After listening, the middle-aged man responded respectfully. He turned around and soared into the sky, disappearing into the night sky. Late at night, at the stronghold of the Tianyang Empire, a blood-haired young man appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang. The stronghold of the Tianyang Empire had been reduced to ruins. There was no one around. It was dead silent. Qin Feiyang walked into the ruins alone and looked around as if he was waiting for something. Whoosh! A ray of light shot out from the ground somewhere in the ruins. Who else could it be but Yu Huang? However, when it saw Qin Feiyang, it was slightly stunned. It flew to Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, "Didn't you go to the stronghold of the main tower with Wang Yuer? Why are you here? Where is Wang Yuer?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I'm worried about you. That's why I came to take a look." Yu Huang rolled his eyes and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Did something happen?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "Wang Yuer told Wang Yuanshan that Willow Tree is following us. To be honest, I'm a little angry that she acted on her own accord." "What? Is she stupid? Doesn't she know about the conflict between the main tower and the Nether Hall? She actually told Wang Yuanshan. Isn't this pushing Willow Tree into a fire pit? You have to tell Willow Tree about this as soon as possible and let him be prepared. Otherwise he will be in danger when this matter is leaked. Yu Huang raised his eyebrows and said, I think so too. Qin Feiyang nodded and sighed. Of course, I hope that Wang Yuanshan is not that kind of person. Come on. We've only met once. Do you know what kind of person he is? It's hard to know what's in a person's heart. It's better to be safe. Besides, it wasn't easy to subdue such a pet. I don't want him to die young. Chapter 1561. Don't always call me a pet. We've already fought side by side for so long. No matter how deep the grudge is, it's time to end it and leave some face for others. Qin Feiyang said. You're really magnanimous. But I'm sorry, this emperor is a very vengeful person. Yu Huang coldly snorted. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and asked, Any gains? No. Yu Huang shook his head and said, The treasures here were probably moved away by Mu He in advance. Moved? Don't tease me. Before we killed Mu He, he didn't receive any news at all. How could he have moved the treasures here in advance? Hurry up and take it out. We'll enjoy it together and endure it together. Qin Feiyang said. Not doing it. This emperor has contributed the most to killing Mu He this time. All the treasures here should belong to this emperor. Yu Huang said. Qin Feiyang laughed. So, there are indeed treasures here? Holy shit. You're actually trying to trick this emperor? Brat, you're not honest. Yu Huang said angrily. Only then did he react. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, You can take all of it. Just treat it as your reward. What do you mean? Reward? This is what this emperor obtained with his own ability. How can it be called a reward? Let me tell you, if you want to say it like that, this emperor doesn't want it. You want to give me a reward? Alright, this emperor doesn't want anything else. I only want the potential pill. Do as you see fit. Yu Huang took out 5 cosmos bag from the Qi Si and threw them to Qin Feiyang like trash and said, These are all the treasures here, keep them well. Qin Feiyang grabbed the cosmos bag and lowered his head to check. If he didn't look, he wouldn't know. These 5 cosmos bag were actually all medicinal herbs. Moreover, they were basically all 10,000 years old. So many, where did you find them? Qin Feiyang asked in shock. Below. Yu Huang pointed to the ground and said, There is a treasure trove below, it is very hidden, this emperor found it with great difficulty. Not bad, not bad. Qin Feiyang laughed, his face full of pride. Yu Huang suspiciously looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Brat, why do I feel like I've been schemed by you again? No. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand, revealing an innocent expression. Wrong. This emperor. The rewards, bye. Yu Huang cursed. Qin Feiyang laughed. Don't worry, before I leave I will give you the potential pill. Yu Huang's eyes lit up and he threatened, You better keep your word, otherwise don't blame this emperor for being impolite to you. Don't worry, don't worry. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Yu Huang said, Wait, I heard from Fatso that you seem to have an ancient book called the Pill Scripture? That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. Yu Huang asked, Then is there a pill formula for the spirit congealing pill? Yes. Qin Feiyang said. That's good. Hurry up and refine some spirit congealing pills for this emperor. As long as there are enough spirit congealing pills, coupled with your ancient castle, the time is different from the outside. This emperor is confident that I can step into the war god realm within 1,000 years. Yu Huang said excitedly. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, To step into the war god realm, don't you need to comprehend the profound meaning of becoming a god? No. This profound meaning was comprehended before breaking through to the false god realm. In other words, when breaking through to the false god realm, you have already thoroughly comprehended the profound meaning of becoming a god. Next, you just need to condense your divine soul. However, condensing the divine soul is not only very difficult, but also a very long process. Without a great fortune or a heaven-defying pill, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years are common. Yu Huang said. So difficult? Qin Feiyang was shocked. That's right. There are many creatures in the world that are trapped in the false god realm because they can't condense their divine soul. But if there are a lot of spirit congealing pills, it's different. Spirit congealing pills can help creatures quickly condense their divine soul. Once the divine soul appears, they can naturally step into the war god realm. Yu Huang said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in understanding. After that, he stared at Yu Huang with a strange look on his face. Why are you looking at me like that? Yu Huang was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, "You just said that it will take 1,000 years to condense a divine soul after refining a lot of spirit-congealing pills?" "Yes." Yu Huang nodded. Qin Feiyang's face twitched and he said speechlessly, "1,000 years is so long. Why are you so excited?" "Damn. 1,000 years is long? Then what about some people who can't condense a divine soul after tens of thousands of years?" "Kid, don't be arrogant. Condensing a divine soul is not as easy as you think. If it's really that easy, wouldn't there be as many war gods in the world today? Let me tell you, creatures who can condense a divine soul within 1,000 years are rare geniuses that only appear once in a million years." Yu Huang snorted. Qin Feiyang said, "From what you said, you are one of these geniuses? Do you really want to go against me?" "What I mean is, according to the time in your castle, I can step into the war god realm within 1,000 years. Then if it's the time outside, it will definitely take longer," Yu Huang said angrily. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. "I won't tease you anymore. It's definitely not a problem to refine the spirit-congealing pills, but you have to have medicinal herbs." Yu Huang pointed to the 5 Qingkuan bags and said, "I don't believe that I can't get one set with so many medicinal herbs. I have to count them out to know. I have a lot of spiritual infant fruits, but the other medicinal herbs? To be honest, I haven't cared about these things since Dan Wangkai followed me. So I don't know a lot of medicinal herbs. How about this? I'll give these Qingkuan bags to Dan Wangkai first and let him sort them out. Let's see how many sets he can gather," Qin Feiyang said. Yu Huang said, "It's all a small matter. I can go to the castle to help tidy it up." "Is there a need to be so anxious?" Qin Feiyang was helpless. "Nonsense, how can this matter not be urgent?" Yu Huang rolled his eyes at him. "Wait. Even if you can refine the spirit-congealing pills, you can't break through to the war god realm in the Black Tortoise world," Qin Feiyang said. "Why can't I?" Yu Huang was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, "Didn't the willow tree say that the Black Tortoise world also has rules and restrictions that can only break through to the false god realm? Then it's fine if we're not in the Black Tortoise world. Anyway, we'll leave the Black Tortoise world sooner or later," Yu Huang said. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, "Can you break through to the war god realm outside? For outsiders like you, it's definitely not possible. But we can. However, I've also heard that after beasts like us break through to the war god realm, we'll be taken away by the guardians of the divine ruins," Yu Huang said. "Then that's it. When you break through to the war god realm and the guardians of the divine ruins come to take you away, do you dare to resist?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. "Why wouldn't I dare to resist? If you dare to beat it up, I dare to do the same," Yu Huang coldly snorted. Qin Feiyang said, "You say it as if it's true. When that giant python arrives, you'll be as obedient as a little lamb. Are you looking down on me?" Yu Huang's embarrassment turned into anger. It was indeed afraid of the guardians of the divine ruins, but don't say it so directly. "I'm not looking down on you, it's the truth. Not to mention you, even I have to take a detour when I see it," Qin Feiyang sighed. In the past, with the Qi and Blood Pearl he could still fight, but now that the Qi and Blood Pearl was shattered, he was no longer able to shake the giant python's power. Yu Huang raised his eyebrows and said, "You're refusing again and again. Do you not want to give me the spirit-congealing pill?" Qin Feiyang said, "Do you want to hear the truth?" "Nonsense." Yu Huang angrily waited for him. "The herbs for the spirit-congealing pill are very difficult to find. Especially the spiritual infant fruit. I'm lucky to find so many. If I'm unlucky, I'm afraid I won't be able to find even one in my life. And you also know that Fatso and the White-Eyed Wolf are all loyal to me, so I must consider them first. As the saying goes, there are too many monks and too little gruel. I hope you can understand my difficulties." Qin Feiyang sighed. "Hypocrite. Don't you just want me to follow you and work for you?" Yu Huang rolled his eyes at him. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. He was actually seen through and it was a little awkward. Yu Huang lowered his head, his eyes flickering. Suddenly, it seemed to have made a decision as it looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "How about this? Let me refine the spiritual infant fruit first, and I'll take you to the capital of the Tianyang Empire to loot their treasury." Loot their treasury. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. This guy is too crazy. The people of the Tianyang Empire have been living in the Black Tortoise world for so many years. Coupled with the restrictions of the rules, they can't break through to the war god realm. Therefore, the herbs for the spirit-congealing pill are meaningless to them. I'm afraid it's not even as good as a battle chi pill. So I believe that there must be a lot of them in their treasury. Yu Huang said. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. He actually didn't think of this? The Black Tortoise world had restrictions. Not only the people of the Tianyang Empire, but even the people of the Main Tower, the Nether Hall, the Vangu League and the Fengtian Palace couldn't break through to the War God realm. If they couldn't break through to the War God realm, then as Yu Huang said, the spirit congealing pill was worthless. It wasn't just the Tianyang Empire. The other forces must have a lot of herbs for the spirit congealing pill. Wasn't this a good opportunity? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He stared at Yu Huang. The strength of the Heavenly Sun Empire is so strong. Are you confident? Yu Huang said, don't worry if I can't find enough herbs for you. What? Qin Feiyang looked at it expectantly. Yu Huang clenched its teeth and said, I'll give myself to you. Qin Feiyang burst out laughing. A ferocious beast actually dared to say that it wanted to repay him with its body? Why did it sound so weird? Fortunately there was no one around. Otherwise, if they heard Yu Huang's words, they would definitely look at him strangely. Chapter 1562. Of course. Yu Huang's words were not what Qin Feiyang had imagined. What he meant was that if he could not find enough herbs he would follow him in the future. This was a good thing for Qin Feiyang. At the very least, it meant that Yu Huang had a good impression of him now. He did not stay any longer. After sending Yu Huang and a few universe bags to the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang changed his appearance slightly and asked someone to find out where the Nether Hall's stronghold was. Then he went to look for Willow Tree. In a certain ancient hall, Willow Tree sat upright on a chair. A man and a woman stood respectfully below him. Both of them looked middle-aged and had shrewd eyes. They were the people in charge of the Nether Hall here. Elder Peach Blossom City has always had rules. No one can destroy the buildings in the city. However, this Qin Feiyang not only killed people in Peach Blossom City but also destroyed a large number of buildings. Why didn't you even say a word of blame? The two of them frowned. Willow Tree pursed his lips. Right now, his life was still in Qin Feiyang's hands. How dare he be impudent? After pondering for a while, Willow Tree said something very cruel. Rules have always been for the weak. When the two of them heard that, they immediately fell silent. That's right. Only the weak would follow the rules. As for the strong, who would care so much? The rules were useless in front of them. If they were unhappy they would break them. What could they do? They could only watch helplessly. At this moment, a guard ran into the hall and said respectfully, Greetings, Elder. What's the matter? Willow Tree asked. The guard said, There's someone outside who claims to be your old friend and wants to see you. Ridiculous. How can there be an old friend of Elder Willow Tree in Peach Blossom City? He must be here to curry favor. Just chase him away. The two people in charge shouted. This? The guard hesitated as he looked at Willow Tree. Old friend? Lu Mu pondered and didn't say anything. Hurry up and go. We've seen a lot of people like this who try to curry favor with others. The man and woman sneered. Yes. Hearing the two of them speak again, the guard respectfully responded and turned to leave. At this moment, Willow Tree seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly looked at the guard and said, Let him in. The man and woman looked at the Willow Tree in surprise. Was he really Elder Lu's friend? Yes. The guard was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly ran out. A short while later, the guard led a middle-aged man into the main hall. How unfamiliar. Who? The man and woman sized up the middle-aged man, their eyes full of suspicion. Willow Tree was also sizing up the burly man. Suddenly he waved his hand and said, All of you back down. Yes. The man and woman and the guard bowed respectfully, then turned and left the hall. Willow Tree said, Close the door while you're at it. The guard turned around and closed the door. At this moment, Willow Tree got up, looked at the middle-aged man and asked, You are? The middle-aged man took out a face-restoring pill and threw it into his mouth. Soon he turned into a young man in white. Who else could it be but Qin Feiyang? It's really you. Willow Tree smiled bitterly and asked, Didn't you go to the main tower's stronghold? Why are you here so soon? It's a long story. I came to find you because there's an emergency. Qin Feiyang said with a sullen face. What emergency? Seeing Qin Feiyang's serious face, Willow Tree also became nervous. Qin Feiyang said, Wang Yu, told Wang Yuanshan that you're following me. What? Willow Tree's eyes trembled and he said angrily, What is she doing? Is she trying to kill me? She didn't mean that. After all, Wang Yuanshan is her grandfather. In her opinion, it's fine to tell Wang Yuanshan. Qin Feiyang said. What do you mean it's fine? Do you really know Wang Yuanshan? He's also a ruthless person, and he's always had a problem with the Nether Hall. Also, he's very protective. When you came out just now, did you have a falling out with Wang Yu, or? Willow Tree asked. What do you mean? I just said a few words to her. Qin Feiyang said. Willow Tree said, where was Wang Yuanshan at that time? In the main hall inside. Wang Yuer and I were outside the door. At that time I spoke quite softly. But, at this point, Qin Feiyang frowned. But what? Willow Tree asked. Qin Feiyang said, but in the end Wang Yuer shouted a few words. Wang Yuanshan should have heard it. That's not good. That damned old man is famous in the Black Tortoise world for being protective. He'll definitely cause trouble for you because of Wang Yuer. When you went to the main tower stronghold, I should have warned you. Willow Tree looked a little annoyed. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile, it's okay. I'm not even afraid of the fire dragon and the giant python, let alone Wang Yuanshan. If he really dares to cause trouble for me, I'll make him pay the price. You're a typical example of a newborn calf not being afraid of a tiger. Willow Tree shook his head. Boom. Before he finished speaking, suddenly, a terrifying aura descended above the main hall. Willow Tree was shocked and hurriedly turned to look at Qin Feiyang. He said in a low voice, quickly hide. This is the aura of the Nether Hall's Grand Elder. Grand Elder? Why is he here? Could it be that Wang Yuanshan has already leaked the news? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Willow Tree's heart sank. He said, if that's the case, then the situation is not good. You go to the castle first, I'll act according to the situation. Okay. I'll support you in the dark at any time. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he instantly disappeared without a trace. Bang. In the next moment, the door of the main hall was kicked open. An old man with white hair slowly walked into the main hall with a crimson gold walking stick. His figure was hunched and his face was old. It seemed like he already had one foot in the coffin, but his aura was extremely strong. That cold and indifferent expression gave people a sense of oppression without being angry. Willow Tree hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, Grand Elder. At this moment, the two people in charge ran in and knelt on one knee. They said respectfully, greetings, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder nodded and scanned the main hall. He looked at Willow Tree and asked, is there no one else here? Willow Tree's heart skipped a beat. He said, an old friend came to visit earlier, but he already left. With the two people in charge here, there was no way to hide it. Therefore he might as well admit it. The Grand Elder said meaningfully, I didn't expect you to have an old friend in Peach Blossom City. Willow Tree smiled embarrassedly. The Grand Elder said, come back to the main tower with this old man. The Tower Master wants to see you. Willow Tree asked in surprise, what important matter is it that requires you to come and pick me up personally? The Grand Elder said, it's very important. It concerns the future of my Nether Hall. Willow Tree's eyes immediately flickered. If there really was something, the Tower Master could just send him a message. There was no need for the Grand Elder to come personally. It was obvious. The Tower Master was afraid that he would slip away. It seemed that Wang Yuanshan had really leaked the news. The Grand Elder said impatiently, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Willow Tree ignored the Grand Elder and said, if the Tower Master wants to see me, why didn't he send me a message? Why did he send you here? Why are you asking so much? Could it be that you have a guilty conscience? The Grand Elder asked with a hoarse laugh. Willow Tree frowned and said, Grand Elder, let's not beat around the bush. Just be straightforward. Why are you here? The Grand Elder said, you should know very well why this old man is here. I don't understand. Willow Tree shook his head. Seeing the two's expressions in their conversation, the two people in charge exchanged glances. What is going on? Why does it feel like the atmosphere is off? You don't understand? All right, this old man will explain it to you then. Not long ago, the Tower Master received a secret report saying that you betrayed my Nether Hall and sought refuge with the great Qin Emperor's descendant, Qin Feiyang. Hence, the Tower Master ordered this old man to bring you back for questioning. If you don't have a guilty conscience, then obediently return with this old man. But if you resist, then it proves that such a thing is true, said the Grand Elder, and his eyes flickered with cold light. Damn it. Willow Tree was extremely furious. Grand Elder, what's going on? How could Elder Willow Tree betray our Nether Hall? There's definitely something wrong here. Perhaps someone is intentionally slandering Elder Willow Tree and trying to make us fight amongst ourselves, said the two people in charge. The Grand Elder glanced at them and said indifferently, Do you have the right to speak here? Shut up for this old man. Even though his voice was flat, it carried an extraordinary pressure. Their figures trembled, and they immediately shut their mouths and stood obediently at the side. The Grand Elder looked at Willow Tree and said, "Of course we can't rule out the possibility that someone is slandering you. So, you have to cooperate with our investigation." "What if I don't cooperate?" said Willow Tree. "Don't cooperate? As an elder of the Nether Hall, you should be clearly aware of the consequences of betraying the Nether Hall," said the Grand Elder. Sigh. Willow Tree sighed deeply. It seemed that there was no other way out. Boom. Suddenly, the Grand Elder released his divine consciousness and instantly enveloped the entire hall. Willow Tree knew that things were not good. As expected. In the next moment, the Grand Elder caught sight of the ancient castle, and killing intent surged in his eyes. He looked at Willow Tree and said sternly, "Who's hiding in the dark? Qin Feiyang? Where's Qin Feiyang?" The two people in charge were bewildered. Swoosh. At the same time, an invisible force appeared out of thin air and swept up Willow Tree before disappearing without a trace. As expected, it's Qin Feiyang. The Grand Elder said word by word, and the power of a false god surged out. A barrier instantly appeared and enveloped the entire hall. Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy. He was about to drive the ancient castle away from this place. However, he did not expect the Grand Elder to react so quickly and directly seal the surrounding void. Willow Tree's face was also gloomy. He said, "The matter has been exposed. There's no other choice. I'll go out and destroy the barrier. You come and help me." Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and waved his hand. Willow Tree immediately appeared in the hall. "Bastard, you actually became a traitor." Chapter 1563. Since things have come to this, I won't explain anything. Let's fight. Break for me. Willow Tree roared, and the power of the false god poured out like a torrent toward the barrier. Rumble. Accompanied by a loud bang, the barrier shattered. The terrifying shock wave instantly destroyed the entire hall. Moreover, Willow Tree did not retract the power of the false god. The power of the false god continued to rush forward. Huge buildings collapsed one after another. Willow Tree shouted, "Qin Feiyang, quick!" Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought Willow Tree into the ancient castle. Willow Tree said in a deep voice, "The power of the false god that I left behind is enough to destroy the entire Peach Blossom City. The First Elder will not let this happen and will definitely stop it. Let's take the opportunity to escape." Qin Feiyang nodded and immediately fled out of the city on his spatial divine item. As Willow Tree expected, the First Elder did not chase after them. Instead, he went to stop the false god's power. Boom. However, four figures suddenly rushed out from the city below. These four people all looked very old, but their auras were extremely strong. As soon as the four of them appeared, the power of the false god surged out and condensed into a huge barrier, trapping the ancient castle inside. What? Willow Tree's expression changed drastically. "Who are they?" Qin Feiyang asked. Willow Tree said word by word, "They are the Second Elder, Third Elder, Fourth Elder, and Fifth Elder of the Nether Hall. Damn. Including the First Elder, there are 5 elders. In order to prevent you from escaping, they really put in a lot of effort." Yu Huang heard the commotion and stopped sorting the herbs. He ran to Qin Feiyang and Willow Tree's side and exclaimed as he looked at the people on the screen. Willow Tree smiled bitterly. He did not feel honored at all. He only felt that he was unlucky. How could he escape when the 5 elders had arrived? Useless. Aren't they just 5 old men? What are you afraid of? Let me out. I'll use my divine weapon to beat them to a pulp. Yu Huang said proudly. Naive. Not long ago we killed Mu He. Everyone in Peach Blossom City saw it. The Great Elder and the others must have already received the news. If I'm not mistaken, they must have brought along divine artifacts as well. Willow Tree sneered. This. Yu Huang immediately lost his temper. At this moment, with a loud bang, the Great Elder shattered the pseudo-god force and rushed into the divine power barrier. What should we do? Willow Tree looked at Qin Feiyang. With the combined strength of the 5 elders, it was impossible for him and Yu Huang to kill their way out. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. The Great Elder suddenly shouted, "Traitor, hurry up and come out for this old man." What's the situation? It's actually the 5 elders of the Nether Hall. What are they doing in Peach Blossom City? Who's the traitor? Peach Blossom City was not big to begin with. With such a big commotion, it immediately alarmed everyone. Everyone soared into the sky and looked at the 5 great elders and the divine power barrier, discussing animatedly. Whoosh! At the main tower's stronghold, Wang Yuanshan also stood in the air, looking at the divine power barrier with a sneer on his face. Grandfather, what's going on? Wang Yuer suddenly rose into the air and looked at Wang Yuanshan. Of course it's to vent your anger for you. Wang Yuanshan said dotingly. Vent my anger for me? Wang Yuer was suspicious. Willow Tree, Qin Feiyang, if you don't come out, don't blame this old man for being impolite. The great elder roared again. Willow Tree? Qin Feiyang? Wang Yuer was stunned. She looked at Wang Yuanshan in surprise and asked, why are they trapped? Wait a minute, you said you would help me vent my anger. Could it be that you? That's right. I sent someone to inform the Nether Hall. Wang Yuanshan nodded. Grandfather, you're going too far. Did you ask for my opinion before doing this? Do you know that Qin Feiyang has always been amenable to coaxing but not coercion? You'll only make him hate me more. Wang Yuer said angrily. She turned to look at the divine power barrier and shook her head. No, I have to help them. You'll help? What do you have to help? With your little strength? Wang Yuanshan grabbed her and said angrily. Wang Yuer said, I'm not very strong, but I can't just watch Qin Feiyang fall into a desperate situation. Silly child. Grandfather is doing this for your own good. Just wait and see. Grandfather promises that Qin Feiyang will obediently apologize to you later. Amenable to coaxing but not coercion. This old man doesn't believe that he can be stubborn in the face of the threat of death. Wang Yuanshan said disdainfully. Looking at Wang Yuanshan's face, Wang Yuer's face was filled with disappointment. She muttered, Qin Feiyang is right. I shouldn't have trusted you and told you about the willow tree. How dare you? Wang Yuanshan was furious and shouted, Men! 2 burly men flew into the air. Both of them were 9-star combat emperors. Wang Yuanshan shouted, Take good care of the young miss for this old man. If anything happens to her, this old man will hold you responsible. Yes. The 2 burly men responded and stood on Wang Yuer's left and right. They said respectfully, Young miss, don't make things difficult for us. Grandfather. Wang Yuer glared at Wang Yuanshan, but Wang Yuanshan ignored her. He stared at the divine power barrier, his brows filled with hostility. Obviously, he was still a self-centered person. Wang Yuer contradicted him in public, which made him very unhappy. Inside the divine power barrier, the great elder's face became more and more gloomy. He suddenly waved his hand and shouted, Attack! The 2nd elder, the 3rd elder, the 4th elder, and the 5th elder moved in unison. Waves of pseudo-divine power surged and blasted towards the ancient castle. They could all use their divine sense to lock onto the ancient castle, so the pseudo-divine power could accurately bombard the ancient castle. Rumble. Under the bombardment of the pseudo-divine power, ear-splitting noises constantly rang out in the ancient castle. Willow Tree and Yu Huang were extremely hesitant. If the ancient castle was destroyed, what would they do? However, as time passed, the ancient castle was still intact. The man and the beast couldn't help but be surprised. He was too resistant to being beaten up. Qin Feiyang laughed. In this world, I have never seen anything that can damage the ancient castle. Willow Tree and Yu Huang were stunned. So confident? Yu Huang said angrily, Then why didn't you say so earlier? You made me worry for so long. It's not like you haven't seen the ancient castle's power. What are you afraid of? When we were outside, facing the fire dragon and the guardian python, the ancient castle could contend with them, let alone a few pseudo-gods. Qin Feiyang said disdainfully. I was nervous and forgot. Yu Huang smiled embarrassedly. Outside, the great elder's eyes gradually revealed a trace of disbelief. It seemed that the spatial divine item in Qin Feiyang's hand was not just a simple spatial divine item. Then this old man wants to see if your spatial divine item is harder or if my divine item is sharper. The great elder's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light. Accompanied by a loud clang, a ray of light shot out from between his eyebrows. In an instant, a sharp light that could tear heaven and earth rolled out in the divine power barrier. Great elder, you can't revive the divine item. Yes. Once the 2 divine items collide, Peach Blossom City will not be able to hold on. Seeing this, the 2nd elder, 3rd elder, 4th elder, and 5th elder hurriedly shouted. The great elder said, If we can't hold on, let them withdraw from Peach Blossom City first. The 4 elders looked at each other with a troubled expression on their faces. Peach Blossom City did not belong to the Nether Palace. They did not have the authority. Moreover, Wang Yuanshan was watching from afar. They had to ask Wang Yuanshan's opinion on whether to withdraw or not. Wang Yuanshan's eyes flashed and he shouted, "The people of the main tower, withdraw from Peach Blossom City immediately." The Great Elder and the other four were stunned and looked at Wang Yuanshan in surprise. So straightforward? Logically speaking, as Wang Yuer's relative, shouldn't he protect Qin Feiyang? Wait, could it be that Wang Yuanshan was the one who leaked the secret? When Wang Yuanshan sent someone to leak the news, he did not reveal his identity, so the people of the Nether Palace still did not know that all of this was done by Wang Yuanshan. However, no matter what the reason was, it was a good thing for them. Because, once the main tower withdrew, the others would naturally withdraw with them. After all, now that the stronghold of the Heavenly Sun Empire had been uprooted, only the Nether Palace and the main tower were left in Peach Blossom City. In the face of a confrontation between fake gods, the others did not want to retreat. In order to survive, they had to retreat. The Great Elder shouted, "The people of the Nether Palace, withdraw from Peach Blossom City immediately." The people of the two forces immediately packed up their things and retreated out of the city. When the others in the city saw this, they could only quickly pack up their valuables and leave the city with them. In less than 100 breaths, the huge Peach Blossom City became an empty city. Wang Yuer was also brought to the sky above a huge mountain in the distance by the two burly men. At this point, the only people left in Peach Blossom City were the 5 elders of the Nether Palace and Wang Yuanshan. In the ancient castle. Seeing this scene, Yu Huang ran into Qin Feiyang's arms like a frightened little girl and said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Qin, I'm scared." Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's scalp exploded. He grabbed Yu Huang and threw him aside. He said angrily, "Can you not disgust me?" "I'm not disgust you. I'm scared to begin with. Look, they've already vacated the place. They must be planning to fight with us." "Do you think we'll die?" Yu Huang said, feeling wronged. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. He really began to wonder if Yu Huang was interested in him. He couldn't think about it anymore. Because when he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel a chill. What a weirdo. Willow Tree shook his head speechlessly. However, as he slowly got along with them, he realized that these people and beasts were quite cute. When everyone was together, there was no sense of restraint. They were free. They could say whatever they wanted. They could do whatever they wanted. This kind of life was not bad. However, he could only silently envy this kind of life. Because he knew that Qin Feiyang couldn't stay in the Black Tortoise world forever. He couldn't leave the Black Tortoise world either. This was also the reason why he was so disgusted with Wang Yuer. If this matter hadn't been exposed, when Qin Feiyang left the Black Tortoise world, he could still live as usual. He would still be an elder of the Nether Palace and respected by tens of thousands of people. Nothing would change. As for the things that happened after meeting Qin Feiyang, he would treat it as if they had never happened. But now, he was already a traitor of the Nether Palace. Once Qin Feiyang left, he would be alone. Chapter 1564. Outside. A battle sword was suspended in front of the Great Elder. It was 3 feet long and 2 fingers wide. It was silver white as if it was cast from mercury. "Revive with this old man." The Great Elder roared. All the people in the city evacuated. The 2nd Elder, the 3rd Elder, the 4th Elder, and the 5th Elder did not hesitate. The power of the false god rolled out and poured into the battle sword. Boom. Clang. The battle sword suddenly shone brightly. The terrifying sharpness could topple mountains and overturn seas. The city below was instantly annihilated. The earth was also trembling and cracking crazily. From afar, it was like the scene of the end of the world. A cold light surged in the Great Elder's eyes as he shouted, "I'll ask you one last time, are you coming out or not?" "Are you coming out or not?" Willow Tree asked. The artifact had been revived. He really had no confidence in the ancient castle. "Don't be nervous," Qin Feiyang said lightly. "Stubborn." The Great Elder's eyes were cold. He grabbed the battle sword and rushed toward the ancient castle. At the same time, his divine sense firmly locked onto the ancient castle. Because he had locked onto the ancient castle, he could accurately hit the ancient castle. Clang. In the blink of an eye, the Great Elder's sword slashed on the ancient castle, and dazzling sparks suddenly appeared in the void. However, the next moment, then a shocking scene unfolded. When the battle sword collided with the ancient castle, the Great Elder immediately felt a strong rebound force. Clang. The battle sword was immediately bounced away. The Great Elder also took a few steps back. He was shocked. But the next moment, he seemed to have discovered something and stared at the blade of the battle sword. His eyes widened and his face was instantly filled with disbelief. There was a gap on the blade. How could this be? When the second elder and the other three saw this scene, they were also in extreme disbelief. Inside the ancient castle, Willow Tree and Yu Huang were also dumbfounded. This ancient castle was going to be awesome. One must know. At this moment, the battle sword was in a state of recovery. The ancient castle had not recovered, but it actually made a gap on the battle sword? Amazing. Willow Tree gave him a thumbs up. Yu Huang smiled sinisterly and said, "Since they can't break through the castle's defenses, then let's just ignore them and continue to hide here." Drag this out? Willow Tree was stunned and immediately retorted, "No. Why not?" Yu Huang was suspicious. Qin Feiyang also said, "That's true." "What do you mean?" Yu Huang was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "We can only stay here for half a year." Yeah. Yu Huang was suddenly enlightened. The Black Tortoise world had the power of demons. He had to leave this place within half a year. Otherwise, he would be assimilated by the demonic energy and form a demonic imprint. Once the devil mark appeared, they would never be able to leave the Black Tortoise world for the rest of their lives. In other words, they had no time to waste here. How can a spatial divine item be so terrifying? Not far away, Wang Yuanshan was also dumbfounded. He vaguely realized that he might have made a big mistake. "Nether Hall, allow me to lend you a hand." But suddenly, a long roar rolled over. A white-haired youth with a monstrous aura streaked across the sky and rushed in front of the great elder like lightning. Mu Xingxing. The 5 great elders narrowed their eyes. That's right. This white-haired youth was Mu Xingxing, who had saved Mu Tianyang not long ago. It was obvious that he had returned for Qin Feiyang. "What are you doing here?" The great elder frowned. "He killed people of my Tianyang Empire and destroyed our stronghold. If we don't take revenge, the heavens will not tolerate it." Mu Xingxing shouted, his voice like a bell resounding through the night sky. "It's really over this time." Since Mu Xingxing is so confident, he must have brought a divine artifact with him. Willow Tree's face was filled with despair. Yu Huang's eyelids twitched as he hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Boss Qin, can this castle block the 2 divine artifacts together?" Qin Feiyang also hesitated. He had never encountered such a situation before, so he wasn't sure either. "I can tell from your expression that it's over." Yu Huang shrank and looked at Willow Tree. "I didn't expect to die with a villain like you. What a shame." Willow Tree was about to get angry. But Yu Huang shook his head and sighed, "Fine, since I'm going to die soon, let's forget about the grudge between us." Willow Tree paused and said angrily, "Can we not talk nonsense now? In any case, we are both false gods. If we fight, we might be able to find a way to survive." Fight? 2 god artifacts, 6 semi-divinities and Wang Yuanshan. Do you really think that the 2 of us will stand a chance against them? Yu Huang snorted coldly. Willow Tree went silent and gritted his teeth. "I don't want to die. No matter what, I have to try." Clang. At this time, Mu Xingxing also took out a 3-foot-long sword, which was glowing with a cold light. Cyan Rainbow Sword. Willow Tree's eyes darkened. "Come on. Let's work together to break that spatial divine artifact." Mu Xingxing held the Cyan Rainbow Sword and looked at First Elder. Okay. First Elder nodded. The 2 swords soared into the sky at the same time. The quasi-divinity energy of the 6 quasi-divinity cultivators gushed into Yang Kai's body. A gust of wind suddenly blew in this world. The sharpness tore the sky and split the earth. Kill. Mu Xingxing and First Elder roared at the same time, and the 2 swords slashed the void and directly hit the ancient castle. Clang, clang. The loud sound was deafening. In the void, flames burst out, dazzling like fireworks. However, even the 2 divine artifacts couldn't break the ancient castle. On the contrary, the ancient castle once again bounced the 2 divine artifacts away. A crack appeared on the blade of the Cyan Rainbow Sword. The crack on the Great Elder's sword also became larger. This scene made Mu Xingxing, the 5 elders, and Wang Yuanshan, who was not far away, tremble. They couldn't say a word for a long time. 2 swords. And 2 revived swords couldn't do anything to a spatial divine artifact. What level was the spatial divine artifact in Qin Feiyang's hands? It was too ridiculous. "Awesome!" Willow Tree exclaimed. "What's this?" "When we fought with the Guardians of the Miracle, this ancient castle also used the power of law," Yu Huang said proudly. However, his eyes were full of shock. Qin Feiyang, who had been silent all this time, suddenly had a flash of light in his eyes. He said disdainfully, "Do you think this kind of battle array can scare me? Naive." Naive? Willow Tree and Yu Huang were stunned. Later, do as I say and I promise you will be fine. Maybe you can even kill them and seize the 2 swords in their hands. Qin Feiyang sneered. Really? The man and the beast were surprised. Qin Feiyang nodded. If you really seize the 2 swords, can you give them to us? After all, we have done a lot for you. The man and the beast looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. The man and the beast suddenly became excited and asked, Tell us, we will listen to you. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, They have divine artifacts, so do we. Divine artifacts? Are you talking about this emperor's divine weapon? No, my divine artifacts can't compete with theirs. Yu Huang hurriedly said. Your divine artifacts certainly can't, but Chang Shui can. Willow Tree. Qin Feiyang looked at Willow Tree. Here. Willow Tree looked at him. Qin Feiyang took out Chang Shui, erased the blood contract inside and said, I will give you Chang Shui first. Don't let me down. Willow Tree glanced at Chang Shui and asked suspiciously, Can it do? Absolutely no problem. Qin Feiyang smiled confidently. Boy, you're in luck. This Chang Shui is the boss's treasure. Many people can't even touch it. Fatso pouted. Willow Tree immediately took Chang Shui, dripped blood on it and then bowed. Thank you for your trust, young master. Qin Feiyang smiled, waved his hand, and left the castle with Willow Tree and Yu Huang. Finally out. Looking at the 2 people and 1 beast, the first elder smiled coldly. Mu Xingxing looked at Qin Feiyang proudly and said, Before you relied on the artifact, you were tyrannical and killed my people. Now it is my turn to teach you a lesson. If you know what's good for you, kneel there and let me capture you or what? Qin Feiyang asked. Or what? Mu Xingxing sneered arrogantly. I will make you wish you were dead. He said in a sonorous voice, I will make you beg for death. Qin Feiyang just smiled. Qin Feiyang. At this time, Wang Yuanshan's voice sounded. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, turned to look at Wang Yuanshan and said lightly, What's the matter? Wang Yuanshan said, You are no match for them, give up. Qin Feiyang sneered, Isn't this thanks to you? Thanks to Wang Yuanshan? What do you mean? Mu Xingxing and the 5 elders were suspicious. At the same time, hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Wang Yuanshan's heart trembled. Had he found out? Qin Feiyang shook his head and said disappointedly, Wang Yu trusted you, so she told you everything about the willow tree. But what about you? What did you do? Don't tell me you didn't do it. So that's how it is. The 5 elders of the Nether Hall suddenly understood. They were wondering why Wang Yuanshan didn't help Qin Feiyang. It turned out that it was Wang Yuanshan who leaked the news. So what if it was me? Wang Yuanshan snorted and said, How dare you bully my descendant? Even if you are the descendant of the Qin Emperor, I won't let you off easily. You will regret it. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed red. In the distance, hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Wang Yuer's body trembled and her face turned pale. She knew Qin Feiyang too well. If others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If he was offended, it would be useless even if the Heavenly Emperor came down. Grandfather, how long are you going to be wrong? Do you know that you are angering a terrifying killer? She cried in her heart. But Wang Yuanshan didn't think so. Regret? In Wang Yuanshan's dictionary, there had never been such a word. Cut the crap. I'll give you a chance now. No, this opportunity is given to you out of charity. Wang Yuanshan looked at Qin Feiyang and sneered. Charity? Chapter 1565. Apologize to you, immediately. Swear in front of everyone that you'll listen to you, and join the main pagoda. As long as you agree, I'll immediately help you. With me around, the Nether Hall and the Heavenly Sun Empire won't dare to do anything to you. Wang Yuanshan said proudly. Hearing Wang Yuanshan's words, Qin Feiyang didn't take it to heart at all. However, Mu Xingkong and the 5 elders of the Nether Hall were extremely annoyed. Isn't it just because you have the Vanga League behind you? Why are you so arrogant? After leaving the Vanga League, your main pagoda and Wang Yuanshan are nothing. Wang Yuanshan looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, What do you think? Qin Feiyang smiled but didn't say anything. As long as you're willing to lower your head, you, the willow tree and the spirit snake can all live. However, if you're stubborn, then I can only collect your corpses. Actually, it's not difficult to lower your head. What's there to hesitate about? Would you rather give up your life to protect your pitiful self-esteem? There's no need. It's good to be alive. If you're dead, it's useless no matter how talented you are or how terrifying your identity is. Wang Yuanshan joked. Interesting. I thought you were just protecting your family, but now I know that you're not protecting them at all. Do you know what it's called? It's called a hypocritical villain. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Wang Yuer said, Feiyang, my grandfather didn't do it on purpose. Please forgive him. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Wang Yuer through the layers of void. Wang Yuer's face was covered in tears and she was extremely anxious. Qin Feiyang said, This is between me and your grandfather, so please don't interfere and don't hate me. Wang Yuer's eyes trembled. The meaning of these words was very obvious. Qin Feiyang already wanted to kill her grandfather. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at Wang Yuanshan. You can break your head and bleed, but you can't lose your dignity. Just stand there and watch how I kill them with your eyes wide open. After saying that, he suddenly shouted, Willow Tree, Yu Huang, do it? Willow Tree immediately revived Chang Shui. Yu Huang also jumped onto Willow Tree's shoulder and poured his false god power into Chang Shui. With the two false gods working together, Chang Shui instantly entered a state of recovery. Kill them? This old man really wants to see how you three ants are going to kill them. Wang Yuanshan smiled contemptuously and quickly retreated into the distance. Seeing that Wang Yuanshan had retreated, Mu Xingkong and the 5 elders of the Nether Pavilion immediately took action and revived the 2 swords. For a moment, in this world, the wind howled and the terrifying sharpness covered the sky. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and entered the ancient castle. He stood in the middle of the ancient castle and looked at the scene in front of him. He's actually hiding again? Mu Xingkong raised his eyebrows. Don't worry, after we kill the traitor Willow Tree and the ghost snake, he will naturally come out and beg for mercy in despair. The great elder laughed sinisterly. That's true. The corner of Mu Xingkong's mouth raised, he grabbed the azure rainbow sword and charged towards Willow Tree and Yu Huang. The great elder also controlled the other sword and charged towards the man and beast from the other side. Can this Chang Shui really work? Seeing this, Willow Tree couldn't help but feel guilty and sent a sound transmission to Yu Huang. Won't you know once you try? Yu Huang laughed secretly. Willow Tree took a deep breath. In the blink of an eye. At this moment, Chang Shui no longer looked like an ornamental piece of art. It shone brightly and was extremely dazzling. A destructive aura shrouded in all directions. Go! Yu Huang shouted. Willow Tree's eyes flashed fiercely. He grabbed Chang Shui and rushed towards the azure rainbow sword. No! You will directly destroy the azure rainbow sword. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang hurriedly sent a message to Willow Tree. Destroy the azure rainbow sword? How is this possible? Willow Tree didn't believe it. No matter what, the azure rainbow sword was still a divine artifact. How could it be destroyed so easily? He raised Chang Shui and faced the azure rainbow sword. With a clang, accompanied by sparks, the azure rainbow sword broke in an instant. Willow Tree was stunned. He actually destroyed the azure rainbow sword? How is this possible? On the opposite side, Mu Xingkong, the 5 elders of the Nether Hall, and Wang Yuanshan were all petrified when they saw this scene. Unbelievable. How could a divine artifact be broken so easily? This must be a joke. How could such a ridiculous thing happen? What a pity, this is a divine artifact. If I had known, I would have listened to the young master. After Willow Tree came back to his senses, he couldn't help but bleed. However, after seeing the power of Chang Shui, Willow Tree's confidence returned and he was in high spirits. He suddenly turned around and stared at the 5 elders of the Nether Pavilion as he laughed coldly. I've been unable to bear the sight of all of you old bastards since a long time ago. You rely on your seniority to flaunt your strength before me all the time. I've really spoiled all of you. The 5 elders' faces were as dark as water. Although Willow Tree was also an elder of the Nether Hall and was as famous as them, their seniority was indeed higher than Willow Tree's. Therefore they had always had a premonition when facing Willow Tree. At this moment, seeing Willow Tree insulting them in public, they were naturally unhappy. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? I'm not only going to scold you today, but I'm also going to beat you up. I'll let you know that I'm not to be trifled with. Lu Mu roared. He turned around and grabbed Pale Snow. Then he faced the battle sword. The 5 elders' expressions changed. The Grand Elder hurriedly withdrew his battle sword. They didn't want this divine artifact to follow in the footsteps of the rainbow sword. Trash. You don't even have the courage to face me head-on. I really don't understand. What right do you have to point fingers at me in the past? Lu Mu smiled proudly and charged towards the Great Elder like a bolt of lightning. He has a heaven-defying divine artifact. We're no match for him. Retreat. The Grand Elder shouted and was about to reach out to grab the battle sword. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang appeared in front of him out of thin air. The Grand Elder was shocked and instinctively slapped toward Qin Feiyang. However, Qin Feiyang's target was not him at all. Qin Feiyang grabbed the battle sword and disappeared without a trace in an instant. How could this be? The Grand Elder was immediately stunned. The moment the battle sword and Qin Feiyang disappeared, he immediately felt that he had lost contact with the battle sword. What kind of divine artifact did Qin Feiyang use that it could cut off the blood contract between him and the divine artifact? Be careful, Grand Elder. Suddenly, the second elder, the third elder, the fourth elder, and the fifth elder shouted and rushed toward the Grand Elder at the same time. The Grand Elder quivered and came back to his senses. He saw that Willow Tree and Yu Huang had already arrived. Get out of my way. Beaming Yu Huang's sword into the air, instantly transforming into her true form. Her gigantic tail that resembled a mountain range slammed towards the four elders. Willow Tree grabbed Chang Shui and charged toward the Grand Elder. Boom. Although Yu Huang's strength was not simple, his opponents were four false gods after all. The four elders attacked at the same time and collided with the giant tail. Yu Huang was immediately sent flying. His giant tail was smashed and blood and flesh splattered all over the sky, dyeing the sky red. However, at the same time, the Grand Elder was fatally injured. Although he came back to his senses after being reminded by the four elders, Willow Tree was already very close to him. It should be noted that Willow Tree was not weak either. At such a close distance, the Grand Elder could not retreat at all. He could only hastily counterattack. The result was as expected. Willow Tree used Chang Shui to directly cut off one of the Grand Elder's arms and slapped the Grand Elder's lower abdomen. With a crack, the Grand Elder's lower abdomen caved in on the spot. His flesh was badly mangled and his energy reserve was also shattered. His entire body was sent flying like a dead dog. Big brother. The four elders hurriedly went up and caught the Grand Elder. Willow Tree also turned to look at Yu Huang and asked, "Are you all right?" "Don't worry. This emperor's life is very tough. Hurry up and kill them." Yu Huang cackled. "No problem." Willow Tree glanced at Chang Shui, licked his lips, and stared at the five elders of the Nether Pavilion with a murderous look in his eyes. Whoosh! In the next moment, he used an assist-type divine art and charged toward the five of them aggressively. "Willow Tree, how long are you going to help the evildoers? Do you want to bear the name of a traitor for the rest of your life? It's not too late to turn back now." The second elder and the others shouted angrily. His previous arrogance and insufferably arrogance had completely vanished, leaving behind only fear and shame. The five of them had come together with a god artifact, but Zhang Xian was able to turn the tables around with just a single dagger. Willow Tree alone was enough to make them lose their courage and feel helpless. If news of this spread, wouldn't the world laugh at them? Turn back? There's no need. As long as I follow the young master, I, Willow Tree, won't be afraid even if the Tower Master comes personally, let alone you old fogies. Willow Tree sneered. At the same time, Mu Xingkong looked at the unstoppable Willow Tree with fear in his eyes. But more than that, he was angry. Divine artifacts were very rare in the Black Tortoise world. Even his Heavenly Sun Empire only had a few. Once he lost a divine artifact, his Heavenly Sun Empire's strength would plummet. Most importantly, his pride couldn't bear this kind of humiliation. Whether it was in the outside world or now, he was a monstrous genius that everyone worshipped and looked up to. But now he was defeated by ants like Qin Feiyang? However, Chang Shui's terror made him lose his temper and despair. Seeing that Willow Tree and Yu Huang didn't pay attention to him, he opened a portal and fled. Do you really think I didn't pay attention to you? But at the same time, Yu Huang grinned. Her gigantic body was like a meteor, directly smashing towards the teleportation gate. Damn it. Mu Xingkong was furious and raised his hand to slap Yu Huang. Do you think I don't exist? However, at this time, Qin Feiyang's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Qin Feiyang suddenly appeared out of thin air. Mu Xingkong's body and mind tightened and without hesitation he threw a punch. He was confident. This punch could directly kill Qin Feiyang. But in the end his punch hit the air. Because Qin Feiyang entered the castle again. At this moment Yu Huang also came down. Mu Xingkong hurriedly attacked Yu Huang. But Qin Feiyang appeared behind him again. Furthermore, it was completely silent. Chapter 1566. Clang. Mu Xingkong felt dizzy. Although he had the body of a false god, the castle was a supreme artifact. His skull cracked open on the spot. Blood gushed out. The excruciating pain made him howl in pain. This is my chance. Yu Huang's eyes flashed with a cold light. His body quickly shrank and shot into Mu Xingkong's lower abdomen like an arrow. Ah! There was another wail, and a bloody hole appeared on Mu Xingkong's lower abdomen, penetrating from the front to the back. Gasp! Seeing this, Wang Yuanshan sucked in a breath of cold air from afar. A peerless genius was crippled by Qin Feiyang and Yu Huang just like that? Even a false god like him couldn't compare to such means. On the other side, Willow Tree was unstoppable with the Chang Shui in his hand. Like the first elder, the third elder's cultivation had been crippled. The second elder, the fourth elder, and the fifth elder still had their cultivation, but they were in a sorry state. When they saw that Mu Xingkong's cultivation was also crippled by Qin Feiyang and Yu Huang, they were even more terrified. Run! The second elder shouted. The fourth elder and the fifth elder immediately picked up the first elder and the third elder and ran for their lives. Run! Did you ask for my permission? Willow Tree sneered and chased after them. The second elder stepped in front of Willow Tree and shouted without looking back, "Don't worry about him. Run, I'll stop him." Can you stop the Chang Shui in my hand? Willow Tree sneered and raised the Chang Shui to attack the second elder. Clang! The Chang Shui buzzed and trembled. It was as if there was an ancient demonic beast sealed inside, releasing a terrifying aura. The second elder's pupils contracted and he stared at the Chang Shui. This dagger was the incarnation of the devil. It was too terrifying and made people despair. He couldn't figure it out. How could there be such a terrifying divine artifact in this world? How could such a divine artifact fall into the hands of a mere Qin Feiyang? Die, you old bastard! Willow Tree's long hair danced madly in the wind, making him look like a demon god. The resentment and humiliation he had accumulated in the Nether Pavilion over the years were completely released at this moment. Seeing Chang Shui showing off his abilities, the second elder couldn't help but feel his vision go dark, as if he had lost all light. Could he really defeat this dagger? He suspected more than once. In his heart, he did not have the slightest bit of courage to fight. He was drowned in despair and panic. Second elder. The fourth elder and the fifth elder shouted anxiously when they saw this. The second elder quivered and immediately woke up from the abyss of despair. He roared, "Go, don't look back. I will definitely stop him. Remember, avenge me." Willow Tree was shocked. Qin Feiyang, Yu Huang, and Wang Yuanshan also looked at the second elder in surprise. Boom. The next moment, a destructive aura rushed out of the second elder's body. He's going to self-destruct his body. Retreat. Wang Yuanshan's eyes widened and he suddenly roared. He took Wang Yuer and the people of the main tower and flew away without looking back. What? Self-destruct his body? He's a false god. If he self-destructs his body, do you think we can survive? The expressions of the other people who were watching the battle from afar immediately changed. They all fled in fear, not holding back at all. Second elder. The fourth elder and the fifth elder roared angrily again. Quick! The second elder roared. The fourth elder gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Feiyang, Willow Tree, and Yu Huang. He roared, "I swear that if I don't kill you, I'm not human." Then he turned to look at the fifth elder and shouted, "Let's go." The fifth elder nodded, also filled with grief and anger. Then the two of them each carried one person and turned around to escape. Damn it! Willow Tree roared angrily and did not chase after them. He quickly rushed to meet up with Qin Feiyang. The power of a false god's self-destruction was not ordinary terrifying. Even if he was a false god, he would be obliterated on the spot. Quick! At the same time, Qin Feiyang also grabbed Yu Huang and anxiously shouted at him. In the face of a false god's self-destruction, how could Yu Huang dare to be negligent? He immediately took Qin Feiyang and rushed toward Willow Tree. Go to hell with me. The second elder looked at Qin Feiyang and Yu Huang. His old eyes flashed with incomparable madness. With a sinister laugh, his physical body was shattered into pieces. A wave of destructive air suddenly emerged like a torrent, with this place as the center, rolling in all directions. Willow Tree's face changed. He exerted all of his strength. But the air wave was getting closer and closer. A fatal crisis shrouded his heart. But just as Willow Tree was about to be swallowed by the air wave, Qin Feiyang finally arrived. He waved his hand and immediately disappeared without a trace with Willow Tree, Yu Huang, and Mu Xingxing. Boom! Crack! The air wave rolled in all directions. Looking from afar, the area within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was like an apocalypse. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Magma erupted. The wind roared between the sky and the earth, destroying everything. Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang and the others looked at this scene with fear on their faces. Although Qin Feiyang had seen the scene of a false god's self-destruction in the endless ocean, he could not help but feel frightened when he saw it again. That was close. Willow Tree was covered in cold sweat. If Qin Feiyang was one step later, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chang Shui, here you are. Taking a deep breath, Willow Tree reluctantly erased the blood contract in Chang Shui and then handed it to Qin Feiyang. This dagger was the most powerful divine artifact he had ever seen in his life. But unfortunately it was not his dagger. Was a pity? Qin Feiyang glanced at Willow Tree, took the Chang Shui and said with a smile, "You passed my test." Willow Tree was stunned and asked, "What do you mean?" "I gave you Pale Snow. On one hand it was to kill the enemy. On the other hand it was to test you. If you dare to do anything bad, I will kill you without hesitation. But you didn't, so I want to congratulate you." Qin Feiyang smiled. Willow Tree suddenly understood. Qin Feiyang smiled and dripped blood on Chang Shui again. Then he reached out his hand and said with a smile, "Now, on behalf of everyone, I formally welcome you to this big family." Fatso and the others also opened their eyes and looked at Willow Tree with smiles. Willow Tree looked at them one by one and finally fixed his eyes on Qin Feiyang. He said with a wry smile, "You are really willing to use Chang Shui to test me." Speaking of this, Willow Tree frowned and said again, "Aren't you afraid that I will really betray you?" At that time I had already dripped blood on Chang Shui. "Even if you erase my soul, Chang Shui will not come back to you. Chang Shui will always be mine. This will not change even if you drip blood on it." Qin Feiyang smiled confidently. "Really?" Willow Tree was surprised. "To be honest, I don't know where Chang Shui came from. But somehow I have a feeling that it is a part of my life. I can't leave it and it can't leave me." Qin Feiyang rubbed Pale Snow. His actions were very gentle and his gaze was also very gentle. It was as if he was supporting his own child. "So mysterious?" Willow Tree was stunned. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and put away Chang Shui. He looked at Willow Tree and said with a smile, "What? Don't you want to join us?" Yes. Willow Tree nodded repeatedly, but his expression was extremely gloomy. He said, "But we will be separated in the end." "Because of the devil mark?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Yes." Willow Tree nodded and sighed. "If the devil mark is not removed, I will never be able to leave the Black Tortoise realm." Qin Feiyang said, "Let me see your devil mark." Willow Tree tore open his clothes. On his chest, a blood-red ghost face entered everyone's sight. The ghost face was the size of a palm and looked like a skull, giving off a gloomy feeling. Qin Feiyang looked at it for a moment and frowned. "Have you tried to erase this mark?" "Of course. Not only me, everyone in the Black Tortoise realm has tried. Some people cut off the skin here. Some people used a soldering iron to destroy the mark. But not long after, the devil mark will appear again. Rumor has it that there is only one way to truly erase the devil mark, and that is to destroy the Black Tortoise realm and break the rules here. But who can destroy such a big little world?" Willow Tree sighed. "Destroy the Black Tortoise realm and break the rules," Qin Feiyang murmured. From the looks of it, this was indeed something that could not be done. But he always believed that nothing was absolute. "Don't be discouraged. There is always a way. I believe that there will always be a way." Qin Feiyang patted Willow Tree's shoulder and comforted him, then looked up at the scene in front of him. In the scene the wind was whistling non-stop. Destructive fluctuations enveloped a radius of tens of thousands of miles. For a while they would definitely not be able to get out. He pondered for a while and turned to look at Mu Shinkong. Mu Shinkong was lying on the side, the bloody hole in his lower abdomen was still bleeding, and his face was full of weakness. At this moment, he was looking at the ancient castle as well as Fatso and the others. Sensing Qin Feiyang's gaze, he also raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. The moment their eyes met, invisible sparks seemed to burst out in the void. Qin Feiyang said, "Looking at Mu Qinyang's attitude towards you, your relationship in the past should not be simple." "Of course. The Emperor and I are not only master and disciple, but also friends. If you dare to hurt the Emperor, I will never let you go." Mu Shinkong slowly got up and smiled sinisterly. "Who allowed you to stand up? Kneel down." Willow Tree swept behind Mu Shinkong and kicked him in the calf. With a plop, Mu Shinkong immediately knelt in front of Qin Feiyang. "You're courting death." Mu Shinkong suddenly turned his head and stared at Willow Tree. Willow Tree screamed and said, You still dare to be stubborn? Believe it or not, I will let you die without a complete corpse now. Mu Xingkong's face was full of disdain. If you have the guts, ask Qin Feiyang to let me go, let's fight one-on-one. One-on-one. Not interested. But, I am very interested in beating a peerless genius like you. Willow Tree raised the corner of his mouth, raised his hand and slapped Mu Xingkong's face hard. Chapter 1567. They are both master and disciple and friends, Qin Feiyang murmured. It seemed that Mu Xingkong was indeed a genius. Otherwise, the ruthless and arrogant Mu Tianyang would not think so highly of him. Since Mu Tianyang thought so highly of him, this person should have some value. As for Mu Xingkong, after being slapped in the face by Willow Tree in public, he exploded in an instant. He did not know where the strength came from, but he bounced up in an instant and pounced fiercely at Willow Tree. Willow Tree was extremely disdainful. A person who had his cultivation crippled actually dared to be so rash? He really did not die. Bang. He kicked again. And it hit Mu Xingkong's lifeline. Crack. Mu Xingkong flew out and crashed into the wall behind him. He immediately covered his crotch and howled miserably. His whole face was green and red and even deformed. Obviously. Lu Mu's kick shattered his eggs and killed his bird. Willow Tree stepped forward, pinched Mu Xingkong's chin and joked, "Genius, how does it feel to have your balls crushed? I swear I will tear you apart." Mu Xingkong roared. Willow Tree's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Young lord, I think it's better to kill such a dangerous person to avoid future trouble." Mu Xingkong's body trembled and a trace of fear crept up in his eyes. No matter who it was, they were all afraid of death. And a monster like Mu Xingkong cherished his life even more. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and smiled. His status in the Qindi Empire is definitely not ordinary. Keep him alive for now, he may be of great use. Mu Xingkong heard this and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was alive there was still a chance. As for Willow Tree, he did not say anything more. Suddenly, Yu Huang rolled his eyes and looked at Mu Xingkong asking, "Where is the treasury of the Qindi Empire? Don't tell me you don't know." The treasury. Hearing Yu Huang's words, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Mu Xingxing's status was so high that he definitely knew the location of the treasure trove. As long as they could force the information out of him, it would be of great help in looting the treasury. Mu Xingxing was also stunned. He never thought that Yu Huang would suddenly ask such a question. He glanced at Yu Huang, then shifted his gaze to Qin Feiyang and sneered, "You've got guts, still coveting my Heavenly Sun Empire's treasury." Yu Huang said playfully, "You're right about one thing. Our courage is really not small." Mu Xingxing's eyes flashed with hostility as he said, "The treasury is in the imperial capital of the Heavenly Sun Empire. Go if you have the ability." "Do I need you to tell me that? We also know that the treasury is in the imperial capital. What we want is the exact location." Yu Huang said angrily. "Don't even think about it." Mu Xingxing sneered. "Let's see if you won't cry until you're in the coffin." Yu Huang smiled ferociously and immediately rushed up to beat him up. But no matter what methods Yu Huang used, Mu Xingxing refused to speak. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, turned to Willow Tree and said, "You don't know where their treasury is? How can an outsider like me know such an important place?" Willow Tree was helpless. "That's true." Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at Yu Huang and said, "No matter what, we have to force him to speak." "Leave it to me." Yu Huang laughed. "Qin Feiyang, I swear that you will die a very, very miserable death. Not only you, the great Qin Empire left behind by your ancestor Qin Badian will be destroyed by my Heavenly Sun Empire sooner or later." Mu Xingxing roared with resentment. "Destroyed? Humph. Back then, my ancestor could destroy your Heavenly Sun Empire. Now I, Qin Feiyang, can also destroy you remnants here." Qin Feiyang snorted, murderous intent surging in his eyes. "With just you? What a joke, what a joke. You'll never understand how powerful the Heavenly Sun Empire is. You're digging your own grave." Haha. Mu Xingxing laughed wildly. Even though Yu Huang was torturing him by any means, it still couldn't stop him from mocking Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was too lazy to argue and glanced at the altar. There was a battle sword on the altar. There was a grain-sized opening on the blade. It was the battle sword that Qin Feiyang had snatched from the Nether Hall's Grand Elder. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the battle sword fell into his hand, letting out an ear-piercing sound. This battle sword is called the Seven-Star Sword. It's said that after fully recovering, it can summon the Big Dipper and use the power of the stars to fight. Although it's not as good as Chang Shui and the ancient castle, It's still considered an extremely powerful divine artifact in the Black Tortoise world. It's a pity that there's an opening now. And to repair a divine artifact, apart from those master blacksmiths, ordinary people can't do it at all. Willow Tree felt regretful. The 7-star sword came from the Nether Hall. As an elder of the Nether Hall, Willow Tree naturally knew it well. As long as it's not broken, it won't be affected. Here. Qin Feiyang said and directly threw the 7-star sword to Willow Tree. Willow Tree's face was dull. He actually gave the 7-star sword to him? Was this a dream? One had to know. This wasn't an ordinary weapon, but a divine artifact. Did the young master not care at all? But Yu Huang was anxious when he saw this situation. He hurriedly left Mu Xingkong and ran to Qin Feiyang saying angrily, "You're not fair, I did the most work before, why should I give it to him?" Qin Feiyang said speechlessly, "Don't you already have a divine artifact? Why are you still fighting for it? This matter can't be generalized, it has to be separated. As a person you can't favor one over another," Yu Huang said discontentedly. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and said, "I've already given it out, it's impossible for me to take it back. Let's wait for next time, the next time I get a divine artifact I'll give it to you." Yu Huang still wanted to say something. Qin Feiyang said unhappily, "Don't you want the potential pill and the spirit congealing pill?" Yu Huang's body stiffened and he said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. But Mu Xingkong suffered. Yu Huang's belly full of anger was vented onto him. "You're really giving it to me?" Willow Tree looked at the 7-star sword and still found it hard to imagine. "Isn't this in your hands? You don't want it? Come on, give it back to me." Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand. "Of course I want it." Willow Tree quickly hid the 7-star sword behind him and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Quickly erase the blood contract." "Okay." Willow Tree nodded and merged his divine sense into the 7-star sword, forcibly erasing the Great Elder's blood contract. At the same time, deep in the mountains in the main hall of an ancient castle, the Great Elder and the 3rd Elder were sitting cross-legged repairing their qi. The 4th Elder and the 5th Elder sat at the side with gloomy expressions on their faces. Suddenly, the Great Elder's body trembled violently, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood. The 3rd Elder opened his eyes and looked at him in shock. The 4th Elder and the 5th Elder immediately got up and ran to the Great Elder. They asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are your injuries too serious?" "No. The blood contract in the 7-star sword has been erased," the Great Elder said in a deep voice. "What?" They heard it. The 3 of them were shocked. "Damn Qin Feiyang, damn Willow Tree, I won't let you go," the 3rd Elder roared. This time they had sent out 5 false gods, but not only did they fail to capture Willow Tree, but they also lost a divine artifact and a false god. It was simply a calamity to the Nether Pavilion. How should we explain this to the 2 palace lords? The 4th Elder sighed. The Great Elder, the 3rd Elder, and the 5th Elder also fell silent. With such a huge loss, the 2 hall masters would definitely not let them off easily. Swish. Suddenly, a black figure descended into the main hall out of thin air. He was 7 feet tall and had a thin figure. He wore a black mask that covered half of his face. However, it was not hard to tell that this person was a middle-aged man from his figure and the other half of his face. Those dark eyes were filled with a majesty that made people feel fear in their hearts. The Great Elder and the others' expressions changed when they saw this person. They quickly knelt on one knee and bowed, "Greetings, Vice Palace Lord." The masked man did not say anything. He walked to the chair at the front and sat on it. He looked down at the 4 of them with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. The 4 of them lowered their heads and did not even dare to breathe loudly. The atmosphere in the hall became extremely heavy. The 4 of them exchanged glances. The Great Elder gritted his teeth and mustered his courage. He looked up at the Vice Palace Lord and said, "My lord, please listen to our explanation." Slap. It would have been better if he did not speak. As soon as he spoke, the Vice Palace Lord stood up, landed in front of him and slapped his old face. The Great Elder was sent flying on the spot. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, he did not dare to complain. He got up in a sorry state and quickly knelt in his original position. The Vice Palace Lord returned to the chair above. This time, the 4 Great Elders did not dare to speak anymore. They were extremely hesitant. After some time, the Vice Palace Lord finally spoke. He looked at the 4 of them and said, "I already know everything that happened in Peach Blossom City. You don't need to explain. My lord, please forgive us." The four of them trembled and hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged. This time you've completely disgraced our nether hall. However, it has already happened. It's meaningless for me to blame you. I'll give you another chance to make up for your mistakes. The Vice Palace Lord said. Thank you, my lord. The four of them were overjoyed. After you recover, no matter what method you use, you must bring the 7-star sword and the willow tree back to me. As for Qin Feiyang, capture him alive if you can. Kill him if you can't. However, we must obtain the dagger in his hand and the spatial divine item on him. The Vice Palace Lord said, his eyes filled with greed. Yes. The four of them replied respectfully. The Vice Palace Lord said, don't fail again. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Understood. The four of them hurriedly nodded. Whoosh. The Vice Palace Lord glanced at the four of them and instantly disappeared. Only then did the four of them stand up and let out a long breath. First Elder, what should we do? The dagger in Qin Feiyang's hand can easily destroy the Heavenly Sun Empire's Azure Rainbow Sword. It's impossible for us to kill him. The third elder said as he looked at the first elder. The fourth elder and the fifth elder were also deeply worried. This matter hasn't reached the point where it can't be solved. Although Qin Feiyang is powerful, it's not just our nether hall in the Black Tortoise world. There are others who want to kill him. The first elder sneered. You mean the people from the Heavenly Sun Empire? The third elder said. That's right. The Heavenly Sun Empire and the Great Qin Empire have a blood feud. Now that Mu Xingkong is in the hands of Qin Feiyang and his fate is unknown, the people from the Heavenly Sun Empire won't let this matter go. We just need to watch the tigers fight from afar. Moreover, I believe the Vangu League and the Fengtian Palace won't just stand by and watch. The first elder smiled, but his smile was a little scary. Good idea. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Chapter 1568. Peach Blossom City? Everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles had been razed to the ground. The people gathered in the distance looked at the dust and smoke surging in the void, their faces full of fear. Wang Yuanshan's heart could not calm down. He actually forced the second elder of the Nether Hall to self-destruct? This method really made people tremble with fear. Many people were now using the image crystal to spread the news. Let go of me, among them. A furious roar could be heard. Wang Yuanshan turned his head and saw Wang Yuer being grabbed by the two burly men, struggling with all her might. Wang Yuanshan frowned and waved his hand. Let go of her. Yes. The two men responded respectfully and let go of Wang Yuer. Qin Feiyang, you can't die. Wang Yuer immediately ran toward the dust and smoke area, tears streaming down her face. What are you doing? Wang Yuanshan was shocked. He hurriedly reached out and grabbed Wang Yuer, saying angrily. Wang Yuer said, I want to see if Qin Feiyang is dead. Let go. If it was an ordinary person who self-destructed, she would not be worried because the ancient castle was protecting Qin Feiyang. But the one who self-destructed was a false god. How terrifying was the self-destruction of a false god? Could the ancient castle withstand it? Wang Yuanshan said angrily, I forbid you from going. You're courting death. I'm willing to die. Let go. Wang Yuer roared. Smack. The furious Wang Yuanshan slapped Wang Yuer's cheek. You actually hit me? Even father, mother, and grandfather didn't hit you. You actually hit me? Wang Yuer looked at Wang Yuanshan in disbelief. I hit you to calm you down. Do you know how terrifying the self-destruction of a false god is? If you barge in now, let me tell you, even the gods won't be able to save you. Wang Yuanshan shouted. I don't care. I want to go in. If I really die inside, it's all your fault. If you hadn't leaked the secret, this wouldn't have happened at all. Wang Yuer held her cheek, her eyes filled with hatred. Wang Yuanshan fell silent. His original intention was not to force Qin Feiyang to his death. Instead, he wanted to use the Nether Pavilion to force Qin Feiyang to compromise and apologize to Wang Yuer. However, he did not expect that the development of the situation would far exceed his expectations. However, as a false god, it was impossible for him to put down his pride and apologize to a descendant. Wang Yuanshan snorted and said, Actually, you should know in your heart that Qin Feiyang doesn't like you. Wang Yuer's delicate body trembled, and her face turned pale. When I first met him, I could already tell that he didn't have any feelings for you. It was just your own wishful thinking. Wang Yuer added. Stop talking. Please don't say any more. Wang Yuer hugged her head, shaking her head and roaring in pain. Child, accept reality. When both parties work together, that's what true feelings are. You won't get anything in return for liking someone one-sidedly. Besides, there are plenty of young people who are more outstanding than him in this world. Why do you want to hang yourself on him? Wang Yuanshan persuaded. I won't listen, I won't listen. Wang Yuer squatted in the void, covering her ears like a helpless child, looking particularly miserable. Sigh. Wang Yuanshan sighed deeply. How could the Wang family have such a foolish descendant? Looking at Wang Yuer's painful appearance, he hated Qin Feiyang even more. Wang Yuanshan squatted down and hugged Wang Yuer, saying, I'm sorry, it was grandfather's fault just now. I shouldn't have hit you. Grandfather apologizes to you. Grandfather, what should I do? I know that he doesn't like me, but I just can't control myself. There's only room for him in my heart. I can't live without him. Wang Yuer burst into tears with a wail. Silly child. Wang Yuanshan's heart ached and he asked, Do you really want to go and take a look? Wang Yuer nodded. All right. Grandfather will bring you in, but if he's already dead, I hope that you can slowly forget him. Wang Yuanshan said. When Wang Yuer heard this, her face turned pale again. Seeing this, Wang Yuanshan's heart ached. He smiled and said, Get up. Wang Yuer got up obediently. Wang Yuanshan waved his hand, and a divine power barrier appeared, carefully protecting Wang Yuer. Then he took Wang Yuer to the dusty area. The wind was blowing. Destructive waves of air continued to surge. If not for Wang Yuanshan's protection, Wang Yuer would have been torn apart by the storm as soon as she entered. But at this moment, Wang Yuer turned a blind eye to all of this. She grabbed the corner of her clothes tightly, and her hands had turned white. She was extremely nervous and apprehensive. She was afraid that she would never see that man again. She was more worried that if that man didn't die when he saw her, would he hate her even more? Because in the end all of this was caused by her. If she hadn't told grandfather about the willow tree, even if grandfather wanted to harm her, he wouldn't have found a chance. Could be said that, from birth until now, her heart had never been as uneasy as at this moment. She stood in the center of the explosion. There was a pit here very deep and very big. Looking down from the sky, it was like a dried-up sea. But here, she didn't see anything. However, she didn't despair. Because, if Qin Feiyang was still alive, then he must be in the castle and couldn't be seen with the naked eye. She turned her head to look at Wang Yuanshan with pleading eyes. Wang Yuanshan sighed and released his divine sense, covering all directions. Suddenly, his heart trembled. At the bottom of the deep pit, he caught sight of the castle. His heart was filled with disbelief. First, it was bombarded by the Azure Rainbow Sword and the Seven-Star Sword, and then it was bombarded by the second Elder Self explosion, but this space divine object was still there? This was too terrifying. Grandfather, did you find it? Seeing Wang Yuanshan silent for a long time, Wang Yuer asked nervously. Wang Yuanshan came back to his senses, and a light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He shook his head and sighed, I didn't find it. What? Wang Yuer's body and mind trembled. The power of the false god self-explosion is comparable to the full blow of the war god. I think he should have been annihilated together with the space divine object. Wang Yuanshan said. I don't believe it. Qin Feiyang, come out quickly, I beg you, don't die, okay? I apologize to you. I used to listen to you and never talk too much. Wang Yuer lay powerlessly in the void, looking at the deep pit below, muttering to herself, her face full of self-blame. Child, the dead can't be brought back to life, my condolences. Wang Yuanshan patted Wang Yuer's shoulder and comforted her. However, Wang Yuer turned a deaf ear. Tears had already blurred her vision. Lying in the void, her whole body was trembling, and there was no trace of life in her eyes. It's all my fault. I caused your death. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Since we can't be together in life, then let's continue our fate in the underworld. Wait for me, I won't let you be alone. I will always be with you until the last moment. Suddenly, she got up, took out a dagger and slit her neck without hesitation. Wang Yuanshan's expression changed, and his old big hand slammed down. With a clang, the dagger flew out from Wang Yuer's hand and plunged into the ground below. What are you doing? Committing suicide for a person who doesn't like you at all? Are you worthy of your parents who raised you and your grandfather who loved you? Wang Yuanshan roared. He's dead, what's the point of me living? Wang Yuer muttered to herself, her eyes empty like a walking corpse. Silly. This old man will never allow you to do anything to hurt yourself. Wang Yuanshan snorted coldly, released his divine power, and imprisoned Wang Yuer before returning the way he came. In the ancient castle, All the beasts were looking at the scene in the void in front of them. The scene showed Wang Yuer's back. No one spoke. Inside the ancient castle, there was dead silence. Until Wang Yuer's back disappeared in the dust, everyone retracted their gaze and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, who was standing by the side silently. However, still no one spoke. Because love was a personal matter, they had no way to persuade her, nor were they qualified to intervene. Qin Feiyang looked at the scene silently. Although she had left, those words had been lingering in his mind. "He's dead, what's the point of me living?" It was this sentence that deeply touched his heart. At this moment, his heart was in a mess. After a long time, he took a deep breath, turned to look at everyone and said with a faint smile, "It's okay, go do what you need to do." Just from his expression, no one could tell what he was thinking at this moment. Qin Feiyang said, "Willow Tree, come out with me." Willow Tree was taken aback and nodded, "Okay." After saying that, the power of the fake god surged and condensed into a barrier. Then Qin Feiyang appeared in the deep pit with Willow Tree. "Where are we going now?" Willow Tree asked. "The capital of the Tianyang Empire." Qin Feiyang said. Willow Tree's heart shuddered. This was the rhythm of wanting to wipe out the people of the Tianyang Empire. Wait. Suddenly, Willow Tree seemed to have thought of something, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Before going to the Tianyang Empire, let's find the Azure Rainbow Sword." "Why are you looking for the Azure Rainbow Sword?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The Azure Rainbow Sword had been destroyed, what was the point of looking for it? Although the Azure Rainbow Sword was cut in two by Chang Shui, the material used to forge the Azure Rainbow Sword is real divine iron. Every divine iron is very precious in today's world. So I think it's necessary to keep it. If one day we're lucky and meet a divine-level weapon refining master, we can find him to reforge it. Willow Tree laughed. So it's like that. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and nodded, "Okay, you go find it, I'll wait for you here." Okay. Willow Tree nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Yu Huang appeared. Yu Huang condensed a barrier to replace Willow Tree's barrier. With Yu Huang protecting Qin Feiyang, Willow Tree was relieved and immediately went to find the Azure Rainbow Sword. Time passed by breath. Shua. Suddenly, a red-haired old man appeared above Qin Feiyang and Yu Huang. He stood in the void and looked down at Qin Feiyang with an aggressive gaze. Yu Huang looked up and immediately became alert, as if facing a great enemy. Chapter 1569. Yu Huang said in a deep voice, "Why did you come back?" "That's right." The person who came was Wang Yuanshan, who had returned. Wang Yuanshan glanced at Yu Huang and said disdainfully, "I'm looking for your master, not you." "Shut up." Yu Huang was furious. Qin Feiyang reached out and pressed it, sending a voice transmission, "There's no need to be serious with this kind of person." "That's true. It's embarrassing to be serious with this kind of person." Yu Huang nodded and sneered. Wang Yuanshan's eyes flashed with a hint of hostility as he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I came back to give you a warning. Don't disturb you again." Qin Feiyang said, "That's why you lied to her?" "That's right. Only by telling her that you're dead will she slowly let go." Wang Yuanshan said. Qin Feiyang said, "I can understand that you're heartbroken for her, but I'm afraid you can't not disturb her." "What exactly do you want?" "Since you don't like her, then get lost. Does it feel good to play with a woman's feelings?" Wang Yuanshan said angrily. "I've never played with any woman's feelings, including Wang Yu. What I mean is that she will eventually leave the Black Tortoise world and return to the Forgotten Continent. And along the way, I will do my best to protect her. Consider it my compensation to her." Qin Feiyang said. "Leave the Black Tortoise world?" Wang Yuanshan was stunned and laughed sarcastically. "What are you laughing at?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "Where do you think this place is?" "Your home. Come and go as you please?" Wang Yuanshan sneered. "You don't have to worry about that." Qin Feiyang said indifferently. "Ah, kid, you're too naive. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. As long as you enter the Black Tortoise world, you can forget about ever leaving. Because no one can defeat the fire dragon. This will be your final resting place." Wang Yuanshan said. Qin Feiyang said, "What if I tell you that I've already killed the fire dragon?" Wang Yuanshan's expression was extremely strange as he said, "Brat, are you dreaming? This old man admits that your strength is indeed very strong, but do you think it's possible to kill the fire dragon? Do you know what you look like now? He's no different from those clowns." Qin Feiyang said lightly. Wang Yuanshan's face fell and he said with a cold snort, "This old man won't argue with you. Anyway, from today onwards, don't let you know that you're still alive. Qin Feiyang laughed. Then tell me, the black tortoise world is only so big, how do you want me to hide it from her? You can conceal your identity and change your appearance. Didn't you just say that you've killed the fire dragon? You can also immediately scram out of the black tortoise world. In short, don't appear in front of you, again. After Wang Yuanshan finished speaking in an overbearing manner, he turned around and left. Stop. Qin Feiyang shouted. Is there anything else? Wang Yuanshan stopped and said coldly without turning his head. Qin Feiyang said, if I can really leave the black tortoise world, will you let Wang Yu go with me? No. Wang Yuanshan didn't even hesitate and shook his head. What? Qin Feiyang asked. Because she's this old man's descendant, this old man has to consider her safety. Even if you can leave the black tortoise world, you won't be able to survive in the divine ruins. So, instead of letting her accompany you to die, it's better to stay in the black tortoise world. In the black tortoise world, with this old man protecting her, she won't be in any danger for the rest of her life. Wang Yuanshan said. Ah! Qin Feiyang heard and laughed loudly. What are you laughing at? Wang Yuanshan suddenly turned his head and stared at Qin Feiyang, a cold light flashing in his eyes. I'm laughing at myself for being so stupid to hand Wang Yu over to you. I'm laughing at Wang Yu for being so stupid to believe in a selfish old man like you. Qin Feiyang roared. Say that again. Wang Yuanshan's eyes became colder. Did I say something wrong? The black tortoise world is a prison. Once the devil mark appears, you can never leave. If it were anyone else in this situation, they would definitely think of a way to send their descendant out of this godforsaken place. But what about you? What did you do? Did you work hard for Wang Yu? Did you fight for Wang Yu? No. You didn't do anything and just decided to let her stay in the black tortoise world. I want to ask you, are you still worthy of being her grandfather? You have to know that she's your closest kin. Blood is thicker than water, how can you bear to do that? Qin Feiyang laughed angrily. These words seemed to have exposed the dark side of Wang Yuanshan's heart, causing him to gnash his teeth and fly into a rage. Seems that I guessed correctly. Qin Feiyang said, his face full of disappointment. What did you guess correctly? Yu Huang was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, he's not protecting Wang Yu at all. Not protecting Wang Yu? Then why is he? Why don't I understand? Yu Huang said with a frown. The real reason why he wants Wang Yu to stay is because he's too lonely here. And now, a close kin has finally come, so he wants to stay by his side. Qin Feiyang said. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Yuanshan immediately roared, a little angry out of humiliation. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you know very well in your heart. In fact, I also thought that you sincerely want to protect her, so when you told her that I'm already dead, I didn't say anything. But just now, when I heard your answer, I instantly understood that you're completely satisfying your own selfish desires. Now you still dare to say that you're not a selfish person? Qin Feiyang sneered. Damn. I didn't know that you're actually so scheming. In order to satisfy your own desires, you even drag your own kin into the water. Impressive. Say, if Wang Yu knows these true thoughts in your heart, what do you think she will do? Yu Huang said mockingly, his eyes full of disdain. Wang Yuanshan clenched his hands tightly, and his eyes were frighteningly gloomy. After a while, he said, I'm not afraid of being slandered by you. As a person, you have to live up to your conscience. If you're really lonely and want to find psychological comfort, you can marry a wife and have children. Why do you have to implicate a person who trusts you so much? You can't be too wicked, right? Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Wang Yuanshan's eyes flashed with killing intent. Whatever you say, just don't disturb Yuer's life. Otherwise, I won't let you have it easy. Qin Feiyang said, then I really have to tell you that Wang Yu must leave the black tortoise world with me. His tone was firm and there was no room for negotiation. Then we'll wait and see. Let's see if your methods are better or mine are better. Wang Yuanshan smiled coldly, turned around, and strode away with a murderous aura. Yu Huang raised his brows and said, that old bastard not only schemed against us, but also his own kin. Why don't we just kill him? Qin Feiyang said, then what are you hesitating for? Yu Huang was stunned. Qin Feiyang stared at Wang Yuanshan's back and said word by word, if you want to kill him, do it early. Yu Huang was stunned and laughed cruelly. I realize that I'm liking you more and more, kid. After saying that, his divine aura erupted. It shook heaven and earth. Whoosh. Following closely. Yu Huang swept up Qin Feiyang and turned into a stream of light, chasing after Wang Yuanshan like lightning. Wang Yuanshan was shocked and hurriedly turned back to look at the man and beast. "Old bastard, who do you think we are? You think we can come and go as we please?" Yu Huang laughed sinisterly, his eyes flickering with a strong cold light. "You still dare to attack me? Now you've already offended the Heavenly Sun Empire and the Nether Hall. Do you still want to offend my main tower?" Wang Yuanshan said in shock and anger. "So what if it's the main tower? On the Forgotten Continent, the people of your main tower were also tortured by me." Qin Feiyang sneered. "What do you mean? From what you said, you have a grudge with my main tower?" "Wait. Since there's a grudge, why does you still like you?" Wang Yuanshan was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, "Go to hell, someone will tell you." "Presumptuous. Do you know who is behind my main tower? Even the people of the Heavenly Sun Empire and the Nether Hall don't dare to provoke my main tower." Wang Yuanshan said angrily. "Isn't it just a Vanga League? You think you can scare us?" Yu Huang was disdainful. "Just you wait." Wang Yuanshan shouted angrily, turned around and began to flee. As a pseudo-god, fleeing without a fight was the most humiliating thing in the world. However, he had also witnessed the means of Qin Feiyang and the others. He had to escape. Humph. However, with a cold snort, the willow tree soared into the sky and stood in front of Wang Yuanshan. Wang Yuanshan's face instantly turned pale. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked past Wang Yuanshan, looking at the willow tree and asked with a smile, "Have you found it?" "Yes." The willow tree nodded, glanced at Wang Yuanshan and asked, "Are you going to kill him?" Qin Feiyang also nodded. "Very good." The willow tree smiled viciously and looked at Wang Yuanshan. "If it weren't for the young masters Chang Shui and Castle, we might have died in the hands of the Heavenly Sun Empire and the Nether Hall. This is all thanks to you." Wang Yuanshan glanced at Qin Feiyang and Yu Huang, then looked at the murderous willow tree. His eyes were full of fear and he shouted, "If you dare to kill me, the Vanga League won't let you go." Now, he could only hope to use the name of the Vanga League to scare Qin Feiyang and the others away. However, would Qin Feiyang be afraid? Obviously not. Would Willow Tree and Yu Huang be afraid? Definitely not. In the past, if you mentioned the Vanga League, I would definitely be wary, but now, the Willow Tree laughed. With a clang, the Big Dipper sword flew out from between his eyebrows, and he said domineeringly, "With the young master here, a mere Vanga League is nothing. If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill two." Clang. As he spoke, he controlled the power of the pseudo-god and poured it into the Big Dipper sword. As soon as he finished speaking, the Big Dipper sword entered a state of recovery. "Go to hell." He took a step forward and slashed at Wang Yuanshan. Wang Yuanshan's expression changed and he quickly fled to the left. Yu Huang looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Can you do it alone?" "Don't worry, go and fight." Qin Feiyang activated his armor and the battle formula and smiled. Okay. Chapter 1570. The two divine artifacts had awakened, and their sharpness could destroy the world. In fact, Willow Tree and Yu Huang were also struggling to awaken the two divine artifacts. After all, it was different now. Previously, the two of them worked together to awaken a divine artifact. Now, each of them had awakened a divine artifact. With their cultivation base, it was still difficult to do so. However, such a situation was enough to scare Wang Yuanshan out of his wits. Of course, if he also had a divine artifact, he would definitely be able to give it a try. However, when he came to Peach Blossom City, he did not expect that such a thing would happen. He also did not expect that he would be attacked by two pseudo-gods and two divine artifacts. Therefore, he did not bring any divine artifacts with him. It was really difficult to compete with Willow Tree and Yu Huang just by relying on the divine arts. Boom. Clang. The awakening of the two divine artifacts shook out a thunderous sound, which was deafening. What's going on? Why are there fluctuations of the speed of the divine artifacts again? In the distance, the people who had gathered together had already left one after another. But when they heard the movement, they immediately turned their heads and looked at the center of the explosion, their eyes full of suspicion. Wait, this is Elder Wang's aura. And the seven-star sword. How is that possible? Not long ago, Elder Wang personally told everyone that Qin Feiyang was dead, but why would the seven-star sword that was snatched away by Qin Feiyang appear? Could it be that he is not dead? Among the crowd, there were many people from the main tower. Sensing the aura of Wang Yuanshan and the seven-star sword, they were all shocked. He is not dead. Wang Yuer's delicate body trembled. Was he really not dead? If he was not dead, then why did her grandfather lie to her? Miss, it's too dangerous here, let's retreat first. The two burly men guarding Wang Yuer looked at the center of the battlefield with a flash of light in their eyes, then turned to look at Wang Yuer and said in unison, "Retreat?" Wang Yuer was stunned and looked at the two of them. The two of them did not dare to look at Wang Yuer and looked a little guilty. Wang Yuer asked tentatively, "Are you hiding something from me?" No. The two of them shook their heads, but their guilty conscience was even stronger. Wang Yuer shouted, "Is Qin Feiyang still alive? Tell me." The two of them fell silent. "Why did you hide it from me? What is grandfather trying to do?" Wang Yuer was furious. One of the burly men said, "Everything Elder Wang has done is for your own good. If he really cared about me, he wouldn't have told anyone about the willow tree. What he's doing will only cause me more pain." Hearing that, Wang Yuer's anger surged up and she roared at the two of them. The two looked at each other and nodded at the same time. "Miss, I'm sorry to offend you," one of them said apologetically. Then he raised his arm at lightning speed and clenched his 5 fingers together like a blade, hitting the back of Wang Yuer's head fiercely. With a bang, Wang Yuer fainted on the spot. Another person immediately stepped forward and carried Wang Yuer. He said, "I'll take her to Elder Wang's residence first. Quickly send a message to the tower master and ask him to send reinforcements." After that, the man opened a portal and walked in with Wang Yuer without looking back. The burly man who stayed behind immediately took out an image crystal and asked the tower master for help. Just as the burly man sent the message back to the tower master, the sound of fighting in the center of the battlefield came to an abrupt end. What's going on? It can't be over so soon, can it? Even if Qin Feiyang is not dead, he doesn't have the ability to do that. After all, Wang Yuanshan is also an experienced false god. People began to talk again. The burly man also suddenly raised his head and looked at the battlefield, his eyes full of surprise. He even forgot to put away the image crystal. He didn't believe that Wang Yuanshan would be defeated so quickly. But, suddenly, faintly, there was a series of footsteps. The footsteps were steady and powerful, as if they carried a supreme magic power that made everyone's heart beat with it. Everyone stared at the dust and smoke. The footsteps came closer and closer. After a while, finally, 2 figures, one in front and one behind, slowly walked out of the dust and smoke and appeared in everyone's sight. It's really them. Looking at the 2 familiar faces, the faces of everyone present paled. That's right. These 2 people were Qin Feiyang and Willow Tree. Yu Huang was also there. But now it was coiled around Qin Feiyang's index finger, looking like an exquisite ring. Wang Yuanshan was also there. But at this moment, his hair was disheveled and his body was stained with blood. Like a dead dog, he was dragged away by Willow Tree. And there were 2 extremely eye-catching bloody holes on his body. One was in his heart. The other wound was on his lower abdomen. How is this possible? How long has it been? Elder Wang was actually crippled by them. Just how strong are they? Looking at this scene, people were talking about it. The burly man and the other people in the main tower were also furious and extremely incredulous. Hearing the discussion, Willow Tree smiled disdainfully and said, "Isn't it easy to cripple him with 2 divine artifacts? Willow Tree, you're digging your own grave." The burly man immediately roared when he heard that. The other people in the main tower were also glaring at each other with murderous intent. Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd, looked at the burly man and asked, "Where's Wang Yuer?" The burly man snorted coldly and said, "The young lady has been sent back to the main tower. Don't even think about seeing her again. You're courting death." Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yu Huang, who was coiled on his index finger, immediately turned into a deadly stream of light and disappeared between the burly man's eyebrows. Ah! With a scream, the burly man immediately fell to the ground and died. How arrogant! Even the people of the main tower were killed without any hesitation. You have to know that the main tower is backed by the Vangu League. Even the Tianyang Empire and the Nether Pavilion don't dare to be so arrogant in front of them. Is this the descendant of the Qin Emperor? Waves of shock surged in everyone's hearts. The man in front of them could only be described with one word: domineering. When the people from the other main towers saw such a ruthless method, they were so scared that they peed their pants and fled for their lives. Qin Feiyang glanced at them one by one and shouted coldly, "Don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all." Hee hee. Yu Huang smiled ferociously. Its skin color changed and it disappeared into the void. It was like a ghost and no one could catch its trace. The people from the main tower fell one by one. Blood flowed like a waterfall, dyeing the void red. The mournful and desperate screams entered everyone's ears, and they couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. What kind of beast was this? It was completely a life-reaping death god. Stop. Suddenly, a furious roar exploded. An old man with mottled white hair appeared out of thin air in the void above. His body was stooped and his white hair was like snow. He gave people a sense of weakness. However, the aura emitted from his body was extremely terrifying. It was as if a demon god had descended, causing people to feel a sense of fear in their hearts. Moreover, his eyes were also extremely sharp. Like frost, cold light flashed. What? It's actually the deputy tower master of the main tower. He actually came in person. This means that the main tower is very afraid of this Qin Feiyang. The crowd was in an uproar. However, Yu Huang didn't have any intention of stopping. It was full of provocation. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also raised his head to look at the white-haired old man. Although the white-haired old man was very strong, Qin Feiyang's expression and eyes didn't change at all. It was as if he didn't care at all. His name is Pei Yunchang. His cultivation talent is average, but his alchemy talent is extremely terrifying. It is said that now he can already refine pills with 7 pill patterns. Willow Tree explained. 7 pill patterns. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Refining 7 pill patterns in the entire Great Qin Empire and Forgotten Continent, only he could do it. But he didn't expect that there was actually someone here who could do it. However, why would Willow Tree say it is said? It is said that it is not confirmed, which is equivalent to a rumor. Usually he only refines pills with 5 pill patterns. He rarely refines pills with 6 pill patterns. As for 7 pill patterns, no one has ever seen it, but there are rumors. So at present, except for himself and the people of the main tower, no one knows whether it is true or not. Willow Tree saw the doubts in Qin Feiyang's heart and secretly said. Qin Feiyang nodded his head in realization. Willow Tree whispered again, and he has another identity, this is absolutely true. What identity? Qin Feiyang asked. Willow Tree said, the medicine boy of the main tower's first-generation tower master. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. It was actually the medicine boy of the first-generation tower master? This identity was a little scary. Although the two words medicine boy sounded a little inconspicuous, as the medicine boy of the first-generation tower master, it was extraordinary. Because the first chief pagoda master was definitely an extremely terrifying alchemist. Not to mention becoming his medicine boy, even getting close to him was a very difficult thing. So, to be able to catch his eye and keep by his side, he must be a monstrous figure. Chapter 1571. At the same time, Pei Yunchang was also sizing up Qin Feiyang. His eyes were as cold as iron, which made Qin Feiyang's heart palpitate. But from the beginning to the end he didn't say a word. Turning his gaze, he glanced at Wang Yuanshan who was lying on the ground on the verge of death. His brows furrowed. After that, he turned his head and glanced at Baiming Yu Huang. Those people from the main pagoda were all killed by Yu Huang. Young friend, what is the meaning of this? Pei Yunchang turned his head, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked in a calm tone with great majesty. If Qin Feiyang's temperament was not good, he would definitely be frightened by Pei Yunchang. However, what kind of situation had Qin Feiyang not seen before? He smiled faintly, looked straight at Pei Yunchang and said, you have to pay the price for doing wrong, right? This old man agrees with this sentence. But this old man doesn't understand. What did Wang Yuanshan do wrong? Why did you treat him so cruelly? Pei Yunchang said. He set up a trap and wanted to kill me. Is that enough? He used the trust of his relatives to satisfy his own selfish desires. Is that enough? Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Pei Yunchang nodded and asked, what about them? Pei Yunchang pointed at those people who were killed by Yu Huang and said, what did they do wrong? You want the spirit snake to kill them all. Because they wanted to kill me just like Wang Yuanshan. If I don't kill them now, I might die in their hands one day. To eliminate future troubles, you should understand this principle. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. If I still don't understand this old man has lived for so many years in vain. Pei Yunchang nodded and said, this old man will investigate Wang Yuanshan's matter carefully. If it is really as you said, this old man will punish him severely. But now, little friend, please return him to this old man first. You want me to return him? Do you have that much face? Yu Huang flew back and joked. This old man doesn't have much face. However, this old man believes that I still have some strength. If I don't use my divine weapons and divine arts, it will be very easy for me to kill you. Pei Yunchang lowered his head to look at Yu Huang and smiled. Oh my. So awesome. Yu Huang let out a strange cry and said with a chuckle, then this emperor will really have to experience it. Boom. It soared into the sky and floated in front of Pei Yunchang. The power of a fake god surged out and turned into a huge wave. It carried with it a world-destroying divine might as it rushed toward Pei Yunchang. Even the void started to distort at this moment. But for this, Pei Yunchang only smiled faintly. He raised his aged arm and grabbed at the air. With a thunderous boom, Baiming Yu Huang's false divinity might was instantly destroyed. Immediately after, Pei Yunchang pointed out a finger, and a strand of false divinity energy shot out, piercing through the air and heading straight for Yu Huang. What? Yu Huang's eyes widened. How could it destroy its pseudo-god force so easily? But before it could think about it, Pei Yunchang's pseudo-god force had already arrived. It quickly mobilized the pseudo-god force to form a shield wall in front of it and said, "This emperor doesn't believe that you can break this shield wall. Let's wait and see." Pei Yunchang lowered his arm and had no intention of attacking again. Damn. How arrogant. Uncle can tolerate this, aunt can't. Yu Huang was furious. The pseudo-god force surged out crazily, and the shield wall became thicker and thicker. When Pei Yunchang's pseudo-god force hit the shield wall had already become 5 or 6 meters thick. A pseudo-god force and a shield wall that was 5 or 6 meters thick. It looked like an ant trying to shake an elephant. However, the result was far beyond everyone's imagination. Boom. The pseudo-god force hit the shield wall heavily. The shield wall shook violently and a few cracks immediately appeared. As the pseudo-god force hit, the cracks became bigger and bigger. This. Yu Huang was so shocked that its eyes almost popped out. How could this emperor lose? It roared and the pseudo-god force poured into the shield wall crazily. However, that strand of false god's power was like a divine needle that possessed an indestructible power. The cracks on the shield wall could not be stopped. More and more. It was getting wider and wider. This emperor is not convinced. In the end, in Yu Huang's unwilling roar, the shield wall collapsed. The pseudo-god force also stopped at Yu Huang's vital point, exuding a shocking sharpness. The whole place was dead silent. Qin Feiyang was also dumbfounded. After being together for so long, how could he not know Yu Huang's strength? Although it was not invincible, at least it could be regarded as one of the best among the pseudo-gods. But at this moment, facing Pei Yunchang, it showed a scene of crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. They were both pseudo-gods. How could the gap be so big? Are you convinced? Pei Yunchang looked at Yu Huang indifferently. This emperor? Yu Huang stared at Pei Yunchang coldly. It couldn't even block a wisp of pseudo-god force. What could be more embarrassing than this? It seems that you are still not convinced. Pei Yunchang's eyes flashed coldly. That wisp of pseudo-god force suddenly turned in the air and easily shattered the snake scales on Yu Huang's body, entering its sea of qi. Ah! Yu Huang screamed and blood flowed out. Its sea of qi was destroyed and its cultivation was lost. Its huge body immediately fell from the sky. Qin Feiyang's expression changed and shouted, "Willow Tree quickly!" Willow Tree quickly rushed up, supported Yu Huang and landed beside Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang hurriedly checked Yu Huang's injuries. Seeing that only its sea of qi was destroyed and its life was not in danger, he breathed a sigh of relief. Don't be nervous. If I really wanted to kill it, I would have directly pierced it 7 inches and not just destroyed its sea of qi. From this, I believe you can also see that I am not here to go against you. I just want Wang Yuanshan back. Pei Yunchang looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked up at Pei Yunchang. He didn't find any trace of deceit on Pei Yunchang's face. It was full of sincerity. Qin Feiyang said, I can't give you Wang Yuanshan. Before Qin Feiyang could finish, Pei Yunchang raised his eyebrows and said, Young friend, I have already given you enough face. Can you let me finish? I can't give you Wang Yuanshan, but if you exchange it with Wang Yu, I can consider it. Qin Feiyang said. Wang Yuanshan quickly looked up at Pei Yunchang and shouted, Deputy Palace Master, you can't agree to it. He has ulterior motives for you, You still dare to call me that? It seems that I went too easy on him. Willow Tree's eyes turned cold. He kicked Wang Yuanshan in the mouth, shattering his teeth and spitting out blood. Pei Yunchang looked at this scene with a trace of anger in his eyes. He said word by word, Willow Tree, he is from the main tower. So what? You are indeed strong. After all, you have reached stage 7 of the false god realm. However, the divine artifact in the young master's hand can kill you instantly. Willow Tree sneered. In the past he definitely wouldn't have dared to say such a thing. On one hand it was because Pei Yunchang was very strong. On the other hand it was because of the Vanga League. But now he was full of confidence. When he heard the divine artifact mentioned by Willow Tree, Pei Yunchang's pupils shrank slightly. He seemed to be a little wary. Obviously, someone had already told him about the power displayed by Chang Shui in the ancient castle. Stage 7 of the False God Realm? Qin Feiyang was a little stunned. He turned to look at Willow Tree and asked, "What is Stage 7? It's a long story. I'll tell you later," Willow Tree said secretly. He looked at Pei Yunchang and said in a very domineering manner, "Now you have no choice. Either you listen to the young master and bring Wang Yu to exchange, or we kill Wang Yuanshan and you take his body back." Pei Yunchang lowered his head and looked at Willow Tree, his eyes flickering. Chapter 1572. Pei Yunchang clenched his fists and landed in front of Qin Feiyang and Yu Huang. He looked at Willow Tree and said, "Even the Nether Hall's Hall Master doesn't dare to speak to this old man like that. You'd better learn how to restrain yourself. Don't compare me to the Nether Hall now." Willow Tree smiled disdainfully. "One shouldn't forget one's roots. Without the Nether Hall's nurturing, would you be where you are today?" Pei Yunchang looked at him as if he was looking at a clown. "I admit that. However, I've done many things for the Nether Hall over the years. It's time to repay them," Willow Tree said. "Unreasonable." Pei Yunchang snorted coldly and ignored Willow Tree. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "This old man will bring Wang Yu here now. You better not hurt Wang Yuanshan." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Don't worry. He won't die before Wang Yu arrives." Pei Yunchang looked at him deeply before opening a teleportation gate and leaving. "This brat is amazing. Yeah. He offended the Heavenly Sun Empire, the Nether Hall, and the main tower as soon as he arrived in the Black Tortoise world. Since ancient times, apart from the Vanga League and the Fengtian Palace, he's probably the only one who dares to be so arrogant." Everyone sighed. Qin Feiyang looked at Yu Huang and asked, "Are you all right?" "I won't die," Yu Huang said through gritted teeth. Qin Feiyang said, "Did you use your full strength when you fought with Pei Yunchang earlier?" "Of course." Yu Huang nodded. Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted. Originally he wondered if Yu Huang was too arrogant and did not use his full strength. That was why he suffered such a great loss. However, it turned out to be true. It seemed like this Pei Yunchang was not an ordinary person. Qin Feiyang looked at Willow Tree and asked in a low voice, "What's the 7th stage?" Yu Huang also looked at Willow Tree suspiciously. "This matter is very complicated, so I'll just explain it briefly. You know that in the Black Tortoise world no one can break through to the God Realm. The False God Realm is the highest realm. However, there are differences in the False God Realm. In order to make this distinction even clearer, the Eternal Alliance and Palace of Heaven Bestowment came up with a plan. To divide the God Realm is. They are the first segment, the second segment, and the last segment, the 10th segment. Of course. Such a division is also to show the identity and status of the strong. Ars the two zzzzzzzzzz. Lu Mu secretly explained. To say. To the T2, to the masters. Yu Huang asked, "How do you measure these ranks?" "Consciousness. You're a false god, so you must know that when we break through to the false god realm, we'll give birth to our first consciousness," Willow Tree said. "That's right." Yu Huang nodded. "Can you explain it to me?" However, Qin Feiyang didn't quite understand. "It's very simple. According to our usual cultivation method, break through to the false god realm and condense more consciousness. When the consciousness reaches a certain level, it'll give birth to A's consciousness. Once a consciousness appears, it'll be the god of war." Lu Mu secretly transmitted his voice and laughed. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, "How much consciousness do we need to condense to give birth to a consciousness?" The ancients said that the path to becoming a god has 9 as the limit and 10 as the perfection. Therefore, to give birth to a consciousness, we need to condense 100,000's consciousness. It's a long and arduous process, Willow Tree said. So the 10 stages of the false god realm in the Black Tortoise world are determined by the number of consciousness? Yu Huang asked. Yes. 10,000's consciousness is the first stage, 20,000's consciousness is the second stage, 30,000's consciousness is the third stage, and so on. Willow Tree said. According to what you said, Pei Yunchang is at the 7th stage. Doesn't that mean he's condensed 70,000's consciousness? Qin Feiyang was shocked. That's right. Willow Tree nodded. Then you? Yu Huang asked. Me. Willow Tree was slightly surprised and smiled bitterly. I've just entered the second stage. There's still a long way to go before I reach Pei Yunchang's level. Wait a minute. Isn't it impossible to break through to the War God realm in the Black Tortoise world? Why is there a 10th stage? Yu Huang asked. Although you can't break through to the War God realm, you can condense your consciousness, but you can't give birth to a consciousness. Willow Tree said. Yu Huang nodded and asked again, then how many people in the Black Tortoise world have 100,000's consciousness? Very few. The only ones I know are the Lord of the Main Tower, the Lord of the Nether Hall and the Monarch of the Heavenly Sun Empire. But there are rumors that the people of the Vanga League and the Fengtian Palace are all at the 10th stage. Willow Tree said. Qin Feiyang was shocked. They were all at the 10th stage. If that's the case, wouldn't they be able to give birth to a consciousness and become a true war god? Wait a minute. Can't you guys leave the Black Tortoise world temporarily? Then why don't those who reach the 10th stage find a chance to leave the Black Tortoise world and break through to the war god realm in the outside world? Qin Feiyang said. It's useless. As long as the devil mark is still there, even if you leave the divine ruins, you won't be able to give birth to a consciousness. Willow Tree shook his head. What a bunch of pitiful people. They can become true war gods but they're still bound by the devil mark. I think they must be in pain and despair. Qin Feiyang sighed. That's right. Willow Tree sighed deeply. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Yu Huang seemed to have thought of something as she frowned. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and Willow Tree looked at him in shock. Beiming Yu Huang raised her tail and smashed Wang Yuanshan unconscious. After that, she glanced at Qin Feiyang and spoke in a low voice. According to Lu Mu's words, wouldn't the spirit congealing pills be very precious here? Qin Feiyang was stunned and also frowned. It is very valuable. The Nether Hall, the Heavenly Sun Empire and the Main Tower are all trying to find or steal the ingredients for the soul-condensing pill. After all, anyone who reaches the pseudo-god realm wants to become a 10th stage big shot. Willow Tree said. Yu Huang was stunned and a trace of self-deprecation appeared in his eyes. Qin Feiyang's face was also a little ugly. What's wrong? Willow Tree looked at Qin Feiyang and Yu Huang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said bitterly, Yu Huang and I were thinking that the soul-condensing pill might not be worth much here, so we planned to get more. Yeah. We thought that since we can't break through to the War God realm in the Black Tortoise realm, then we definitely don't need the soul-condensing pill. We even planned to rob the Heavenly Sun Empire's treasure vault. Yu Huang said. When Lu Mu heard this, he looked at them with a shocked expression. Ah, suddenly. Willow Tree laughed and said, How can you have such a childish idea? Shut up. Yu Huang glared fiercely at him, her embarrassment turned into anger. Qin Feiyang was also a little embarrassed. Willow Tree held back his laughter and asked, When did you plan to rob the Heavenly Sun Empire's treasure vault? Why didn't I know? Before Peach Blossom City was destroyed. At that time, you went back to the Nether Hall stronghold, and I went to the main pagoda's stronghold with Wang Yuanshan. But before going to the main pagoda's stronghold, I asked Yu Huang to secretly go to the Heavenly Sun Empire's stronghold to see if there were any treasures or something. In the end, Wang Yuer and I parted on bad terms, so we rushed to meet up with Yu Huang. We planned to rob the Heavenly Sun Empire's treasury there. Then Yu Huang and I went to the Nether Hall stronghold to look for you, and then we met the 5 great elders of your Nether Hall. Qin Feiyang said. Willow Tree shook his head speechlessly and said, The soul-condensing pill is not as cheap as you think, but you guessed one thing. What? Qin Feiyang and Yu Huang looked at him suspiciously. The treasure vaults of the major forces have indeed accumulated a lot of medicinal materials for the soul-condensing pill. And they all have their own medicinal fields. Especially the 2 major forces, the Vanga League and the Fengtian Palace. If you can rob their treasure vaults and medicinal fields, it's enough for you and your companions to all step into the War God realm. But the premise is that you have to successfully become a god and step into the false god realm. Willow Tree looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. There are so many? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. The Black Tortoise realm itself has a lot of medicinal materials for the soul-condensing pill, and the major forces are carefully cultivating them, so there are even more. Willow Tree said. Yu Huang was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang and said, In other words, the plan will not change? Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, No, the plan must be changed. Don't you have the medicinal materials for the soul-condensing pill? Why change the plan? Yu Huang was suspicious. Qin Feiyang sneered and said, The change of plan I said is not giving up. Then what is it? Yu Huang didn't understand. Isn't it simple? His goal is not only the Heavenly Sun Empire's treasury, but also the main tower and the Nether Hall's treasure vaults. Willow Tree smiled. Yu Huang was stunned and he looked at Willow Tree and said, "You mean he wants to rob all the treasuries of the three major forces?" "Yes. Anyway, there's already a feud, so there's no need to be afraid of offending anyone." Willow Tree nodded. Yu Huang's eyes were dull, but the next moment he became excited and shouted, "I like it. This is what I have to do if I want to achieve great things." Sure. Willow Tree's expression changed and he quickly made a shushing gesture and said, "Lower your voice, what if others hear?" Yes, yes, yes. Such a crazy plan must be kept a secret." Yu Huang nodded and smiled sinisterly. Willow Tree was speechless. What was the difference between robbing the treasuries of the three major forces and committing suicide? How could he be so excited? "I really don't know what's in this guy's head." Swoosh. After waiting for a while, Pei Yunchang finally brought Wang Yu. Looking at Wang Yuanshan who had fainted on the ground, Pei Yunchang's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly asked, "What did you do to him?" Wang Yu also looked at Wang Yuanshan with concern. Willow Tree said calmly, "Don't worry, he just fainted. It's nothing serious." Pei Yunchang sighed and looked at Qin Feiyang. "I've brought Wang Yu here, let her go." Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Yu. Wang Yu also looked up at Qin Feiyang and tears welled up in her eyes. She muttered, "Thank God you're not dead." Qin Feiyang smiled and stretched out his hand. "Come here." Chapter 1573. Although Wang Yu just wiped away her tears and didn't do anything else, she seemed to be melting and couldn't help but crawl into Qin Feiyang's arms. This time, Qin Feiyang didn't resist. He held the woman in his arms calmly. Because of what Wang Yu had done for him and what she said, "What's the point of living if he's dead?" He was really touched. At the same time, Willow Tree also grabbed Wang Yuanshan and threw him to Pei Yunchang. Pei Yunchang hurriedly reached out and caught him. He immediately took out the spiritual sea pill and the healing pill and stuffed them into Wang Yuanshan's mouth. Yu Huang looked at Qin Feiyang and Wang Yu who were hugging each other and murmured, "Is this what they call lovers finally get married?" No, no, no. This is what Wang Yu earned through her hard work. But it makes sense. She was willing to die for a man. If we don't cherish such a woman, we should be struck by lightning. Willow Tree snickered. Yu Huang chuckled and said, "Boy, Qin Feiyang is your young master. Aren't you afraid that he will beat you up for talking about him like that?" "He will beat me up for telling the truth. Is there any justice in this world?" Willow Tree pursed his lips and then raised his eyebrows. He looked at Pei Yunchang who was still standing opposite and said, "Get lost. Do you want us to collect your corpse?" Pei Yunchang glanced at him coldly and then looked at Qin Feiyang with a cold light in his eyes. All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang's face turned pale and he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. He hurriedly pushed Wang Yu away and immediately saw a black dagger on his lower abdomen, from which purple gold dragon blood kept dripping. His chi was pierced in an instant. His cultivation was flowing away quickly. Qin Feiyang's face was full of disbelief. How dare this woman sneak attack me? Huh? Yu Huang and Willow Tree were stunned and also turned pale. But just as they were about to take action, Wang Yu took a step forward and grabbed Qin Feiyang's neck at a speed that was completely different from before. Her eyes flashed with a shocking light. "Let go of the young master." Willow Tree roared. "Qin Feiyang treated you so well but you actually harmed him. How vicious." Yu Huang also stared at Wang Yu with a murderous look. "Ha!" Wang Yu laughed out loud but her laughter was full of mockery. Pei Yunchang's face was also full of smiles. "What happened? Why do I feel that there is something wrong with this woman?" Willow Tree glanced at Pei Yunchang and Wang Yu. He secretly transmitted his voice to Yu Huang. "I also feel that something is not quite right," Yu Huang thought to himself. Then look at Qin Feiyang. At this moment he was sizing up Wang Yu. The disbelief in his eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by a wisp of viciousness. "You are not Wang Yu." Suddenly, Qin Feiyang spoke. His pale face was gloomy. "Not Wang Yu? How is that possible? Her aura and body fragrance are exactly the same as Wang Yu's, isn't it?" Willow Tree and Yu Huang's eyes widened in surprise. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "This can only mean that her disguise is very good. Even when I was hugging her she couldn't tell." "Damn it. Pei Yunchang, you actually played tricks." Willow Tree and Yu Huang were furious. They stared at Pei Yunchang who was standing opposite them. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Pei Yunchang smiled faintly and looked at Qin Fei Yang. After all, you are still too young. In terms of tricks, you are still far behind. Indeed. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. However, you have to pay the price for this. Qin Fei Yang grinned. Ha! Pei Yunchang laughed and said, now that your sea of qi has been destroyed and your throat is being held by her, as long as I give the order, you will die in an instant. I really don't understand, what else can you do? Damn it. Despicable old bastard. Willow Tree and Yu Huang were mad with anger. Don't move, otherwise. Pei Yunchang made a throat-cutting gesture, his old eyes full of cold light. Willow Tree and Yu Huang froze and did not dare to take half a step forward. At this time, Wang Yuanshan also woke up. Seeing this scene, he was stunned at first, then looked at Wang Yuer and said with relief, Yuer, this is the right thing to do. I am not your descendant. Wang Yuer turned her head and stared at Wang Yuanshan. She took a face-restoring pill and quickly became a middle-aged woman. This woman looked to be in her 30s. She took good care of herself. Her skin was soft and there were no crow's feet at the corner of her eyes. She was quite charming. Sherlon? Wang Yuanshan was stunned and asked, why is it you, where is Yuer? So it's her. Willow Tree muttered. Who is she? Yu Huang asked secretly. Willow Tree thought, she is the 9th elder of the main tower and is also a pseudo-god. Her cultivation is similar to mine, and she reached the 2nd stage not long ago. Then we're in big trouble. Yu Huang's heart trembled. If Sherlon was only a war king, then there was still a chance to save Qin Fei Yang. But as pseudo-god, it was really not confident. Hearing Wang Yuanshan's words, Sherlon said indifferently, Wang Yuer is in your residence, I am here to capture Qin Fei Yang. Wang Yuanshan suddenly understood. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at Qin Fei Yang, his eyes filled with hatred. Boom. He took a step forward and without saying a word, directly punched Qin Fei Yang's face and said with a sinister smile, you didn't expect to fall into my hands so quickly. Half of Qin Fei Yang's face was swollen, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, he didn't even frown. Come on. Continue to be arrogant. Why aren't you saying anything? Do you think you're worthy of Yuer? Wang Yuanshan became more and more arrogant, and he pinched Qin Fei Yang's chin hard, his face full of ferocity. Wang Yuanshan, stop. Seeing that Wang Yuanshan was getting more and more out of hand, Pei Yunchang frowned and said. Wang Yuanshan was stunned and he turned to look at Pei Yunchang, puzzled. Deputy Palace Master, aren't you going to kill such a madman? No. Because the Pagoda Master wants to see him. Pei Yunchang said. Wang Yuanshan asked suspiciously, why does the Pagoda Master want to see him? I don't know. Pei Yunchang shook his head. Wang Yuanshan looked a little angry and he turned to stare at Qin Fei Yang and said telepathically, count yourself lucky, but as long as you are in the main pagoda, I have a way to kill you. Just wait and see. Qin Fei Yang lifted the corner of his mouth, and he silently spat out a few words, his eyes full of mockery. Bastard. Do you want to die? Wang Yuanshan suddenly went crazy. Because he had read those words. Clown. Qin Fei Yang ignored him, looked at Pei Yunchang and Sherlon and said lightly, since your pagoda master wants to see me, why don't you let me go? Sherlon sneered, kid, don't play tricks. As Pei Yunchang said, you have already destroyed my sea of qi. What tricks can I play? Don't tell me you are afraid of a cripple. Qin Fei Yang sneered. Sherlon immediately frowned. Qin Fei Yang joked, although you are old, your beauty is not bad, so don't put on a fierce look, it's ugly. Sherlon was stunned. How dare he tease her? Kid, I think you are really not afraid of death. She suddenly tightened her 5 fingers, and Qin Fei Yang immediately entered a state of suffocation. Sherlon, let go of him. Pei Yunchang shouted. If he accidentally killed this brat, he wouldn't be able to report back to his superiors when he returned. This kid has a spatial divine item, and the willow tree and the phantom snake are also eyeing him covetously. Are you sure you want me to let go? Sherlon turned to look at Pei Yunchang. Pei Yunchang's expression froze and he glanced at the willow tree and Yu Huang. To be honest, he did not dare to let Sherlon let go of Qin Fei Yang. But he opened a portal and looked at the willow tree and Yu Huang warily. He said to Sherlon, take him in first. Sherlon turned around and instantly rushed into the portal, her 5 fingers never leaving Qin Fei Yang's neck. Wang Yuanshan also ran in. Willow tree, we will settle our accounts in the future. Pei Yunchang said to the willow tree and also turned to enter the portal. So, the 3 of them disappeared with Qin Fei Yang. The portal also quickly collapsed. What should we do? Yu Huang looked at the willow tree and asked. If the young master was not brought into the main tower, I might have thought of a way, but now, if we want to save him, we have to sneak into the main tower. There are as many powerhouses as there are clouds in the main tower. This is simply impossible. The willow tree shook its head, completely at a loss. Without Qin Feiyang, even if he had the 7-star sword, he could not withstand the revenge of the Nether Hall. And because of Qin Feiyang, not only did he become a traitor of the Nether Hall, but he also offended the Heavenly Sun Empire and the main tower at the same time. In other words, in the Black Tortoise world, he had fallen into a situation where the entire world was his enemy. Wait. Suddenly, the willow tree was stunned. After pondering for a moment, he turned to look at Yu Huang and transmitted his voice. Did you notice that the young master doesn't seem to be very nervous after Shirlan destroyed his Qi? Yu Huang was also stunned. After thinking carefully, he nodded and said, "Yes, it's true. His life is at stake. How can he still be so calm?" Could it be? The willow tree was surprised. What? Yu Huang asked. Do you think the young master wants to enter the main tower himself? The willow tree thought to himself. Yu Huang asked, You mean he wants to go in and save Wang Yuer? Yes. The willow tree nodded. This. Yu Huang hesitated, shook his head and said, Qin Feiyang, this brat acts mysteriously. I really don't dare to make wild guesses. Forget it, let's go to the main tower first and hide, and act according to the situation. The willow tree gritted his teeth and transmitted his voice. Okay. Yu Huang nodded. Follow me. The willow tree immediately opened a portal and ran in. Pei Yunchang, damn you, how dare you go against me, this emperor will never let you go. Yu Huang grumbled, his eyes were incomparably gloomy, and then followed in. This place quickly calmed down. I really didn't expect things to develop like this. Yeah. First, it was the Tianyang Empire, then the Nether Hall, and now the main tower. Putting everything else aside, this brat's methods are indeed terrifying. People were amazed. But there were also people who refuted. So what if his methods are terrifying? Didn't he still fall into the trap of the main tower? In this world, having a brain is the most important thing. Without a brain, just strength is a boorish man, understand? That makes sense. Now that this brat has fallen into the hands of the main tower, he's probably dead. He deserves it. A good Peach Blossom City was destroyed by him just like that. If he doesn't die, is there still justice? It's all in the past, why are you still complaining? Yeah, we might as well rebuild Peach Blossom City quickly. After all, everyone has lived in Peach Blossom City for so many years, and they are already used to it. They definitely don't want to settle down elsewhere. Then let's get to work. For a time, everyone joined in the reconstruction of Peach Blossom City, and they were very busy. However, no one noticed that an aura quietly spread out from the river of bone erosion. This aura was colorless and odorless, and it spread out in all directions. Chapter 1574. At the same time, western part of the Black Tortoise boundary. In the depths of a huge mountain, there were overlapping peaks that reached the sky. In the mountain, ancient trees reached the sky and ferocious beasts were everywhere. Streams of torrential rivers ran through the mountains like giant dragons. At the peak of the mountain there were ancient buildings. Palaces, fortresses, stone towers, etc. That's right. This was the main tower's lair. A huge stone tablet stood at the edge and the words Main Tower were engraved on it, emitting a shocking aura. Swoosh. Suddenly, 4 figures appeared above the stone tablet. They were Qin Feiyang, Shirlan, Pei Yunchang, and Wang Yuanshan. This is the main tower? Qin Feiyang scanned the steep mountain and the ancient buildings. He was shocked. Although he did not see anyone, he could sense the aura of many ferocious beasts in the mountain stream. These auras were all above the combat emperor level. Pei Yunchang glanced at Qin Feiyang and his old eyes flashed. He looked at Shirlan and said, Bring him to his divine tower to meet the tower master. What about you? Shirlan was stunned and asked. Pei Yunchang said, I still have some things to take care of. Okay. Shirlan nods her head and immediately leads Qin Feiyang to fly towards the tallest mountain peak. That mountain was like a sword that pierced through the clouds. There was an ancient tower at the top of the mountain. It had a total of 12 floors and was more than 100 feet tall. It looked as if it was made of gold and it shone with divine light. When Shirlan and Qin Feiyang disappeared into the divine tower, Pei Yunchang immediately retracted his gaze and waved his hand. The false god power rolled out and turned into giant waves that surged in all directions. Deputy Tower Master, what are you doing? Wang Yuanshan looked at Pei Yunchang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang has been captured. The willow tree and the spirit snake will definitely think of a way to save him. Therefore I have to seal the tower temporarily. Pass down the order later. During this time, everyone in the tower can only leave and not enter. Pei Yunchang said. Lord, you are so thoughtful. Wang Yuanshan said with a flattering smile. A short while later, a huge divine power boundary was formed and shrouded the entire tower. On a mountain peak dozens of miles away, two figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was Willow Tree and Yu Huang. When the Willow Tree saw the divine power barrier, his expression changed and he angrily said, "That old bastard, he actually set up a barrier." Yu Huang's gaze also darkened as he said, "With the barrier we can't sneak in at all. What should we do?" Without the barrier, Yu Huang could easily sneak in with his innate ability. But now, with the barrier in the way, its innate ability was completely useless. Willow Tree pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "There's no other way. We can only wait outside and wait for the young master's news." Wait? How long do we have to wait? Let's just revive the divine artifact and charge in. Yu Huang said with a murderous glint in his eyes. No. Because of the Vanga League's help, the tower has developed rapidly over the years and its overall strength is stronger than the Tianyang Empire. The Tianyang Empire has 8 pseudo-gods, but the tower has 12 pseudo-gods. And there are divine artifacts. With our strength, if we charge in, it's tantamount to walking right into a trap. Now we can only wait. If the young master is really trying to save Wang Yuer, then he must have a way to escape. When the time comes, we can attack the tower from the inside and catch them off guard. Willow Tree said with a sinister smile. All right. Yu Huang nodded, looking rather annoyed. Golden Divine Tower. On the top floor, which was the 12th floor, the decorations here were quite luxurious. The floor was inlaid with white jade, spotless and untainted. The surrounding walls were filled with all kinds of gems and colored glaze. Even the tables, chairs and bookshelves were carved out of divine wood and were extremely beautiful. And right at the top, there was a luxurious and imposing chair that was made from a type of divine jade. There was a woman sitting on top of it. This woman was about 35 or 36 years old. She wore a long golden dress with a fire phoenix embroidered on it. Her soft long hair was tied up high with an exquisite hairpin inserted into it. Her skin was very soft and full of luster. Her facial features were also very exquisite. Bright eyes, full red lips, thick black eyelashes, and a voluptuous figure made people's eyes light up. In short, time did not leave any traces on her face. And there was a very eye-catching flame totem in between her eyebrows. That flame was like a lotus that flickered with hazy divine light, and it made her originally graceful appearance even more stunning. She sat on the throne, holding a jade cup in her hand, silently tasting tea. Like a queen, she had a strong aura, giving people a strong sense of deterrence. Swoosh. Shirlan brought Qin Feiyang and landed below. Greetings, Tower Master. Shirlan immediately bowed to the woman above. She's the Tower Master here? Qin Feiyang was surprised. He never thought that the Tower Master of the Black Tortoise Realm was actually a woman. Wait. The previous Tower Master of the Forgotten Continent seemed to be a woman. Could it be her? Qin Feiyang carefully observed for a while, and found that the woman in front of him was completely different from the statue in the Land of Inheritance. It seemed that they were not the same person. No need for formalities. The woman put down the jade cup, smiled gently at Shirlan, and then looked at Qin Feiyang. Her gaze did not have that kind of aggressive feeling. She seemed very calm and gentle. However, Qin Feiyang did not dare to let down his guard. To be able to become the Tower Master, controlling the fate of countless people, how could she be a simple woman? What's more, Willow Tree said that this person had reached stage 10 of the false god realm. Qin Feiyang? A moment later, the woman finally spoke. It's me. Qin Feiyang nodded. The woman smiled. Shirlan, let him go. Shirlan's face changed and hurriedly said, Master, although this child is young, he is a dangerous person. You can't let him go. No problem. The woman waved her hand. Shirlan raised her eyebrows, and could only helplessly let go of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang rubbed his neck, glanced at Shirlan who was vigilant of him, and looked at the woman with a smile. Thank you, Tower Master. Aren't you nervous? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? The woman asked with a smile. Of course I'm afraid. But what can I do if I'm afraid? Will you let me go if I'm afraid? Qin Feiyang said. I won't. The woman shook her head. That's right. Since you know that you can't escape death, you might as well accept it calmly. Qin Feiyang laughed. The woman was quite surprised and praised, good temperament. You flatter me. Tower Master, just tell me, why do you want to see me? I don't remember having anything to do with you. Qin Feiyang looked straight at the woman, neither servile nor overbearing. The woman smiled. You and I really don't have anything to do with each other, but what? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The woman said, Shirlan, you can leave first. Tower Master. When Shirlan heard this, her face was full of anxiety. The woman spoke again, and her tone was different from before, with a majesty that couldn't be disobeyed. Yes. Shirlan's eyes trembled and her figure flashed, disappearing without a trace in an instant. The woman said again, Come out. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and looked around. Was there someone else here? Da-da. Accompanied by a series of footsteps, a woman in white quickly walked out from behind a screen. Qin Feiyang looked at the woman in white, and his expression was incomparably astonished. The woman in white directly threw herself into his arms, and tears flowed out, instantly wetting Qin Feiyang's chest. Qin Feiyang shuddered, hurriedly pushed the woman in his arms away, took out a facial restoration pill and said warily, Take this facial restoration pill first. What are you doing? The woman in white looked at him suspiciously. Take it. Qin Feiyang said. Don't worry, I won't use the same method twice. This time the Wang Yu standing in front of you is the real one. The woman said. That's right. This woman in white was Wang Yu. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was still alive, she felt as if she had been reborn and was overjoyed. But she didn't expect that Qin Feiyang actually doubted her. Qin Feiyang looked up at the woman and said with a smile, It's hard to know what's in a person's heart. Anyway, I don't want to be taken advantage of a second time. The woman was about to speak. But Wang Yu directly grabbed the facial restoration pill and threw it into her mouth. A moment later. Seeing that Wang Yu's expression didn't change at all, Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief and said apologetically, The situation forced me to take precautions, I hope you can understand. It's okay. Wang Yu shook her head. Qin Feiyang said, Didn't you say that you were at your grandfather's residence? Why are you here? Wang Yu said, It was the Tower Master who brought me here. Qin Feiyang frowned, looked at the woman and said, You want to see me, don't tell me it has something to do with you, Yes. The woman nodded. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. From you, I learned that you used to be the disciple of the Tower Master of the Forgotten Continent. And you also obtained the supreme secret technique of the first Tower Master, the soul refining technique. And you even snatched the divine crystal. The woman said. Qin Feiyang's eyelids twitched, looked at Wang Yu and said, You said it again? No. Wang Yu hurriedly shook her head. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, Then how did she know about these things? I don't know either. Not long ago she came to find me, and I don't know what she did to me, but she soon found out everything. I really didn't say it, you have to believe me. Wang Yu looked anxiously at Qin Feiyang and said, I believe you. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Yu and after a long time he smiled, looked up at the woman and said, What exactly do you want to do? The woman took out a spiritual stone and said with a smile, Let's test your spiritual energy first. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, grabbed the spiritual stone, glanced at the woman, closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. Wang Yu stood obediently at the side. Bus. The spiritual stone trembled. Once, twice, 10 times, 25, 40 times. In the end, the spiritual stone actually trembled 45 times in a row. In other words, Qin Feiyang's spiritual energy had already reached level 45. This made Qin Feiyang extremely surprised. He didn't expect that after all these years his spiritual energy had actually become so much stronger. The woman looked at the spiritual stone and seemed to be deeply shocked, not saying a word for a long time. Chapter 1575. Seeing that the spirit stone was about to hit the woman's face, the woman suddenly raised her arm and grabbed the spirit stone. Crack. Immediately after. With a slight force from her 5 fingers, the spirit stone shattered and turned into powder. Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted. Was she going to fall out with him? But the result was beyond his expectations. The woman did not fall out with him and was still as quiet as a virgin. Looking at Qin Feiyang, she smiled and said, Let's make a deal. Deal. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, This junior is all ears. The woman asked, You should be very clear about the situation in the Black Tortoise realm, right? Qin Feiyang nodded. The woman smiled and said, I can escort you and you heir out of the Black Tortoise realm and even help you deal with the Heavenly Sun Empire. Is there such a good thing? Then the price I have to pay must not be small. Qin Feiyang said. For you it's not much of a price. Because those things are not yours in the first place. I want the soul refining technique and the divine crystal. The woman said. Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly darkened. The woman smiled and said, the soul refining technique and the divine crystal are originally my main pagoda's things. You should return them now. What a joke. According to what you said, everything in this world, including your life and mine, was given by the creator of this world. Then don't we have to return everything to him? Qin Feiyang was so angry that he laughed. This can't be generalized. The woman shook her head. This is the same principle. If you want to take it by force, just say it. Why do you have to beat around the bush? Qin Feiyang sneered. Hee, the woman smiled and said, I'm discussing with you. Discussing? Then I'll tell you, there's no room for discussion. Qin Feiyang said. The woman shook her head and sighed, you're making things difficult for me. Why? You're angry and ready to attack? Is this still a discussion? Isn't a discussion consensual? Qin Feiyang sneered. Alas, I really admire you. You have such terrifying means at such a young age. In the future you will definitely become a great talent. So don't be so stubborn. If it's yours, it's yours. If it's not yours, don't take it for yourself. What's the difference between this and bandits? The woman sighed. I'm a bandit? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. He really didn't know how to describe his current feelings. It was clearly this woman who wanted to rob him, yet she turned around and accused him of being a robber? How could there be such a shameless person? Now he had finally seen the true colors of the people from the Black Tortoise world. To put it bluntly, this woman was even more thick-skinned than the state preceptor. The woman said, don't make things difficult for me. Do as you wish. Anyway, my goal is to save Wang Yu, now that I have achieved my goal, I won't waste any more time with you. With a cold smile, Qin Feiyang turned around and grabbed Wang Yuer's hand, preparing to enter the castle. However, looking at this scene, the woman didn't stop him. If one looked carefully, they would even find that the corners of her mouth were pursed with a hint of mockery at this moment. Qin Feiyang was also quite surprised. Why didn't she stop him? Was she so confident? However, he ignored her. But just before he entered the castle, Wang Yuer, who was pulled by him, suddenly took out a dagger and directly pierced Qin Feiyang's back, who was unprepared. Qin Feiyang's face was filled with disbelief in an instant. He turned his head to look at Wang Yuer, only to find that Wang Yuer's eyes were blood red at this moment. The love and tenderness that she had shown to him before were gone, leaving only indifference, as if she had become a different person. How could this be? Qin Feiyang roared. But Wang Yuer smiled coldly, pulled out the dagger and waved her hand. A black iron chain swept out of the Chenghuan bag, making a clattering sound, and firmly bound Qin Feiyang like a dumpling. Then, Wang Yuer handed the other end of the iron chain to the woman respectfully. Holding the iron chain, the woman looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, now you can't escape. This is gravity magic iron. Qin Feiyang's face changed. He turned his head to look at Wang Yuer, then looked at the woman and said angrily, what did you do to her? She is the descendant of Wang Yuanshan, so she is also my descendant. What can I do to her? I'm just temporarily controlling her. When you hand over the soul refining technique and the divine crystal, I will naturally return her freedom. The woman said. Controlled. Qin Feiyang was shocked. He hurriedly looked at Wang Yuer and shouted, wake up, I'm Qin Feiyang. But no matter how he shouted, Wang Yuer's expression did not change at all. It's useless. Now she has no consciousness of her own. She will only listen to my orders. Even if I ask her to die in front of you, she will not hesitate. The woman laughed. Bastard. You even dare to do this to your own people. You are simply vicious. Qin Feiyang was infuriated. It was obvious. This woman wanted to use Wang Yuer to threaten him and force him to hand over the soul refining technique and the divine crystal. The soul refining technique was a divine art. Once he handed it over, he would lose it completely. As for the divine crystal, although its power was very ordinary in the past, he always felt that the divine crystal might be hiding some secrets. Otherwise, it would not have caused many forces to fight over it. I'll give you a choice now. Do you want or the soul refining technique and the divine crystal? Actually, I suggest that you choose Yuer. After all, Yuer is beautiful and talented, and she is so infatuated with you. Moreover, if you choose Yuer, you will have my main pagoda as your backer. During your time in the Black Tortoise world, I can guarantee that no one will dare to hurt you. I can even hold your wedding personally. the woman said. Then shouldn't I feel honored and happy? Qin Feiyang sneered. It's an honor for me to preside over your wedding. I can even help you connect with the Vanga League. If you can win the favor of the Vanga League, you can even become a giant in the Black Tortoise world, let alone get rid of the Tianyang Empire. The woman smiled. Not only are you not ashamed of being someone's dog, but you are also proud of it. I really admire you for being so open-minded, Qin Feiyang said. When the woman heard this, anger finally appeared on her face. She said, I've given you enough face, so I advise you not to challenge my bottom line. Qin Feiyang sneered. The woman raised her eyebrows and looked at Wang Yuer. Go stand in front of him and stab yourself in the heart. Qin Feiyang's body trembled. He shouted, You can really do it? There's nothing in this world that I can't do. The woman smiled. At the same time, Wang Yuer walked in front of Qin Feiyang, raised the dagger in her hand, and stabbed it directly into his heart. No, no, Qin Feiyang shouted. But Wang Yuer turned a deaf ear. The dagger went into his heart with a puff. Blood immediately spurted out like a fountain. The dagger seemed to have pierced Qin Feiyang's heart. He felt a sharp pain in his heart. Stop. Don't hurt yourself anymore. Wake up. Qin Feiyang shouted anxiously. At this moment, he was really afraid of losing the woman in front of him. The woman smiled faintly. She won't stop without my order. Before she finished speaking, Wang Yuer pulled out the dagger again and stabbed it into her heart. She seemed to be numb and didn't know pain. Even when the dagger went down, her eyelashes didn't even tremble. Damn it, she's a member of your main tower. How can you do this to her? Do you still have any humanity? Qin Feiyang roared. His eyes were bloodshot and he was furious. If I say she's a member of the main tower, she is. If I say no, she isn't. Even Wang Yuanshan can't stop her self-destruction. Only you can save her now. If you want her to stop, then give me the soul refining technique and the divine crystal. The woman picked up the jade cup and sipped the tea while looking at Wang Yuer, who was hurting herself. Not only did she not have the slightest pity, but she seemed to be enjoying a wonderful show. You're too vicious. I swear I will kill you with my own hands. Qin Feiyang stared at her fiercely. This was even more vicious than snakes and scorpions. She was simply crazy. The woman smiled and didn't say anything else. She leisurely tasted the tea. Stop, please. Don't hurt yourself again. I believe in you. You can do it. Wake up. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Yuer helplessly. His heart felt like it was being stabbed. In the past, he really didn't have any feelings for Wang Yuer, but ever since he saw Wang Yuer die for him in Peach Blossom City, he suddenly realized how foolish he had been in the past. Why didn't he know how to cherish such a good woman? Therefore, he wanted to try hard. He wanted to like her, understand her and accept her. But now, Wang Yuer was standing in front of him, but he couldn't do anything. Apart from facing his mother, this was the first time he hated his own incompetence so much. He hated the heavens even more. All these years he had worked hard enough. His life had been bumpy enough. Why did they have to treat him like this? Why exactly? There were so many people in the world. Couldn't they be fairer to him? Damned heavens, how long are you going to torture me? I can't accept this. Why should I be tortured by you like this? Since you're heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. In this life, if I, Qin Feiyang, don't break the rules of this world and pierce through the heavens, I swear I won't be reincarnated. Qin Feiyang raised his head and roared. His blood-red hair fluttered like a mad beast. However, he was more like an enraged demon god. Boom. The purple-gold dragon blood in his body burned crazily. The sea of qi that was destroyed by Sherlan actually began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, an unyielding will, anger, and murderous intent roared out from his body and pounced on the woman like an avalanche. The iron chain made of gravity divine iron was shattered into pieces. What? The woman's pupils contracted. At this moment, she actually felt the threat of death from Qin Feiyang's body. In the depths of her heart, there was an uncontrollable terror that surged out uncontrollably. How could this be? He's just a 6-star combat emperor. How could he give me such a strong sense of danger? The woman muttered to herself, unable to accept this fact. No. I can't let him continue to grow. If I kill him, although I can't get the soul refining technique, I can still get the divine crystal. The woman suddenly stood up and sent Wang Yuer flying with a palm strike. Wang Yuer spat out a mouthful of blood and hit the wall beside her. She immediately fainted. Immediately after, the woman raised her arm. Her index finger was like a sharp arrow and pierced towards Qin Feiyang's glabella. Before she could get close, Qin Feiyang's glabella was cut open and blood flowed out. Chapter 1576. Swish. Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his head, stared at the woman and said with a sinister smile, "I will make you pay with your blood and make the main pagoda disappear." At this moment, he was like a wild beast that had gone berserk, and his scarlet eyes were filled with hostility. Clang. The next moment, a ray of light swept out from his body. It was Chang Shui. At this moment, Chang Shui seemed to be ignited by Qin Feiyang's anger, exuding a world-destroying divine power. The woman's face was full of disbelief. Not long ago, she had heard of the power Chang Shui displayed in Peach Blossom City. She knew that this was a very terrifying divine artifact. However, every divine artifact needed divine power to revive. The lowest requirement was the power of a pseudo-god. Without divine power, no matter how powerful the divine artifact was, it could not exert its power. It was because of this that she was able to attack Qin Feiyang without any fear. But she never expected that this dagger would revive on its own. The terrifying sharpness tore through the void. The ground and the walls were shattering. The outside of the pagoda was also crazily cracking. Wang Yuanshan, Pei Yunchang and Shilan were all waiting outside the pagoda. Suddenly they saw that the pagoda was actually cracking, and their faces were full of surprise. What's going on? This pagoda has been tempered with the power of a pseudo-god. How could it be broken? Shilan's face was full of disbelief. Could it be that Qin Feiyang revived that dagger? Wang Yuanshan said. His sea of qi had been repaired. His injuries were almost healed. Impossible. Not to mention that he is now a cripple. Even if his cultivation is still there with his strength, he can't revive that divine artifact. Pei Yunchang said. Then what's going on? Seeing the cracks on the pagoda getting bigger and wider, Wang Yuanshan was very surprised. In this old man's opinion, it should be the pagoda master torturing Qin Feiyang. Pei Yunchang said. Now, it seemed that only an explanation was the most reasonable. Boom. Crack. But before he finished speaking, accompanied by a series of earth-shaking loud sounds, the golden divine pagoda in front of them instantly shattered. Following closely, a blood-curdling scream rang out. This voice, Pei Yunchang and the other two trembled both physically and mentally. The owner of this scream was actually their tower master. How was this possible? But in the next moment, they saw a bloody figure fly out of the dust like a meteor. If it wasn't their pagoda master, who else could it be? Damn it. The three of them roared angrily and rushed forward to catch the woman. Immediately, the three of them turned pale with fright. There was a ghastly wound on the woman's chest, as if she had been cut by a sharp weapon. She had almost been cut in half. Shilan quickly took out a healing pill and placed it in the woman's mouth. "My lord, who did it?" "Qin Feiyang?" Pei Yunchang asked. The woman turned a deaf ear and stared at the dusty area in front of her. Her blood-stained face was full of fear. "That's right, it's me." A cold voice sounded. Qin Feiyang walked out of the dust, step by step. The Chang Shui in his hand was still dripping blood. His bloody hair danced wildly. The word "kill" between his eyebrows emitted a bloody light. A pair of scarlet eyes, like a sea of blood, was floating up and down. At this moment he seemed to be possessed by the god of death. Pei Yunchang and the other two false gods couldn't help but feel a sense of fear in their hearts. "What's going on?" "It's Qin Feiyang." "Bastard, what are you doing?" The commotion here also alarmed the entire pagoda. Whether it was the elders or the disciples of the pagoda, they all rose into the air and surrounded Qin Feiyang and Pei Yunchang. Pei Yunchang's expression changed. He quickly shouted, "Except for the elders, don't come over. Step back." Chang Shui had already recovered. Even he, the deputy pagoda master, had no confidence, let alone the disciples. What a powerful aura. I can feel it even through the barrier. Outside, Willow Tree and Yu Huang looked at the pagoda in surprise. Wait, this is Chang Shui's aura. Willow Tree's eyes suddenly flickered. Yu Huang asked, "In other words, Qin Feiyang has already made his move?" "That's right." Willow Tree nodded. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Yu Huang laughed sinisterly. She transformed into a beam of light and sped towards the boundary with lightning speed. "Pagoda Master, Chang Shui has recovered. Today is your end." But then again, how did Chang Shui recover? Could it be that there are other false gods around the young master? Willow Tree was suspicious. "Pagoda Master, what are you doing?" At the same time, 8 figures rushed to Pei Yunchang's side and looked at the woman covered in blood with shock. These 8 people were men and women, old and young. But without exception they all emitted the aura of false gods. Without a doubt, they were the elders of the pagoda master. In addition to Wang Yuanshan, Shilan, Pei Yunchang, and the woman, the 12 false gods of the pagoda master were all here. It's Qin Feiyang. Kill him for me. The woman slowly stood up and glared at Qin Feiyang with hatred as she shouted. What? Qin Feiyang can actually hurt the pagoda master. Wait. That dagger. Could it be the dagger that cut the green rainbow sword? The 8 of them were shocked. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack. The woman shouted. Pei Yunchang whispered, Pagoda master, that dagger has recovered. We'd better avoid it first. What are you afraid of? Our pagoda master has 12 false gods. Can't we kill a mere war emperor? The woman roared. Pei Yunchang raised his eyebrows and shouted. Immediately, Shilan and the 8 elders, led by Pei Yunchang, rushed toward Qin Feiyang. Wang Yuanshan looked at the woman and asked, Pagoda master, where is you? She should be in Qin Feiyang's hands. The woman said. Damn Qin Feiyang, I'll fight you to the death. Wang Yuanshan roared and also charged toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang stood proudly and glanced at the group of people with ridicule in his eyes. The burning of the purple gold dragon blood had completely healed his energy reserve. However, that was not the point. The point was that Chang Shui had recovered on his own. He knew how terrifying Chang Shui was after he recovered. Back then, even the fire dragon and the giant python, the 2 true war gods, were no match for Chang Shui, let alone these false gods. Boom. However, before Pei Yunchang and the others could fight with Qin Feiyang, a loud sound suddenly came from the sky. The group of people immediately looked up. They saw the willow tree and Yu Huang standing above the divine power barrier. Damn it, they really followed us. Pei Yunchang's expression changed. Because the willow tree and Yu Huang were recovering their divine weapons at this moment. It was the 7-star sword that was recovering. Although Baiming Yu Huang also has a divine weapon, if she awakens as well, her speed would be much slower. On the contrary, it worked together with the willow tree to recover the 7-star sword, so it was naturally much faster. Clang! The 7-star sword buzzed and trembled, exuding a destructive power. The disciples in the main tower below panicked at this moment. The divine weapon recovered and the barrier could not stop it at all. Even the entire main tower would be turned into ashes in an instant. The woman shouted, Pei Yunchang, go and stop them. Pei Yunchang nodded and immediately rushed into the sky. Did I say you could go? But at this moment, Qin Feiyang sneered and Chang Shui suddenly turned into a flash of light and swept toward Pei Yunchang's back like lightning. It was piercing. Pei Yunchang's expression changed and he quickly turned around to avoid it. At the same time, the willow tree and Yu Huang decisively attacked. Go. 1 man and 1 beast roared and the 7-star sword tore through the sky and slammed into the barrier. There was no suspense. With a loud crack, the divine power barrier that Pei Yunchang had set up shattered on the spot. Immediately after, the 7-star sword carried thousands of sword chi and rushed toward the main tower below. You are unforgivable. The woman was furious. Deputy Tower Master, quickly recover the divine weapon. Wang Yuanshan was extremely anxious. If the 7-star sword attacked, none of the disciples in the main tower would be able to survive. Pei Yunchang waved his hand, and with a loud clang, a divine axe swept out from his body. The divine axe was the size of a palm, with a black dragon engraved on the handle. It was completely black and the axe blade flickered with a cold light. At the same time that Pei Yunchang took out the divine axe, Wang Yuanshan shouted, Shilan, you guys watch Qin Feiyang, I'll go help the deputy tower master. Finished? He took a step forward and landed beside Pei Yunchang. The two looked at each other and nodded, and the power of the false god immediately surged toward the divine axe. Rumble. The divine axe carried an ear-piercing sound of wind and thunder as it rushed into the sky and expanded in the wind. In an instant, a giant axe that was hundreds of feet long appeared out of thin air. The black dragon on the handle seemed to be coming to life, emitting a monstrous divine power. Shilan and the others also did not dare to be careless for a moment, firmly locking onto Qin Feiyang. But Qin Feiyang had no intention of making a move, and looked up at the giant axe. The woman roared, cripple them for me. Yes. Pei Yunchang nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the giant axe rushed into the sky and met the 7-star sword. Clang, clang. The 2 divine weapons met in an instant, crazily colliding in the void, and the flames lit up half the sky. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he transmitted his voice to the willow tree and Yu Huang. I want that divine axe, don't destroy it. Destroy it? Young master, you think too highly of the seven-star sword. The divine axe in Pei Yunchang's hand is called the Black Dragon Battle Axe, and it is on the same level as the seven-star sword. At most it will be a draw. No. If it's a stalemate, Yu Huang and I will lose. After all, Pei Yunchang's strength is stronger than ours. Willow Tree said. It's okay, you guys can hold them back, leave the others to me. Qin Feiyang said. Why do you have to hold them back? With your current state it's easy to kill them. Yu Huang was suspicious. After all, Chang Shui, who had recovered on his own, was not only ridiculously strong, but also had the power of the heavens. To deal with these people from the main tower was as easy as killing chickens and cows. They set a trap for me, of course I can't let them die so easily. Qin Feiyang licked his lips, retracted his gaze and looked at Shirlan and the others. Shirlan and the others' pupils suddenly shrank. My anger is not something you can bear. Are you ready? Qin Feiyang laughed. Chapter 1577. I'm not surprised. Because if you only have one divine artifact, then your main tower doesn't deserve to be one of the major forces in the Black Tortoise world. However, in front of Chang Shui, no matter how many divine artifacts you have, it's useless. Qin Feiyang smiled contemptuously. He grabbed Chang Shui and charged toward the old woman. How dare you? The old woman was enraged. Clang. A ray of light shot out from between her eyebrows. It was a jade pendant the size of a baby's palm. It was as white as jade with a snow-white divine dragon engraved on it. Before it was fully awakened, one could already feel a terrifying dragon's aura. Awaken with me, the old woman shouted. Shirlan and the others immediately channeled their false god power into the jade pendant. How magnificent was it when 9 false gods worked together. The jade pendant instantly recovered half of its power. Shirlan stared at the murderous Qin Feiyang and thought, although that dagger is terrifying, Qin Feiyang is only a combat emperor. As long as we don't clash with that dagger, killing him won't be a problem. That's right. We'll kill Qin Feiyang. I don't believe that his body is also made of divine iron. The old woman said telepathically. The other 7 nodded, their eyes filled with killing intent. The old woman waved her hand and the jade pendant shot out with a monstrous aura toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. He raised Chang Shui and slashed at the jade pendant. The sharp edge tore through the void. The jade pendant and Chang Shui were about to collide. Suddenly, under the control of the old woman, the jade pendant rotated in the air and circled around to Qin Feiyang's back. Like lightning, it shot towards Qin Feiyang's back. What? Qin Feiyang panicked. Little bastard, it's still too early for you to fight us. Shirlan sneered. The old woman and the others also sneered. Even if they were in Qin Feiyang's shoes, they would be caught off guard by such a sudden attack. Not to mention an ant-like combat emperor. This kid is definitely going to die. However, the panic on Qin Feiyang's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a strong sense of mockery. He looked at the 9 people and said, I knew you would do this. As he spoke, the battle character's secret art and armor were instantly activated. Following closely, under the furious gazes of the 9 people, Qin Feiyang grabbed the jade pendant. Even though he had the battle symbol art and the armor, the jade pendant was in an awakened state while the armor was not. The divine might that the jade pendant gave off as well as the terrifying shockwaves, sent Qin Feiyang flying, crashing into the ground below. A huge crater suddenly appeared. The arm under the armor was instantly shattered. His body was also cracking. Dragon blood flowed out from the gaps in the armor like rain. However, the moment his arm shattered, Qin Feiyang sent the jade pendant to the castle. The old woman immediately felt that she had lost contact with the jade pendant. There's even a divine armor. Shirlan was dumbfounded. Just how many divine artifacts did this little bastard have on him? Damn it, give me back the jade pendant. The old woman suddenly roared, staring at Qin Feiyang who was lying in the deep pit below. She flew into a rage. Give it back to you? Qin Feiyang slowly got up, the burning purple-gold dragon blood quickly healed his injuries, looked at the old woman and laughed. I expected that you wouldn't fight head-on with Chang Shui, so I've been waiting for an opportunity. Waiting for an opportunity? The 9 of them were startled. That's right. Although the jade pendant can't compare to Chang Shui, there aren't many divine artifacts in this world. Wouldn't it be a pity to destroy it? Qin Feiyang said. Bastard. I'm going to kill you. The old woman immediately went crazy, her entire body was filled with hostility. Like a mad dog, she pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Second elder, come back quickly. Shilan's face changed and she shouted. The old woman shuddered and looked at the Chang Shui tightly held in Qin Feiyang's hand, and cold sweat immediately ran down her back. How could she forget about the dagger? Since you're here, don't go back. Qin Feiyang grinned, and the Chang Shui suddenly flew out of his hand. Run! Shilan shouted. Shilan didn't need to remind her. Seeing Chang Shui coming, the old woman had already turned around and fled. But Chang Shui was even faster, as if it had teleported. Crack! All of a sudden, Chang Shui sank into the back of the old woman's head, and the old woman's head exploded on the spot like a watermelon. She didn't even have time to scream. The headless body fell powerlessly and fell down. Second elder. Shilan and the others cried out in grief. The old woman, Pei Yunchang, and Wang Yuanshan were also shocked when they saw this scene. How could a fake god be killed so easily? One had to know. The old woman was the second elder of the main pagoda, and her cultivation had reached the 6th stage of the fake god realm. This dagger was too terrifying. In an instant, everyone was scared out of their wits. The disciples of the main pagoda were so scared that they pissed their pants. Some people collapsed on the ground and didn't even have the strength to stand up. It was too cruel. It was so easy to kill a fake god, let alone them. With that dagger, who else could stop this devil? Qin Feiyang stepped into the sky step by step, his blood hair fluttering in the wind, like a demon god, making people tremble. Whoosh! Chang Shui returned to his hand. He looked at Shilan and the others and said with a smile, I'll ask you again, are you ready to bear my anger? It was like a devil smiling. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone stared at him, their faces full of fear and panic. Come to my side. The old woman suddenly shouted. Shilan and the others came back to their senses and immediately turned around to rush to the old woman's side. Qin Feiyang turned to face the old woman and said with a cold smile, You like to torture people, don't you? Don't worry, today I will let you have a good taste of being tortured. Shilan suddenly became angry and shouted, My main pagoda can establish itself in the Black Tortoise world, not by relying on words. Now I will let you see the true strength of my main pagoda. Is that so? Qin Feiyang snickered. Shilan and the others looked at the old woman in shock. The old woman said, There is no other way now, we can only use it. Shilan asked, But it is our main treasure, what if it is destroyed by the dagger? If even it is destroyed by the dagger, then who can defeat Qin Feiyang here? I believe in it. Because it is a divine artifact given to me by the leader of the Vangu League. The old woman said. Shilan didn't say anything else and shouted to the sky, All disciples listen to my order, retreat as far as you can. When the surrounding disciples heard this, they immediately turned around and fled. Boom. At the same time, a terrifying aura rushed out from between the old woman's eyebrows. Qin Feiyang looked at the old woman's eyebrows and found that the fire lotus in between the old woman's eyebrows was rotating. Fiery light gushed out one after another. The world seemed to have turned into a big furnace in an instant. At the same time, there was also a shocking divine aura, like a volcanic eruption, rushing out in all directions. That divine aura came from the fire lotus. So it is a divine artifact. Qin Feiyang muttered. When he first saw the old woman, he noticed the fire lotus. At first he thought it was just a mark, but he didn't expect it to be a divine artifact. And judging from the aura, the divine artifact's level was higher than the 7-star sword and the jade pendant. Whoosh! Suddenly, the fire lotus flew out from between the old woman's eyebrows and floated in the void in front of her. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Don't you know that I can't revive it with my ability alone? The old woman shouted. Yes. Shilan and the others hurriedly nodded. Their false god power poured out and surged into the fire lotus like a tidal wave. Although the second elder was dead, the old woman had stopped. Moreover, the old woman's strength was stronger than the second elder. The fire lotus quickly recovered and an apocalyptic might surged out crazily. The surrounding void began to crack one after another. The mountains and the buildings below were collapsing. Cracks spread out on the ground. The sound of explosions was deafening. From afar it looked like the end of the world. Not bad. Qin Feiyang nodded. The fire lotus was twice as powerful as the 7-star sword and the jade pendant. This divine artifact was what he wanted. Moreover, he had a feeling that this fire lotus divine artifact was compatible with his 9-leaf fire lotus battle soul. Swoosh! He made his move. With the phantom steps and the Chang Shui in his hand, he charged toward the 9 people. You're taking the initiative to attack? The old woman was in disbelief. How much confidence did this person have in the Changshui? Was the Changshui really invincible? I don't believe it. Die for this seat. The old woman shrieked. The fire lotus grew in the wind and became the size of a millstone. It released a destructive aura as it charged toward Qin Feiyang. But Qin Feiyang smiled mockingly. However, just as he was about to enter the ancient castle to avoid the attack, a loud clang rang in the air. The ancient castle shot out from between his brows on its own accord. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was stunned. If he used the Changshui to fight the fire lotus, he was confident that with the Changshui's power, it could easily destroy the fire lotus. However, he wanted the fire lotus. Hence, he could not allow it to be destroyed. Hence, he thought of entering the ancient castle to hide. However, he never expected that the ancient castle would also appear and even awaken on its own. These two divine objects could not be moved in the past. Now, they actually awaken one after another? This was too abnormal. The ancient castle shone with a dark light and its divine power shook the world. An invisible force, with the ancient castle as the center, rolled out in all directions. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He was too familiar with this force. It was the ancient castle's power of law. Time stopped. In an instant, the old woman, Shirlan, and the others were all motionless. It was as if they were frozen, including the fire lotus. Moreover, under the pressure of the ancient castle, the awakening fire lotus gradually subsided. What's going on? High up in the sky, Pei Yunchang and Wang Yuanshan were suspicious. In the distance, the disciples of the main pagoda were also surprised. Why did the pagoda master and the elders not move? The power of law, Qin Feiyang murmured. Although this was not the first time he saw it, the power displayed by the ancient castle was truly shocking. You can be considered to have completely awakened. Your destiny is to fight against the heavens, the earth, and the rules of this world. Suddenly, an ethereal voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Chapter 1578. It's me. The ethereal voice rang out again. But Qin Feiyang didn't know who was talking? He didn't see the person who spoke either. Who the hell are you? Qin Feiyang shouted. Don't worry about who I am. You just need to know that you are destined to spend your life in torment. Work hard, I'm waiting for you to grow. After saying that, the voice faded away and never sounded again. Qin Feiyang was bewildered. How could someone say something like that to him? I'm waiting for you to grow? Who was waiting for him? What did it have to do with him? At this moment, the might of the fire lotus had been completely suppressed by the ancient castle. Qin Feiyang shook his head, suppressed the doubts in his heart, and slowly walked towards the fire lotus. What does he want to do? Pei Yunchang, Wang Yuanshan, and the disciples of the main pagoda in the distance looked at Qin Feiyang, who was walking towards the fire lotus step by step, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Because they were not within the range of the power of law, they were not frozen. Could it be, he wanted to take away the fire lotus? Thinking of this, Pei Yunchang's gaze trembled as he roared, Pagoda Master, what's wrong with you? Wake up, he wants to take away the fire lotus. However, the woman did not react at all. How could this be? Is everyone possessed? Pei Yunchang was extremely bewildered as he roared, Wang Yuanshan, I will drag the willow tree, and you Huang, you quickly go and wake up the pagoda master. All right. Wang Yuanshan nodded and immediately swooped down. Can you hold it off by yourself? Willow Tree looked at Pei Yunchang coldly and shouted, Yu Huang, attack with all your might. All right. Yu Huang's eyes flashed with a fierce light. The power of a man and a beast frantically poured into the seven-star sword. The sharpness of the seven-star sword instantly suppressed the black dragon battle axe. With a clang, the black dragon battle axe was sent flying. Pei Yunchang's body trembled as a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Old thing, weren't you very arrogant in Peach Blossom City? You even crippled my sea of qi. Come, let's fight 300 rounds. Yu Huang laughed sinisterly. Willow Tree was also brimming with killing intent. The Big Dipper sword slashed toward Pei Yunchang with an earth-shattering sharpness. Although Pei Yunchang was a stage 7 false divinity, he was still a false divinity. How could he dare to fight against a divine artifact that was in the process of awakening? One had to know. The divine artifact was comparable to the war god level Sun Zai. You can't. I have to buy time for Wang Yuanshan. Pei Yunchang clenched his teeth, and the power of a fake god surged out, turning into a giant dragon. Divine art? Yu Huang was surprised. Willow Tree coldly snorted, as the vice tower master of the main tower, it's not strange for him to have a divine technique. That's true. Yu Huang nodded. The giant dragon roared in the sky and collided with the seven-star sword. The two of them instantly collided in the air, and destructive shockwaves rolled out in all directions. The void was crazily shattering. Even the sky was trembling. Whether it was the seven-star sword or the giant dragon, their speed was so fast that people couldn't catch them. Only deafening collisions could be heard. At the same time, Qin Feiyang had also walked in front of the fire lotus. Without saying anything, he directly stretched out his hand and grabbed the fire lotus. How dare you? Wang Yuanshan, who swooped down, immediately shouted angrily. Qin Feiyang ignored him and grabbed the fire lotus. Wang Yuanshan, you can't let him snatch the fire lotus. Pei Yunchang roared. Lord, don't worry, I will not let him succeed. Wang Yuanshan smiled. But the next moment, his whole body stopped in the void, motionless, and his face still maintained the previous smile. Because he had entered the range of the power of law. Pei Yunchang's eyes widened. Why did even Wang Yuanshan become like this? What was going on? Good chance. Wang's eyes lit up, and instantly changed the color of his skin, blending into the void and rushing towards Pei Yunchang. Not only his body, even his aura disappeared, as if he had evaporated into thin air. However, in the next moment, Pei Yunchang suddenly screamed in pain, and a thumb-sized bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows. The giant dragon that collided with the seven-star sword immediately dissipated. After that, Yu Huang also appeared. His whole body was dripping with blood, floating behind Pei Yunchang. Pei Yunchang glared at Yu Huang, then fell down powerlessly and his eyes dimmed. Because Yu Huang's attack not only pierced his sea of consciousness, but also shattered his soul. This emperor said, I will make you pay back double. Yu Huang smiled sinisterly. His sea of consciousness was broken, his soul was shattered, and even the gods couldn't save him. When Pei Yunchang landed, he fell to the ground and died. The black dragon axe also fell from the sky and hit the ground with a clang. Finally, we got rid of this big trouble. Willow Tree let out a long breath, grabbed the seven-star sword and rushed towards Yu Huang asking, Is there anything wrong? No. Yu Huang shook his head. That's good. Willow Tree nodded, turned around and rushed towards the black dragon axe, his eyes full of excitement. Jade pendant, black dragon axe, fire lotus, 3 divine artifacts. This trip was worth it. Mine. Yu Huang quickly flew over as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Willow Tree came back to his senses, quickly used the auxiliary divine art, rushed in front of the black dragon axe and grabbed it. Yu Huang suddenly frowned and said angrily, Human pet, what are you doing? Willow Tree put the black dragon axe behind his back, looked at Yu Huang and said, Just now, young master said that he wants this divine axe, so I have to give it to young master personally. Yu Huang raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Give it to me first, it's the same if I give it to him personally. Dizzy. You can still take it out when it's in your hands? Willow Tree looked at him with disdain. Bastard, don't forget your identity, you are now my human pet. I order you to hand over the black dragon axe immediately. Seeing that the soft approach didn't work, Yu Huang began to use the hard approach. Willow Tree snorted, took the black dragon axe and flew towards Qin Feiyang. I'm so angry. If it weren't for Qin Feiyang, I would cripple you right now. Yu Huang roared. Cripple me? Willow Tree suddenly turned around and looked at Yu Huang, a cold light flashing in his eyes. What do you want to do? Yu Huang frowned. Willow Tree sneered, Now that I have 2 artifacts in my hands, are you sure you can cripple me? Yu Huang looked at the seven-star sword and the black dragon axe, and his pupils shrank slightly. I must personally hand the black dragon axe to the young master. If you want it, go to him. Willow Tree sneered, then turned around and continued to fly towards Qin Feiyang. Don't come over. But at this time, Qin Feiyang looked at Willow Tree and reached out to stop him. Willow Tree was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, This power of law comes from the castle, I can't control it. What? The power of law? Willow Tree was shocked. Country bumpkin, you have no knowledge. This is the power of law that the castle possesses, time stop. When I killed the fire dragon and fought against the giant python, the castle displayed this power of law. Yu Huang snorted coldly. Time stop. I didn't expect there to be such an ability in this world. Willow Tree muttered to himself. It was too incredible. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze, glanced at the fire lotus in his hand, then looked at the woman, Wang Yuanshan, Shirlan, and the others. Suddenly, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He grabbed Chang Shui and rushed towards the woman. But at this time, the castle turned into a black light and disappeared between his eyebrows. As soon as the castle disappeared, the power of law retreated like the tide. What's going on? What happened just now? The woman, Wang Yuanshan, Shirlan, and the others immediately regained their freedom, but they were all confused. Damn. This damn castle, is it deliberately playing with me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He cursed angrily and hurriedly retreated. This damn castle is really unreliable. Can't you help me to the end? Seeing this, Willow Tree and Yu Huang also cursed and immediately began to work together to revive the seven-star sword. Wang Yuanshan was the first to come back to his senses. He immediately thought of what happened before and shouted, "Tower Master, quickly put away the fire lotus, Qin Feiyang." But before he finished speaking, Wang Yuanshan's face became dull, because he saw that the fire lotus was already in Qin Feiyang's hands. Fire lotus? The woman, Shirlan, and the others also came back to their senses. Seeing that the fire lotus had fallen into Qin Feiyang's hands, their faces suddenly changed. The woman was about to recall the fire lotus, because the blood contract was still there. But Qin Feiyang grinned and instantly sent the fire lotus to the castle. The woman also immediately lost contact with the blood contract. "Little bastard, I won't let you go." With a furious roar, she charged towards Qin Feiyang like a wild beast that had gone mad. But at this time, Wang Yuanshan's voice sounded again, "Tower Master, look, the Black Dragon Battle Axe." Black Dragon Battle Axe? The woman was stunned and hurriedly looked in the direction Wang Yuanshan was looking at. Shirlan and the others also looked over, and immediately turned pale with fright. How could the Black Dragon Battle Axe be in Willow Tree's hands? Wait, where was Pei Yunchang? The Black Dragon Battle Axe was Pei Yunchang's divine object, and now that the Black Dragon Battle Axe had fallen into the hands of Willow Tree, wouldn't Pei Yunchang have already? Thinking of this, the group of people couldn't help but shudder. The Deputy Tower Master is there. A black-clothed old man abruptly pointed at the ground below and roared in anger. The group of people immediately looked down. When they saw Pei Yunchang lying quietly in a pool of blood, their faces suddenly crawled with deep disbelief. The woman shouted, "Go down and take a look." "No need. He's already dead." Qin Feiyang laughed. "What? Dead?" The woman's face turned pale. Wang Yuanshan and Shirlan were also dumbstruck. Boom. All of a sudden, the group of people raised their heads and stared at Qin Feiyang. Their aura suddenly erupted, and their eyes were blood red. "I said, the Tower Master will disappear today. Pei Yunchang is the first." Qin Feiyang laughed. "You devil, I'm going to kill you." The woman roared as if she had gone mad. "I'm a devil?" "Ha!" Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "Didn't you feel good when you tortured Wang Yue?" "Tortured Yue?" Wang Yuanshan was stunned, looked at the woman and asked, "Lord, what does he mean?" The woman's face was gloomy. "You don't have the face to say it? Then I'll help you." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, looked at Wang Yuanshan and said, "Previously, in order to force me to hand over what she wanted, she used a method to control Wang Yue, making Wang Yue stand in front of me and stab herself in the heart." What? Chapter 1579. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's trying to sow discord. The woman shouted. Qin Feiyang sneered. "Now that your divine artifacts are in my hands, is there a need for me to sow discord? If you want to condemn someone, you can always accuse them." The woman sneered. "Then let's let Wang Yue talk about it herself." After Qin Feiyang said that, he sent a voice transmission. "Lu Hong, has Wang Yue regained her consciousness?" Previously, when the Golden Divine Tower shattered, he sent Wang Yue to the castle and asked Lu Hong to take good care of her. She has recovered. However, I really can't find out how the Pagoda Master controlled her. And Wang Yue herself can't feel that she was controlled. I think it's better not to let her go out, lest she is controlled by the Pagoda Master again. Lu Hong said. "It's okay. The castle can cut off all connections. If the Pagoda Master wants to harm her, she just needs to send her into the castle in time." Qin Feiyang said secretly, and with a thought, Wang Yue suddenly appeared out of thin air. The space above her had been repaired, but her body was still dripping with blood. Seeing the woman, her face was full of fear. Qin Feiyang grabbed her hand and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Wang Yue nodded and felt much more at ease. Qin Feiyang said, "Tell your grandfather, is what I said just now true?" Wang Yue looked at Wang Yuanshan and said, "Grandfather, what Qin Feiyang said is true. Although I don't remember what happened at that time, she controlled me." The woman snorted coldly. What are you talking about when you don't even remember it? My lord. Wang Yuanshan roared. What are you doing? You've got guts, haven't you? How dare you yell at me? The woman glared at him. I know you are ruthless, but I never expected that you would even do this to your own people. You, is my closest relative and also a member of the main tower. How can you treat her like this? Wang Yuanshan roared, his old face full of disappointment. Master. Who are you talking to? The woman was furious. I've always respected you, but your actions disappoint me. Wang Yuanshan shook his head, his eyes filled with self-mockery. After speaking, he looked at Wang Yu and said, this matter has nothing to do with us anymore. How dare you? The woman was furious. Wang Yuanshan's to you. You are also a member of the main tower. Even if the tower master is in the wrong, you can't live on your own when our main tower is in a life and death situation. Shilan and the others were also glaring at him because I too. Wang Yuanshan said expressionlessly. He then turned to look at Wang Yu and said with a smile, Go with grandfather. Grandfather will no longer target Qin Feiyang. And I have realized my mistake. Now, I just want to live with you alone for a while and enjoy the happiness of family. When Qin Feiyang leaves the Black Tortoise world, I will let you leave with him. Wang Yuanshan smiled. Grandfather. Wang Yu murmured, tears flowing from the corner of her eyes. Then, she looked at Qin Feiyang with a questioning gaze. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, Since your grandfather has repented, then let him live with you for a while. After all, it's not easy for him to have a relative like you. Can I? Wang Yu asked. Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. Thank you for forgiving grandfather. Wang Yu smiled and was about to walk toward Wang Yuanshan. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang grabbed her. What's wrong? Wang Yu was puzzled. Wang Yuanshan was also puzzled. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Yuanshan and said with a smile, You are standing beside the pagoda master and the others. It's too dangerous for you to go there. Come to my side. Wang Yuanshan looked at the pagoda master and the others and nodded. That's true. With that he flew toward Qin Feiyang. The woman said angrily, Wang Yuanshan, you traitor. Don't blame me. You were the one who attacked Yu first. Wang Yuanshan sneered without even turning his head. He walked in front of Qin Feiyang, cupped his hands and said, Little friend, this old man's actions in the past were truly foolish. Please forgive me. It's okay. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Young friend, your magnanimity really makes me feel ashamed. Wang Yuanshan shook his head, turned to Wang Yu and said with a smile, Let's go. Wang Yu nodded. However, suddenly, Wang Yuanshan pounced toward Qin Feiyang. A black dagger had appeared in his sleeve unknowingly. It emitted a cold light like a venomous snake. Grandfather, what are you doing? Wang Yuanshan said in shock and anger. At such a close distance, given Wang Yuanshan's strength, Qin Feiyang could not react at all. However, Qin Feiyang reacted in the nick of time. He grabbed Chang Shui and possessed him, dodging Wang Yuanshan's fatal attack. Then he grabbed Wang Yu and disappeared without a trace. What? Wang Yuanshan was stunned. The woman, Shilan, and the others were also dumbfounded. Surprised, right? Qin Feiyang's voice suddenly sounded. Wang Yuanshan and the others immediately looked in the direction of the voice and saw Qin Feiyang appearing in the void in front of the willow tree in Yu Huang. His eyes were full of mockery. Wang Yuanshan said, How did you react? Qin Feiyang said with a smile, Because I already knew that you had ulterior motives. How is that possible? I didn't reveal any flaws at all. Wang Yuanshan said in disbelief. Qin Feiyang said, Indeed, you didn't reveal any flaws, but the others did. The others? Wang Yuanshan was stunned and glanced at the woman, Shilan, and the others. The woman and Shilan looked at each other. Were there any flaws? Why didn't they notice? Qin Feiyang looked at the woman and said with a sneer, Wang Yuanshan contradicted you and betrayed the main pagoda. With your personality, I think you should have immediately killed him, but you didn't do so. Instead, you just watched him walk towards us. What does this mean? Also, Wang Yuanshan said that he would take Wang Yu away, but why did he keep standing by your side? What does this mean? Qin Feiyang added as he looked at the woman. His face was filled with ridicule. The woman's face darkened. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, It means that this is just a show between you and Wang Yuanshan to numb me and make me careless. Since you've already seen through it, why didn't you expose it in front of me? Why did you agree to let Yu go with me? Wang Yuanshan said in a deep voice. Because of Wang Yu. She believes you. If I expose you in front of her, you can quibble, but she won't believe that you are such a person. So, I have to use practical actions to let her see your true colors. In other words, whether you attacked me or you are just now, you can no longer quibble. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Yuanshan, the woman, Shirlan, and the others couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. Who said that this kid was brainless? Even they had fallen into his trap. Among the younger generation of the Black Tortoise realm, who else could compare to him? Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Wang Yuanshan, you are really hopeless. Cut the crap. Who do you think you are? How dare you lecture me? Wang Yuanshan roared in exasperation. I'm indeed nothing, but I can at least not let down anyone who trusts me. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he took a step back and his eyes suddenly surged with killing intent as he shouted, beat them all up, especially Wang Yuanshan. Understood. Willow Tree laughed and threw the Black Dragon battle axe to Qin Feiyang. Then, together with Yu Huang, he controlled the seven-star sword and slashed at the group of people. The seven-star sword had been awakened. Shirlan shouted, Pagoda Master, we don't have divine artifacts anymore. We are no match for them. Retreat. Don't panic. The woman shouted coldly and glanced at the seven-star sword. Then she looked at Qin Feiyang and said, it's best to tell them to stop immediately because in this world, only I can remove the control on Wang Yuer. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? You're not the only one who has this kind of divine art. As long as you die, Wang Yuer will naturally be free. Qin Feiyang sneered. The woman didn't panic when she heard this. Instead, a mocking smile crept up on her face. You're right. 4 ordinary control-type deity arts, as long as the master dies, the imprint will disappear. However, the control-type deity art that I have mastered is not an ordinary deity art. This divine art is called the puppet art. Once I die, everyone under my control will also die. The woman laughed sinisterly. What? There's such a vicious divine art. Yu Huang and Willow Tree's expressions changed as they quickly stopped the seven-star sword. Ignore her and kill her. Qin Feiyang shouted. Okay. The man and the beast nodded. If Qin Feiyang wasn't afraid, what were they afraid of? The seven-star sword's edge was sharp as it slashed at the group of people. Wang Yuanshan, Shirlan and the others quickly took a step forward and used their divine arts in front of the woman. There were divine arts. There were battle souls. Their aura was like a rainbow that shook the sky. Boom. Clang. Divine arts and battle souls struck the seven-star sword one after another. In the end, the seven-star sword was forced back. Willow Tree and Yu Huang were also forced back. Young master. There are too many of them. And they all have divine arts. As for the seven-star sword, Yu Huang and I can't fully recover. I'm afraid it will be difficult to take them down. Willow Tree said. Use it. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Chang Shui landed in front of Willow Tree. Willow Tree's eyes lit up as soon as he saw Chang Shui. Yu Huang's confidence also skyrocketed. However, the woman and Wang Yuanshan's expressions changed drastically. They had experienced Chang Shui's power before. Divine artifacts, divine arts, battle souls and so on could not stop it at all. Let's go. The woman roared unwillingly and turned around to escape. One of the old men with white hair said, You're leaving just like that? Where are the disciples? Where there's life, there's hope. The woman said coldly. You don't even care about your disciples. How cruel. A sinister laugh filled with hostility suddenly rang out from the mountain ahead. Who is it? The woman shouted as she scanned the mountain ahead. Her eyes flashed coldly. Wang Yuanshan, Shirlan and the others were also vigilant. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's body trembled violently. It was Zhuge Mingyang's voice. Was it an illusion? Chapter 1580. A man in blood-red clothes walked out of the mountain step by step, then stepped into the void and stopped in front of the woman, Wang Yuanshan and the others. His figure was tall and straight, and his grayish-white hair danced in the wind. His grayish-white eyes were filled with a touch of indifference like the Grim Reaper. Who else could it be but Zhuge Mingyang? Is this bastard really an unkillable cockroach? The river of bone erosion is incomparably dangerous. Even if a false god falls into the river, they will die without a doubt. But this person actually came back from the dead? Even the resurrection time is shorter than before. Willow Tree was shocked and angry to the extreme. Zhuge Mingyang scanned the crowd and finally locked onto Willow Tree with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. Willow Tree's pupils shrank. He found that he was actually a little afraid of Zhuge Mingyang's eyes. Zhuge Mingyang grinned and said, Actually, I didn't want to be resurrected so quickly, but there's no other way. There are too many people in Peach Blossom City, and there are even more fierce beasts in the Devil's Land. Their vitality is simply a big treasure. What? Willow Tree's eyes trembled and he said in surprise, so the people of Peach Blossom City? That's right. Everyone has turned into mummies. If you can't bear to leave their corpses exposed in the wilderness, it's not too late to collect their corpses now. Zhuge Mingyang licked his lips. Terrifying, really terrifying. Willow Tree and Yu Huang couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Qin Feiyang also frowned. It wasn't because of Zhuge Mingyang's cruel methods, but because he couldn't see through Zhuge Mingyang's aura. Could it be that he had already broken through to the false god realm? What do you mean? Mummy? What are you talking about? The pagoda master and the others were surprised, but no one paid attention to them. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhuge Mingyang and said, "You came to the pagoda to continue opposing me or, sure." However, before Qin Feiyang could finish, Zhuge Mingyang stretched out his index finger and made a shushing gesture to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "We'll talk about our business later. Now, I need to deal with a serious matter first." Zhuge Mingyang chuckled. He glanced at the head pagoda and the others and asked, "Are you really not going to care about those disciples?" The group was silent. "Since you don't care, then I won't be polite." Zhuge Mingyang stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. Then he glanced at the disciples of the main pagoda in the distance and said, "What a delicious meal. What is he trying to do? What a scary expression." The disciples immediately panicked. "It was your tower master who didn't care about you, so don't blame me." Zhuge Mingyang smiled cruelly. Boom. A terrifying divine might erupted. Following closely. A grayish-white pseudo-god power roared out from Zhuge Mingyang's body, turning into a huge wave that covered the sky and rushed in all directions. What? Divine might? Pseudo-god power? Willow Tree's eyes widened. Pseudo-god power? This bastard has actually stepped into the pseudo-god realm. Oh my god. He actually used this method to break through to the pseudo-god realm. Isn't it said that only by comprehending the profound meaning of becoming a god can one break through the shackles and step into the pseudo-god realm? Yu Huang was also shocked to the extreme. Qin Feiyang's heart was also surging with waves. Originally he had thought about this problem, but he always felt that it was impossible. However, he didn't expect that Zhuge Mingyang actually did it. Death after death in exchange for evolution after evolution, and he even directly stepped into the pseudo-god realm. What kind of demonic art was this? It actually had such a heaven-defying ability? What's going on? My qi and blood are actually flowing away. Suddenly, Wang Yuanshan exclaimed. Qi and blood are flowing away? The woman, Shirlan, and the others were stunned and quickly checked their own situation. In the end, they were shocked to find that their qi and blood were also quietly flowing away. Willow Tree looked inwardly at the situation in his body, turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "Young master, our qi and blood are also flowing away. What about you?" "Me too," Qin Feiyang said. His cultivation base was lower than Willow Tree and Yu Huang. Zhuge Mingyang was now a pseudo-god, and he could even rob a pseudo-god's qi and blood, let alone him, a warlord. Hearing this, Willow Tree immediately said, "Quickly go to the castle to hide." Qin Feiyang nodded, waved his hand, and disappeared without a trace with Willow Tree and Yu Huang. Tower Master Elder, help. What the hell is going on, my qi and blood? Outside? Just as the Tower Master and the others were bewildered, a series of screams suddenly sounded in the void in the distance. The group of people shuddered and hurriedly looked up. They saw that the disciples were frantically fleeing, roaring, and their faces were filled with despair. But that grayish-white pseudo-god power was like gangrene attached to the bones. Once touched, they could not get rid of it. Their qi and blood were crazily being robbed. In a short while, everyone had become skin and bones, and their strength was also rapidly disappearing. Bang bang bang. In the end, they fell from the void one after another, holding their heads and rolling on the ground. Their expressions were filled with pain and helplessness. In the castle, everyone looked at this scene, their eyes were filled with shock. Lu Zheng said, "This is a massacre. This Zhuge Mingyang is really getting more and more terrifying." Even with his frivolous personality, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart when he saw this scene. Willow Tree retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Young master, we have to think of a way to completely get rid of him, otherwise I'm afraid even we won't be his match. Even the river of bone erosion can't kill him. Tell me, how can I get rid of him?" Qin Feiyang asked. Willow Tree fell silent. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang was startled. "What's wrong? Did you think of a way?" Everyone looked at him in surprise. Oh. I'm thinking Zhuge Mingyang broke through to the pseudo-god realm. Why wasn't he sent to the second level by the rule force? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes. With his demonic art, could it be that it can block the detection of the rule force? Fatso said. Lu Hong looked at Willow Tree and asked, Willow Tree, this black tortoise realm? I know what you're going to ask me, but it's impossible. Although I broke through to the pseudo-god realm, I wasn't sent to the second level, but that's because I have the devil mark. In other words, in the black tortoise realm, without the devil mark, no matter who it is, once they break through to the pseudo-god realm, they will be sent away by the rule force. Unless, Willow Tree said. Unless what? Everyone was surprised. Willow Tree said, unless there's a guardian of the miracle to help. Guardian? Everyone was slightly stunned. Fatty abruptly looked at Qin Feiyang and asked in bewilderment, Boss, it can't be that the giant python is causing trouble, right? Don't say it's really possible. Little Qin Zi killed the fire dragon and seriously injured the giant python. The giant python will definitely hold a grudge and think of ways to take revenge on little Qin Zi. This Zhuge Mingyang might be one of the ways it takes revenge on little Qin Zi. White-Eyed Wolf said. If that's the case, then we're in big trouble. Yeah. Without the Qi and Blood Pearl, we won't be able to defeat him at all. Everyone also began to talk about it worriedly. Qin Feiyang didn't say a word. He looked at Zhuge Mingyang in the image, his eyes flickering. Outside. Screams continued. One by one they fell. Without exception, all of them turned into dried corpses. Their eyes were wide open, filled with fear before death. It looked like hell. It was spine-chilling. And all of the Qi and Blood Pearl was absorbed by Zhuge Mingyang. His aura became more and more terrifying. Damn it. Absorbing the Qi and Blood Pearl of others to refine one's own cultivation. How can there be such a vicious cultivation method in the world? The Tower Master and the others stared at Zhuge Mingyang in panic. Feels so good. Zhuge Mingyang closed his eyes and revealed an intoxicated expression. After absorbing all the Qi and Blood Pearl, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the Tower Master and the others. Who are you? How can you be so heartless? Aren't you afraid of angering the heavens? Shirlan shouted. She also admitted that she was ruthless, but compared to this person she paled in comparison. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhuge Mingyang, the son of the great Qin Empire's Marquis Wu. Zhuge Mingyang retracted his false god power and looked at the group of people with a smile. What? You're from the great Qin Empire? Then you and Qin Feiyang? The group of people's expressions changed. Qin Feiyang and I? Zhuge Mingyang chuckled and said, of course we're old friends. However, our relationship is a little complicated. He wants to kill me and I want to kill him. Aren't they arch-enemies? Since they're arch-enemies, why are you helping him? The woman shouted. Helping him? Don't misunderstand. I'm not helping him. I'm helping myself. Because your Qi and Blood Pearl can make me stronger. Of course. No matter how deep the hatred between us is, we're still people of the great Qin Empire. So when facing your main pagoda or the Heavenly Sun Empire, I will put aside my personal grudges and work with him against the outside world. Zhuge Mingyang grinned and said. His gray eyes emitted the aura of death, making him look like a god of death. When the pagoda master and the others heard this, they immediately panicked. What a joke. But at this time, Qin Feiyang appeared with Willow Tree and Yu Huang. He looked at Zhuge Mingyang and sneered, if you really have this awareness then you wouldn't have saved Mu Tianyang. Don't act here, no one will applaud you. Zhuge Mingyang was not angry and smiled. That's because the situation is different. At that time, I hadn't risen yet, so I naturally had to use Mu Tianyang to restrain you. Qin Feiyang said, so, now you think you've risen? Zhuge Mingyang joked, my cultivation is right here. Whether I've risen or not, don't you know in your heart? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. His gaze turned and landed on the pagoda master's group. He shouted, Willow Tree, kill them first. Okay. Willow Tree nodded and led Chang Shui to kill the pagoda master's group. Yu Huang took the divine artifact snake scale and turned into a stream of light, floating in front of Zhuge Mingyang and confronting Zhuge Mingyang. Zhuge Mingyang glanced at Yu Huang, his eyes full of disdain. Then, Chapter 1581. Willow Tree, don't you dare. Looking at the murderous Lu Mu, the pagoda master and the others were terrified, and their faces turned pale. They weren't afraid of Willow Tree but Chang Shui and Willow Tree's hands. Don't you think it's too childish to say that now? Willow Tree sneered. Don't forget that we have the Vangu League behind us. The woman shouted. Vangu League. Willow Tree said with disdain, "Don't always use the Vanga League to pressure me. I'm afraid that even if the Vanga League comes, they can only stand aside and watch me kill you." "Tower Master, I'll hold him back. You guys go." A white-haired elder shouted. His divine might erupted, and he charged towards Lu Mu without even turning his head. "Go." The woman shouted and opened a portal. "Who said you can go?" But then, Yu Huang and Zhuge Mingyang rushed toward the portal at almost the same time. Yu Huang raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhuge Mingyang. Was this guy really going to help them? "I said that from now on, Qin Feiyang and I will stand together against the people of the Tianyang Empire." Zhuge Mingyang laughed. "I'll be a fool if I believe you." Yu Huang snorted and threw out the snake scale at the woman and the others. Zhuge Mingyang waved his hand and gray false god power appeared and covered the sky. His goal was the teleportation gate. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he looked at the grayish-white false god energy. The false god power was the same as the battle chi in the past. It was naturally stronger than the false god power of others. In other words, Zhuge Mingyang had the advantage in terms of false god power. The woman shouted, "Wang Yuanshan, Shilan, go and hold them back." The two hesitated. "What is it? You dare to disobey my orders?" The woman was instantly enraged. The two people's faces changed and they hurriedly said, "We dare not." "Then hurry up and go," the woman shouted. The two of them exchanged glances. Then they gritted their teeth and unleashed their divine might. Wang Yuanshan faced Yo Wang's snake scales. Shilan faced Zhuge Mingyang's false god power. "Something strange," Qin Feiyang mumbled. Wang Yuanshan and Shilan's behavior was too abnormal. Even though he knew that he was going to die, he still braced himself and charged forward. Either there was something wrong with their heads or they had no other choice. Whoosh! Following closely. He glanced at the teleportation gate in front of the woman, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes before he disappeared in an instant. Rumble. Meanwhile, Wang Yuanshan and Shilan's spirit manifestation art collided with the snake scale and Zhuge Mingyang's false god power. Zhuge Mingyang spat out a mouthful of blood. After all, he didn't evolve a spirit manifestation art. He only had false god power. Although his false god power was stronger than other people's false god power, it wasn't as strong as a spirit manifestation art. Shilan's spirit manifestation art was enough to completely crush it. However, Wang Yuanshan didn't gain any advantage under Yo Huang's snake scales. The snake scales revived and the sharpness destroyed the world. Although Wang Yuanshan used a spirit manifestation art to repel the snake scales, he also paid a price. His body was severely injured, leaving serious internal injuries. At the same time, the white-haired old man also fought with Willow Tree. The white-haired old man's strength was even stronger than Willow Tree's. He had reached the 5th stage of the false god realm and also mastered a spirit manifestation art. He thought that with his deity incantation and his advantage in cultivation, he would at least be able to delay Zhang Shui for a while, even if he could not fight him head-on. However, the cruel reality mercilessly threw him into a bottomless abyss. The so-called spirit manifestation art and the so-called advantage in cultivation were simply a joke in front of Zhang Shui. Clang. The sharpness tore through the sky and turned everything into ashes. Die. Willow Tree roared, grabbed Zhang Shui and stabbed the white-haired old man's head. His knowledge, sea and soul were instantly shattered. Blood spurted out. He died just like that? The pagoda master and the others who were about to enter the portal were shocked. Wang Yuanshan and Shilan were also scared out of their wits. With this dagger, who in the Black Tortoise realm could compete with Qin Feiyang? Yu Huang glanced at Willow Tree, then glanced at Zhuge Mingyang and said, "Do you see? I've already killed one of my human pets, but you're injured. Don't you find it embarrassing?" Embarrassing? Zhuge Mingyang smiled proudly, and a bone dragon appeared out of nowhere. The deafening dragon roar shook the sky and shattered the mountains and rivers. It was the Azure Dragon art. No, it was more appropriate to call it the Bone Dragon art. Because the Bone Dragon didn't have any flesh and blood, only a skeleton. But the skeleton seemed to be cast from divine iron, and had a hard texture. Divine art. Wang Yuanshan's body trembled, and he quickly used a divine art to counterattack. An ant dares to be so arrogant in front of me? Zhuge Mingyang's face was full of contempt. The Bone Dragon roared in the sky, and with a loud bang Wang Yuanshan's divine art was turned into ashes. This was Zhuge Mingyang's advantage. The power of a false god was naturally stronger than others, and the divine art he created was naturally stronger. It was completely unstoppable. Wang Yuanshan couldn't resist at all. And this strike also scared Wang Yuanshan out of his wits. Zhuge Mingyang's divine art was above his. How could he fight? He turned around and ran toward the woman. The woman and her group had also entered the portal. Seeing Wang Yuanshan running over, she didn't stop him, because she felt that they could successfully escape now. At the same time, Sherlan didn't continue to fight. The Fire Lotus, the Jade Pendant, and the Black Dragon Battle Axe all fell into Qin Feiyang's hands. Facing Chang Shui and Qin Feiyang's group, they had no chance of winning. Not to mention now there was Zhuge Mingyang who was as terrifying as Qin Feiyang. Therefore she knew that if she continued to fight, only death would await her. But, just as Wang Yuanshan and Sherlan were about to enter the portal, they suddenly seemed to notice something, and their faces were full of panic. They looked behind the portal. A figure appeared out of thin air. Who else could it be but Qin Feiyang? You want to leave? Do you think that's possible? Qin Feiyang smiled contemptuously and waved his hand, and a red sword aura surged and blasted toward the portal. With a loud bang, the portal instantly shattered. The Tower Master and the others who were standing inside all fell out in a sorry state. Damn it! They were a little confused at first, but then they all roared and stared at Qin Feiyang, their eyes full of resentment and hatred. I said, the Tower Master will disappear from the Black Tortoise world today, so none of you can escape. Qin Feiyang laughed sinisterly. You've already gotten 3 divine artifacts from us, what more do you want? I advise you don't push your luck. The woman roared. What? 3 divine artifacts? Zhuge Mingyang was surprised. Haven't you been spying on us all this time? How could you not know? Yu Huang sneered. Who said I've been spying on you all this time? I've only been here for a while, okay? Zhuge Mingyang said angrily. Yu Huang said, that's a pity, I missed so many exciting shows. Zhuge Mingyang coldly glanced at Yu Huang, then looked up at Qin Feiyang, cursing in his heart. He actually got 3 divine artifacts, this damn bastard, he's really lucky. Push my luck? Qin Feiyang laughed and said, when I was captured by you, why didn't you restrain yourself a little? Now you're telling me not to push my luck, are you kidding me? You've gone too far. The woman was flustered and exasperated. Who's the one who's gone too far? Who's the one who caused this situation? It's you, do you understand? You're the one who created this disaster, so you have to bear the consequences, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Qin Feiyang sneered. Kill him. The woman roared hysterically. If you're a man, don't hide, fight us fair and square. Wang Yuanshan and the others immediately rushed toward Qin Feiyang, provoking him at the same time. Willow Tree had Chang Shui. They couldn't beat him. They couldn't do anything to Zhuge Mingyang and Yu Huang. They could only attack Qin Feiyang. Only by capturing Qin Feiyang would they be able to end this battle. However, would Qin Feiyang give them a chance? No. Would he be provoked by them? Definitely not. He was not a 3-year-old child. How could he do such a stupid thing as being impulsive? Or decisive? He entered the ancient castle. You're a useless dog who only knows how to hide, bastard. What did your parents teach you? You're so spineless. Are your parents the same kind of people? Wang Yuanshan and the others instantly flew into a rage, cursing and swearing. No matter how unbearable the words were, they all jumped out of their mouths. At this moment, they didn't have the demeanor and manners of a false god at all. They were like a group of mad dogs. The woman was also fuming with anger. She was extremely annoyed. Curse all you want. Anyway, there's not much time left. Qin Feiyang sneered. He looked through the screen at the willow tree. At this moment, Willow Tree restrained its aura and was approaching the woman silently. Yu Huang and Zhuge Mingyang also noticed Willow Tree, but they didn't say anything. The woman, who was extremely angry and shrouded in despair, didn't notice it either. Wang Yuanshan and the others, because they went to kill Qin Feiyang earlier, were standing in front of the woman at this moment. As such, the woman's back was facing Willow Tree. In the blink of an eye, Willow Tree was like a poisonous snake hiding its fangs, quickly darting behind the woman. No matter what, the woman was a false god. Although she didn't see Willow Tree, as soon as Willow Tree approached, she felt a strong sense of danger. She suddenly came back to her senses and cold sweat broke out all over her body. Willow Tree, Yu Huang and Zhuge Mingyang were still there. How could she be distracted? She turned her head abruptly and saw Willow Tree smiling at her. Chang Shui went straight behind her. Tower Master. Wang Yuanshan and the others were also shocked. They quickly turned their heads and suddenly roared. It was a critical moment. The woman swooped down and rushed toward Wang Yuanshan and the others. Because it was too close and too fast. She didn't have time to perform any battle arts to counterattack. She didn't dare to fight Chang Shui with her bare hands. So she could only rush forward. But at the same time, Willow Tree smiled coldly and suddenly exerted force in his arm. With a puff, Chang Shui went straight into the woman's back. Her heart was suddenly broken. Ah! The woman couldn't help but scream in pain. The wound was bleeding. Willow Tree, I won't let you go. The woman roared and hit Willow Tree's chest with her palm. The power of a false god gushed out. But this, Willow Tree didn't panic at all. With a sneer on his face, he instantly pulled out Chang Shui and chopped at the woman's wrist. Ah! The woman screamed again. Her wrist was broken on the spot, and blood poured out like a waterfall. Then, Willow Tree grabbed the woman's hair and pulled hard. The woman immediately retreated back to Willow Tree uncontrollably. How dare you insult the young master? How dare you? Before the woman could react, Willow Tree laughed coldly in her ear and stabbed the woman's lower abdomen. Her sea of energy shattered. Chapter 1582. Tower Master. Seeing this scene, Wang Yuanshan and the others suddenly fell into a panic and rushed towards Willow Tree desperately. So desperate. Willow Tree was surprised. He raised the Chang Shui in his hand and placed it on the top of the woman's head. He looked at Wang Yuanshan and the others and said, "Stand there and don't move." Swish. Wang Yuanshan and the others stopped in unison, their faces full of anxiety. At this time, Qin Feiyang appeared beside Willow Tree out of thin air and glanced at Wang Yuanshan and the others, frowning. "What's wrong?" Willow Tree secretly said. "It's strange. Logically speaking, when the Tower Master is captured, they should immediately find a chance to escape, but why are they not escaping now and want to rescue the Tower Master?" Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. "It's a bit strange. I know these people too well, they are definitely not loyal people," Willow Tree said. Qin Feiyang looked at the woman, then at Wang Yuanshan and the others, shook his head and said with a smile, "I think I understand." "Understand what?" Willow Tree was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, "Wang Yuanshan and the others were also controlled by this woman with the puppet technique." "What?" Willow Tree was stunned and hurriedly said, Wait, why have I never heard of this before? If such a thing really happened, it's impossible that there was no news at all." Qin Feiyang pointed at the woman and said, "Let her answer you. Is it true?" Willow Tree looked at the woman and asked. "Yes. They are all controlled by me." The woman smiled sinisterly. "Damn, you won't even let your own people go, you bitch's viciousness is really beyond imagination." Willow Tree was dumbfounded. In this world, are there still people worthy of trust? Only by holding their lives in my hands will they be willing to serve me wholeheartedly. The woman said. "The most vicious is a woman's heart, it's true," Willow Tree said in disdain. The woman smiled disapprovingly. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. He looked at the woman and said, "Wang Yuanshan and the others care so much about your life. Is what you said true?" "Of course it's true. Once I die, everyone under my control will die as well. Including Wang Yu," the woman said. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists, his eyes full of hostility. The woman sneered, "Do you still dare to kill me now?" Qin Feiyang's eyes were gloomy. After a while, he took a deep breath and said to himself, "Willow Tree, will her consciousness pose a threat to us?" A false divinity had already condensed a divine sense. As for divine sense, it could also kill people. Like Mu Tianyang. Therefore, even if the woman's sea of qi was destroyed and her cultivation was lost, she was still a threat to everyone. Of course, this was only his understanding. He needed Willow Tree to tell him if there was a threat or not. Don't worry about this. A false divinity is not that powerful. Although a false divinity has condensed a divine sense, it can only release divine sense. It can't leave the body. In short, a false divinity can't leave the sea of qi. Only a true god of war can use his divine sense to fight. Willow Tree thought to himself. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and said, "In other words, this woman isn't a threat to us at all." "That's right." Willow Tree nodded and then added, "Now you can torture her however you want." "That's good." Qin Feiyang grabbed the woman and glanced at Wang Yuanshan and the others, saying, "Continue, cripple them all." "Understood." Willow Tree laughed. Hearing this, Wang Yuanshan and the others suddenly changed. "Let's go. Yu Air is being controlled by the Pagoda Master. Qin Feiyang doesn't dare to kill the Pagoda Master now. Let's escape to the Vanga League and slowly think of a way." Wang Yuanshan thought to himself. That makes sense. However, if we escape together, we won't be able to escape. We have to split up and break out. Leave as many as you can. Sherlan said. Let's go. Wang Yuanshan shouted. The group of people immediately dispersed in an uproar. Willow Tree snorted and chased after Wang Yuanshan. Yu Huang also acted, wanting to kill Sherlan. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? Zhuge Mingyang sneered. His fighting soul roared and activated his divine ability. An invisible force covered the sky and pounced in all directions. Wang Yuanshan and the others' cultivation suddenly began to plummet. Peak 9-star Combat Emperor Realm. 9-star Combat Emperor Realm. 8-star Combat Emperor Realm. 7-star Combat Emperor Realm. The group suddenly fell into panic. What was going on? The woman who was captured by Qin Feiyang was also shocked. What? It actually dropped by 4 small realms in a row. At the same time, Qin Feiyang, Willow Tree and Yu Huang were also trembling in fear. They remembered that when they were in the River of Erosion, Zhuge Mingyang's divine ability could only deprive 3 small realms. And now, after his rebirth, not only did his cultivation break through to the false god realm, even his fighting soul's divine ability had evolved once again. His strength had soared too quickly. Depriving 4 small realms of cultivation, this was not just a little bit scary. What are you waiting for? My divine ability can only deprive them of their cultivation. It can't restrict their freedom. If you don't hurry up, they will all escape. Looking at Qin Feiyang, Willow Tree and Yu Huang's expressions, Zhuge Mingyang was very satisfied. Willow Tree and Yu Huang regained their senses and immediately led Chang Shui and Shilin to attack Wang Yuanshan and Sherlan. No! Wang Yuanshan and Sherlan shouted. How could a 7-star combat emperor outrun a false god? They had never been as desperate as they were at this moment. However, Willow Tree and Yu Huang turned a deaf ear to them. They went forward and directly destroyed their sea of qi before immediately running toward the other elders. In less than 5 breaths, 5 elders were crippled one after another. There was only one person left who was still running away. How could this be? Is the entire army wiped out just like that? The woman looked at all this and shook her head frantically. No, it's not over yet. I order you to self-destruct immediately and perish together with them. The woman suddenly raised her head and looked at the elder who was still running away and roared. What? Self-destruct? Willow Tree and Yu Huang's expressions changed. Zhuge Mingyang's pupils also shrank. Wang Yuanshan and Sherlan, who had their cultivation destroyed, were also shocked. One had to know. They were now equivalent to cripples. If they really self-destructed, there was no way for them to escape. However, that elder did not self-destruct. His face was full of struggle. Quick! The woman roared. Don't self-destruct. Wang Yuanshan and the others also roared. Bastard! The woman was furious. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and slapped the woman's face. A bloody palm print appeared. Come on. If you have the ability, then kill me. The woman roared, her face full of provocation. Qin Feiyang grabbed the woman's neck and laughed sinisterly. Don't worry, you will definitely die, and now you better shut up. Haha, you are really stupid. For a woman, is it worth it to leave me, a mortal enemy? Brat, don't be so kind. Sooner or later you will be killed by yourself. The woman laughed. Qin Feiyang's 5 fingers tightened, and the woman's laughter came to an abrupt end, but her eyes were full of sarcasm. Willow Tree looked back at Qin Feiyang and shouted, Young master, what should we do? Do we still chase? He actually didn't dare to chase, because he was really afraid that the man would self-destruct. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, he hasn't self-destructed yet, which means he is also afraid of death. You pretend to chase after him now, but don't force him too much. Yu Huang, you secretly sneak over and find an opportunity to cripple him. Wait, what if the pagoda master suddenly uses the puppet technique? You have seen the power of the puppet technique. Once controlled, he will immediately lose consciousness. If the pagoda master wants him to self-destruct, he will self-destruct. Willow Tree thought. Qin Feiyang glanced at the woman and said, she shouldn't be able to use the puppet technique now. What do you mean? Willow Tree was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, I think this puppet technique should be the same as battle arts and divine arts. It needs battle chi and false god force. Why do you say so? Willow Tree said. Think about it, if she doesn't need battle chi and false god force, then she has a lot of opportunities to make Wang Yuanshan and the others self-destruct. But Wang Yuanshan and the others didn't self-destruct and no one lost consciousness. Doesn't this mean that the puppet technique does need false god force? Qin Feiyang said. Makes sense. Willow Tree nodded thoughtfully. Don't dawdle, he will slip away if you dawdle. Trust Qin Feiyang's judgment. Biming Yu Huang silently urged. After that, she kept the snake scale and instantly merged into the void. That man panicked and didn't notice at all. Seeing this, Willow Tree gritted his teeth and turned to chase after that man. In his opinion, even if the woman couldn't use the puppet technique now, Qin Feiyang's actions were too risky. This was simply a gamble. Gambling on whether that man dared to self-destruct. As Willow Tree's aura continued to approach, that man suddenly turned his head and stared at Willow Tree, shouting, "Don't come over or I will really self-destruct." A wise man submits to circumstances. You can totally rely on the young master like me. You don't have to risk your life. Willow Tree comforted, creating an opportunity for Yu Huang. Rely on Qin Feiyang? That man was stunned, stopped, and looked at Qin Feiyang from afar. There seemed to be a trace of temptation in his flustered expression. I can tell you responsibly that the young master is really a good person. He even gave me the 7-star sword. Where are you going to find such a generous person? So listen to me, don't do stupid things and harm others without benefiting yourself. Willow Tree said as he took out the 7-star sword and sighed. I've been in the Nether Pavilion for so many years, working hard without complaint, but I didn't get a divine artifact. But now, I have a divine artifact after following the young master for so long? Thinking about it, I feel that the sacrifices I made for the Nether Pavilion all these years were not worth it. That man looked at the 7-star sword with a burning gaze. Willow Tree waved the 7-star sword and looked at that man with a smile. You have to think carefully, there won't be another chance if you miss this village. Every word that Lu Mu said was attacking the defensive line in his heart. In the end, that man lowered his head and pondered in silence, as if he was making a final struggle. Suddenly, Yu Huang appeared in front of him. His body was only half a meter long, and his long and narrow eyes flickered with a shocking ferocious light. Damn it, Willow Tree, you lied to me. As soon as that man saw Yu Huang appear, he knew that it was a trick. After a furious roar, a destructive aura rushed out of his body. Yu Huang, quick. Willow Tree's expression changed as he roared. Yu Huang cackled, and the snake scales appeared and instantly pierced through that man's lower abdomen. As soon as the Qi Si was destroyed, the destructive aura immediately disappeared. Willow Tree wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and collapsed weakly. Chapter 1583. Qin Feiyang also let out a long sigh of relief. If that person really blew himself up and something happened to Willow Tree and Yu Huang, he would probably have to live in guilt for the rest of his life. After all, Willow Tree and Yu Huang trusted him, so they went to intercept him regardless of the consequences. Fortunately, these things did not happen. He took a step forward and landed in front of Wang Yuanshan with the woman. Then he looked at Willow Tree and Yu Huang and said, "Bring them all here." Okay. One man and one beast replied. Wang Yuanshan hurriedly said, "Feiyang, this is a misunderstanding. Let me explain." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and threw the woman to the ground. He looked at Wang Yuanshan and said, "You want to say that everything you did was involuntary?" "Yes, it was involuntary. The Tower Master used the puppet technique to control me. I can't disobey her orders," Wang Yuanshan said. The woman stared at Wang Yuanshan and said, "Do you want to die?" Wang Yuanshan roared, "Don't threaten me anymore. I won't be used by you again. Continue acting." Qin Feiyang sneered. "I didn't act. You have to believe me. If it weren't for the puppet technique, I would have turned against her when I learned that you was abused by her," Wang Yuanshan said anxiously. "It sounds like there's nothing wrong with it. But do you think I will believe you again? Even if I believe that you had no choice, how do you explain what you said to me when we were in Peach Blossom City? Don't tell me that you were also forced. I don't remember that the Tower Master was also there." Qin Feiyang sneered. Wang Yuanshan was in despair. At this time, Willow Tree and Yu Huang brought Shirlan and the others to Qin Feiyang. Willow Tree said, "Except for the dead Pei Yunchang and the second elder, and the white-haired old man I killed, everyone is here." Qin Feiyang glanced at them one by one, his eyes flashing coldly. As for Shirlan and the others, at this moment they were all lying on the ground in a sorry state. None of them dared to look Qin Feiyang in the eye. Their faces were filled with fear. Whoosh! Suddenly, Zhuge Mingyang descended from the sky and landed at the side. Willow Tree and Yu Huang immediately stood in front of Qin Feiyang and stared at Zhuge Mingyang vigilantly. Zhuge Mingyang smiled. "Don't forget that I helped you guys just now. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions." Willow Tree sneered. Zhuge Mingyang felt wronged and said, "If you say that, I'll be sad." In any case, I've helped you a lot. Don't you know how to thank me? I thank you on behalf of the young master. If there's nothing else, you can leave now, Willow Tree said. How cold. Zhuge Mingyang shook his head and took a few steps back. I'll just watch. I won't disturb you guys. Willow Tree raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Qin Feiyang with a questioning gaze. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhuge Mingyang and said, It's not good to stay here for long. Let's go first. Yu Huang was puzzled. Everyone in the main pagoda is dead. What are you afraid of? Although the main pagoda is no longer a concern, don't forget that there's still the Heavenly Sun Empire and the Nether Hall. When they receive the news, they will definitely come to check the situation. Although we have Chang Shui and the 3 divine artifacts of the main pagoda, after the previous battle, you and Willow Tree shouldn't have much pseudo-divine power left. So, we have to retreat first. Qin Feiyang thought. Makes sense. I'll take you to a place. Willow Tree opened a portal. Zhuge Mingyang was stunned and asked curiously, Where are you going? It's none of your business. Qin Feiyang said lightly, then looked at Yu Huang and said, Let's wait for Wang Yuanshan and the others to leave first. Okay. Yu Huang nodded, rolled up a group of people and rushed into the portal without looking back. I didn't expect you to be so cold. Sigh. It's really disappointing. Zhuge Mingyang shook his head and sighed. Qin Feiyang said lightly, Even without your help, I'm confident that I can make them all stay. So, I'm just imagining things? Zhuge Mingyang was angry. You can think of it that way. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. I'm not tactful. But I have a small request. Can you fulfill it? Zhuge Mingyang said. What request? Qin Feiyang frowned. Grant me death. Zhuge Mingyang grinned. Qin Feiyang was immediately enraged. Really? I really want to die. Just be kind and grant me my wish, Zhuge Mingyang said. At this moment there was no hypocrisy at all. It was very sincere. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and said angrily, You've already broken through to the pseudo-god realm. Is there any point in doing this? Of course there is. Because I haven't broken through to the war god realm. How about this, you name your request. As long as you grant me death, I'll satisfy you. Zhuge Mingyang smiled. Qin Feiyang's face was extremely ugly. Although Zhuge Mingyang didn't mean to laugh at him, he felt very sullen. This was because Zhuge Mingyang's current strength was all because of him. Divine artifact? Divine art. Just name it. As long as I have it, I'll give it to you. Really? I've never been as serious as I am now. Zhuge Mingyang said again. Qin Feiyang said, Okay, give me your demonic arts, I'll grant you your wish. Zhuge Mingyang sighed. Brother, you're the one who's being unreasonable. You don't dare? Qin Feiyang sneered. Zhuge Mingyang shook his head and said, You're forcing me. Then don't look for me. Qin Feiyang sneered, then turned around and entered the portal with Willow Tree. When the portal disappeared, Zhuge Mingyang's face suddenly became gloomy, and he laughed sinisterly. Forcing me, is it? All right, just you wait, I'll let you do it. Finished. Zhuge Mingyang turned around and disappeared into the vast mountains. At the same time, in a certain mountain stream there was a wide river. The river was clear and winding, and the vegetation on both sides was lush. Several beasts were foraging on the shore. Not far away there was a small courtyard, covering an area of about 100 feet, surrounded by a row of wooden fences. In the courtyard there was a peach tree more than 10 meters tall, with luxuriant branches and leaves. Next to it there was a small 2-story wooden building. The wooden building was very old but very clean and tidy. However, whether it was the gate of the courtyard or the wooden building, they were all closed. No one could be seen. Suddenly, a group of people appeared out of thin air above the courtyard. It was Qin Feiyang and his group. Where is this? Yu Huang looked at the courtyard and glanced around suspiciously. This is the Qingyang Mountains. This courtyard is my temporary residence. Sometimes when I'm upset, I'll come here to stay for a while. And within a radius of 1,000 miles, the people who live here are basically ordinary people and ordinary beasts. So don't worry, someone will disturb us. Willow Tree laughed. Not bad. You really know how to enjoy it. Yu Huang laughed. Qin Feiyang looked at the courtyard and asked, Other than you, is there anyone else living here? No. Willow Tree shook his head and asked suspiciously, Why do you ask? Then why is the courtyard so clean? Qin Feiyang frowned. Willow Tree suddenly smiled and waved his hand, and a divine barrier immediately appeared around the courtyard. So there's a barrier. Qin Feiyang muttered. Although there are no beasts in the Qingyang Mountains, there are many wild beasts. These wild beasts without spiritual intelligence, if they find that there is no one here, they will definitely come in and cause trouble. So I set up a barrier. Willow Tree said. Qin Feiyang nodded, looked around and said, "Are you sure that the people living here are ordinary people and wild beasts?" "I'm sure. After all, no matter where it is, there is a world that belongs to mortals. And this area in the Black Tortoise realm is the world of mortals," Willow Tree said. Qin Feiyang said, "All right then, let's go in." Willow Tree waved his hand, and the barrier suddenly collapsed. A group of people landed in the courtyard. "Wait, did we miss something?" Yu Huang suddenly said. Qin Feiyang said, "You're talking about the main tower's treasure vault and herb field, right?" Yes. Yu Huang nodded and immediately looked at the woman, saying, "Tell me, where is your herb field and treasure vault?" "I don't know." The woman sneered. "You're courting death." Yu Huang was furious, raising his snake tail like a long whip, and fiercely slapped the woman's face. Bah! Half of the woman's face was suddenly cut open and blood splattered. She roared, "You damn beast, I will kill you sooner or later. You still dare to be arrogant? I remember when you controlled Wang Yu, it was very satisfying. Now I'll let you have a taste of being stabbed." Willow Tree was full of hostility, holding the Chang Shui, and stabbed the woman's heart again and again. "You bastard, you will die a horrible death." The woman screamed. "Your mouth stinks." Willow Tree raised his hand and slapped the woman on the other side of her face. This side of her face was also cut open on the spot, and blood splattered everywhere. "Bastard, kill me." The woman was ashamed and angry. "Kill you? Dream on. If I kill you now, how can we vent our anger?" Willow Tree sneered. Qin Feiyang glanced at the woman and looked at Wang Yuanshan, saying, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Quickly tell me the location of the treasure vault and herb field." Wang Yuanshan glanced at the woman. "You dare." The woman glared at him. Wang Yuanshan suddenly shrank his head, his eyes full of fear. "You still don't know the truth." Willow Tree was furious, grabbing the woman's hair and rubbing it on the ground. "Speak." Qin Feiyang shouted. Wang Yuanshan's eyes trembled and he hurriedly said, "The herb field is in a large canyon, located northwest of the main tower, more than 10,000 miles away. The treasure vault is also under the herb field." 10,000 miles? So far? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "Is it far?" Wang Yuanshan asked. Qin Feiyang was stunned, then shook his head and smiled. For fake gods like Wang Yuanshan, 10,000 miles was indeed not far. Qin Feiyang asked, "Is there anyone guarding the herb field and the treasure vault?" "No. In the past, the tower master lived there alone. If we want to enter the herb field, we have to get her permission first. Furthermore, she has also set up a divine power barrier around the medicinal field," Wang Yuanshan said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, "Yu Huang, Willow Tree, go immediately."